you'll be the best sniper ever!
No! Hit the decoy! I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
Don't let me know where to go. Don't let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. Great job, guys! I know sadly to hear because well, oh, I know that I can be stronger if I'm with you.街を抱く空は青く無垢に僕ら見下ろす残る傷跡それは経験と成長重ねた印一人じゃ頼りない声もぶつかること恐れないで心の奥さらけ出して投影した僕らが世界を変えるかき鳴らせ愛のセオリー続かなかに響かせ面と向かって目ハモって未来へつなげとにかく簡単な過去だって乗り換えてくるさあれだって泣いて強がって本当に強くなれこの人生に送るよこの歌を I'm gonna be a star let's try to skin and here we are it's our utopia let's play the big symphony I'm gonna be a star let's try to skin and here we are it's our utopia let's play the big symphony どんな夢を描いて胸を躍らして僕らここへたどり着いたのか決して忘れないそしてこの情熱取りした伝えたい響いて僕らの戦い方過ぎてる逆境も闇も新しいメロディーへ伝えて世界の不調和を通じてく
There's power in music, I just can't explain it. The overwhelming sensation. You don't wanna fight the temptation. Sit patient as we change the nation. The drums, the keys, all connected. Blowing like colors, the vibes so electric. Burning just like a comet. Destined for greatness and no one can stop us.
I know sadly to hear because I know we can change the world. It's time to sing. And the load is wasn't it out loud. Check it out, I know sadly to the
up, everyone? It's your host, Liz, back with the NACT recap. Week 2 brought on a new level of heat in the North America arena as the BloodThirstyKings rose from the ashes of day 1 and reminded us that whichever alien nation attacks, the kings will always be kings. Meanwhile, one man's pleasure, another man's pain, as Gaimin Gladiators got their first taste of defeat despite still holding that number 1 spot. LEGACi and BloodHounds, on the other hand, are stuck in zero gravity, serving as the humble stepping stones for the rest of the league. First up on the agenda, the showdown everyone's buzzing about, BTK versus GG. For BTK fans, it sure feels like grand finals came early. BTK pulled off an epic comeback and shut down GG's year-long regular season win streak. And their secret weapon? Matilda. As the heart and soul of BTK's success, Cold World's Matilda saved pandas and goats, and when the moment was right, fired all shots at chicken. Oh, and Yellow? Yep, he's still the GOAT. But hold on, FIENDS crashed BTK's victory party as they still got that number 2 spot at hand. The legendary journey of the Dark Horse continues, and you have got to keep your eyes on Kohari. Kohari the Great, the man with the plan, is making plays all around the map with his lightning-fast reflexes and no-fear gaming. I mean, seriously, check this out. Kohari, with the massive outplay, 200 IQ gameplays, knows exactly when and how to turn his tides around. Now, lots of viewers would agree that the top 5 to 6 teams this NACT all have a pretty good chance for Vegas. DA and A77 are among those teams. While T and Yato continue their synergy, Yureshi, the XP god according to Goat Milo himself, returns with vengeance. Don't believe me? Just watch. Yureshi's game sense and kiting skills are second to none this season, getting him in and out of teamfights without losing a heartbeat. Standing at only 2 weeks into the season, the road ahead appears brighter than ever for the BTK fandom as MOBA King seems to have finally found the knight and his queen to guard his way to the throne. As for GG, losing that series stings more like an insult than an injury. Word from the Gladiator himself, lesson learned is to drink water and ban Matilda.
I don't know. I'm an ML player. Not in a position to give advice, I think. I only know how to play ML.
What about advice to ML players?
Oh. I don't know, ban Matilda.
As for the overwhelming support and coaching from the comments, surely chat is enough to teach GG how to be better than great. I'm your host Liz, I'll see you next time.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
But yeah, that early Black Dragon, a little questionable. An implosion, though, not questionable at all. Or by Toru, killing spree activated. May work in the Night Horde's favor if they can keep it up. Come on, of course, dropping down. Mikasa hit with the stun. Astral Echo connecting to the full team of the Night Horde. From Yato, finds the snipe, takes down Nikoko. Suppression, Winter Truncheon, trying to stop on my foe. Kush, still cables, the cutthroat on the foe. One more hit. Able to take him down, uses his retribution.
Because Kush has done a great job, and look at him looking to go for that kill on to the Nolan, but he's not going to be able to get it. But the 4 vs 4 fight.
NetherRealm going down, a knock-up over there from T. Mortality being proc double, and Mortality R will fight Toru though, gets a double, shuts down T. Yato finds Nikoko, a triple kill from R's, Mikasa will fall. Yato, Kush by themselves against the 4-man team of the Night Horde. Is this the game ender? Is this what the Night Horde needed to close out the series? A major objective, I'm offended. For the 7 Yato.
Completely farmed up here. He probably has, or going towards that Demon Hunter sword, is just gonna skill infinite towards that late game. And also Hoon completely, you know, untouched in this series. And I'm offended.
4-man set. Shark on fire with the Ruby. I'm offended. Catching Basic, catching Chicken, catching Zane. Maybe if we get some more, Core World is gonna take down Chicken. That's gonna be a 2-for-3 trade. Nicolette finds Shark. My goodness, Yue. Both teams giving it their all, but Gaimin Gladiators slightly ahead.
Damage is insane. I mean, 2 players on LEGACi just instantly dropped in a second. Shark running. Uh-oh, diversion.
Taking a tour of the enemy side. Oh my god, he actually might get away. Yes. And they make Jolie pay for it.
Even though he's gonna kinda, like, his damage kinda caps out at a point, but it's still enough.
Ooh, Night Horde is gonna go ahead, start this engagement. Kahari in a little bit of trouble, still putting on the damage. He is standing right up in front. Big Minnow and Fury catches them. Kahari finds a kill on to Momoy from the backside. Oh, my foe, so low, but Pro Destroy not gonna be able to find the kill.
Welcome to All-Star 2024! Hey, superstars! Team up! Enjoy the beat! 無数の人がすれ違いぶつかって去っていく人生のそんなスクランブル交差点の中で偶然のバンプだって見逃したりしないでちゃんと互いを見つけられたありがとう絶え間ない信頼のビートがあるから僕はだっていけるよ何 息を合わせて魂の奥までさらけ出してみせようなんだって乗り越えてゆけラット的な信念で世界説明逆境さえも想像裏切って味方にしてゆく僕らの共鳴を世界に広げよう僕の祈り君の祈りが波紋描くリズムの手打ち抜けるそうやって完成集めてワイゾーショーよバイバイショー夜はそう始まったばかり僕らの極端上最高潮の愛情で唯一のヒートキス
Time for sparkle! Let the stars be our witness tonight.
I know sadly to hear because well, I know that I can be stronger if I'm with you. Can I say? Come on, everybody! Let's go! Let's play the big symphony. 生き延びた街を抱く空は青く無垢に僕ら見下ろす残る傷跡それは経験と成長重ねた印一人ず頼りない声もぶつかること恐れないで心の奥さらけ出して超愛した僕らが世界を変える書き鳴らせ愛のセオリーつ高らかに響かせ目のぶったけで守って未来へつなげるとにかく散々な過去だって乗り換えてるからさありがって抱いて強がって本当に強くなれこの人生に送るよこの歌I'm gonna be a star no time has come and here we are It's our utopia Let's play the big symphony I'm gonna be a star no time has come and here we are It's our utopia Let's play the big symphony どんな夢を描いて胸を躍らして僕らここへたどり着いたのか決して忘れないそしてこの情熱とに一つ伝えたい見ていて僕らの戦い方全ての逆境も痛みも新しいメロディーへと変えて世界の不調和をチューニングしていく
Yeah, there's power in music, I just can't explain it. The overwhelming sensation. You don't wanna fight the temptation. Sit patient as we change the nation. The drums, the keys all connected. Blowing like currents, the vibes so electric. Burning just like a comet. Destined for greatness and no one can stop it.
I know sadly to hear because I know we can change the world. It's time to play. Melodies wasn't it so loud? Can't never say I know sadly to now like a lady got them and the bit that get it
Over here, Ender.
So let me know where to go. So let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. Great job, guys! I know sadly to hear because well, oh, I know that I can be stronger if I'm with you.
Music, I just can't explain it. The overwhelming sensation. You don't wanna fight the temptation. Sit patient as we change the nation. The drums, the keys, all connected. Blowing like colors, the vibes of electric. Burning just like a comet. Destined for greatness and no one can stop it.
I know sadly to hear because I know we can change the world. It's time to shine.
Time for another year of MLBB esports, and our vision of creating excellence is crystal clear. We've expanded this year's playoff structure to 3-stage qualifiers to ensure the most deserving teams move on to the next round. The long format playoff bracket brings the most captivating matches, so the action never stops. Each team in the North America Challenger Tournament has a chance to qualify for many of our global events, like the Mid-Season Cup. So they better come ready to dominate because it has more teams and the biggest prize pool in MLBB history. But for now, they better keep their eye on the prize. Over $25,000 and tons of diamonds. The competition is stacked and the teams are ready to prove themselves. It's time to dig deep, focus up, and see what team will stand out from the rest. So, are you ready to meet the teams? BloodHounds. Their roster is united and full of charisma, but does Boca have what it takes to lead his team to Vegas? Area 77. They have proven that they have what it takes to succeed, but will they put it all together this season? Devious Activity. They've assembled a team of powerhouse players from former NACT Titans. But will their skill and determination allow them to dominate the bracket? BloodThirstyKings. It's Mobazane's third refreshed roster in 3 years. Will this be the one, or will it be his last dance? FIENDS. They have emerging synergy and skill, but will they be able to compete with the best of the best? LEGACi. With a last-minute surge, LEGACi narrowly secured their NACT spot. Will they ride this momentum to the top of the bracket? The Night Horde. They've already defied expectations, but can they continue this push for greatness? Gaimin Gladiators. With a squad full of NACT champions, will anyone step up to snatch the crown, or will the Gladiators dominate once again? The teams are locked and loaded, and the world is watching. This is the NACT Spring Season 2024. Who will have their name etched into glory?
Cruising into the land of dawn, we are here at week 3, day 1 of the NACT Spring 2024. Get ready for a banger day ahead as we witness the first showdown between BTK and its recent Fallout brothers from DA. Can BTK continue their momentum from last week? Let's find out. I'm your host Liz. Joined with me today are the Fire Duo, Private Dancers, and Yue. How are you guys doing today?
Well, it is Easter weekend. I am primed and ready for some more unbridled NACT here.
Yeah, and same with me. There's so many exciting matches coming through and all these teams are coming out. The standings have been looking quite great. How are you doing, Liz?
I'm doing great. So let's get the show started. Let's start with looking at the tournament format once again. We are here in week 3 and we're here with 8 of NA's top rosters. The regular season has already been halfway through and each team faced off against every other team in a single round robin and best of 3 series, earning points for each victory. Now, the playoffs start in April 13th with a double elimination series, and all of 8 teams from the regular season will make it to a playoff and secure a playoff spot. However, their bracket is based on the regular season placement, and only 2 teams ultimately will advance to the offline grand finals in Las Vegas.
Not gonna lie, it is pretty exciting, especially with the changes to the best of 3 from last season when it was just a best of 2. We have like some finality when it comes to some of these matches. We have an actual winner and not just a tie, and especially a lot of these matches, especially from last weekend, that went to a best of 3.
Yeah, and honestly, everyone has to kind of keep in track of the points because not only do the matches actually matter, but the points matter much more. And I'm not sure, but maybe we'll be able to get to see that a little bit, Liz.
Yes, and then let's take a look at the current standings to better understand how the victories are transitioned into the points. And Private, can you take us through our current standings?
Well, right at the top of the mountain, we have no surprise there. It's Gaimin Gladiators with 10 points, rounding up a second, tie for second, third, and well, actually a tie for second right now is FIENDS, BloodThirstyKings, and Devious Activity. And then coming up as well, Area 77 and the Night Horde tied with 7 points. And I mean, somebody has to be at the end. And right now it's a LEGACi and the BloodHounds with 0 points.
Yeah, and again, like FIENDS having 8 points along with BTK and Devious, which they've won 3 out of their 4 matches. It really tells that the points actually means quite a lot here, and I think that's what's interesting about it right now.
Absolutely. And not only do the points matter in terms of their standings and playoff spots, they also matter in terms of their rewards at the end. The prize pool, once again, this season comes with $25,600 in diamonds, and the top first team will be clinching home a 10,000 cash prize. Now, on top of that, they get 100 USD bonus for each win. And this season, we also have a grand finals MVP. So that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, especially when we get to the grand finals and we are able to award that MVP. So many special and highlight players that we've been seeing this weekend. It's anybody's guess.
Yeah, and you know, we could rent a nice car, drive up to Vegas, hang out with the pro players there. Like, it's going to be a great trip.
Is going to be a great trip indeed. And today is going to be a fire day ahead. So let's take a look at the schedule and today's matches. So on the top, Private, let's take it through.
starting out our night, we're gonna have Area 77 taking on Fiends. I know both of these teams have built up a surprise fan following. That's gonna be followed up by the BloodHounds taking on Gaimin Gladiators to round out the first half. Second half gonna start off with LEGACi taking on the Night Horde, and then rounding out the night, it's gonna be the BloodThirstyKings taking on Devious Activity.
You know, I think most of the players out there, they're all kind of looking at that last match, BTK versus Devious Activity. You know, that's definitely going to be two powerhouses going up against each other. The battle of the second place, I think that rounds out our night pretty well.
Absolutely. I mean, I already mentioned it in the beginning, BTK and their Fallout brothers. Can BTK secure that momentum from last week, or can DA make a comeback and prove themselves against Mobazane? That's all going to be very exciting, but I personally think every series tonight is pretty interesting, especially the first one as well, A77 versus Fiends. Now, how do you guys feel about that?
Well, Area 77 is kind of, well, both of these teams, honestly, I can't even just say Area 77. Both of these teams have kind of come with a huge following. Area 77 does have a little bit more history when it comes to the team name kind of staying together, while the Fiends, I believe, are a mix-up of two different teams from North America, but both of these teams have come on very surprising and very strong, with Area 77 being able to get a victory off of BTK, a very surprise victory off during the first week of the NACT.
Yeah, and I think both these teams are quite close in the points, so it's going to be, you know, up to whoever wins this match to get that third or the fifth place spot. And you know, these two teams have done quite well. Fiends have been able to get a few upsets here and there. A77 honestly has a very strong performance even after the loss against BTK, so I'm excited.
Yeah, let's head straight into the rosters for these two teams. Now, first up, as expected, we have another roster adjustment. I feel like A77 has had a roster change pretty much every week. So I guess we're swapping Mark Cutie in for Jules Cutie. Do you guys think that's going to affect their performance tonight?
This is one of those double-edged swords when it comes to this. They do have the swap, or they do have like the substitutes in there, but sometimes when it comes to Area 77, it might have a little bit of an effect on the synergy. As we take a look at the entire roster here, it's going to be ISO, J Cutie, Jules Cutie, Tarzan Cutie, and Yureshi Cutie for Area 77.
And that's like a very strong lineup. It's all stars, but with the new addition, Jules Cutie coming in for the old season veteran Mark QT. Definitely excited to see how A77 deal against the young bloods of Fiends.
I mean, what's going on? Is ISO the only one who's not a cutie? I mean, everyone else seems to have a cutie in their name. But let's head into Fiends' draft to see how they're doing. So we have Chirubami, Magic, Kohari, Pro Destroy, and Uneven. Looks like no roster change coming in from Fiends this weekend.
Yeah, and will that have a huge effect on the game? I mean, we've seen how much synergy can play into these matches. Pro Destroy, we've seen him be completely lethal on that Fanny, on some of those assassins in the jungle, and Kohari. They call him Kohari the Brave with his super, I want to say, confident plays on that marksman role.
Yeah, it's aggressive. I do think Fiends kind of have like a very good risk management, especially on Kohari's side. You see him kind of dive in 1v5 in plenty of situations, but this time around they're playing against A77, a team known to play kind of like the standard openings. They group up together into that death ball 6-7 minutes in. It might prove Fiends like a very, very hard match for the very first series here.
Well, I'm excited, so let's head into the casters' predictions. I know that roster change, I mean, because me and Private voted for Area 77. That I know for sure. And looking at we have a pretty even tie for the casters' prediction. Only Steph Weezy and Yue actually voted for Fiends, but it seems like you guys are on a great start.
Well, I mean, I've become a fan favorite of Area 77. They've got a long-standing history since I first started casting here in North America, and it's great to see how strong and how well above that they've come. But I think a lot of people want to know more about like the Fiends guests and what the strengths are for them. And I think the best person to talk about that is Yui.
No, I definitely like voting for the underdogs. Fiend is by far kind of my favorite team this season, and they've proven their worth against plenty of the top teams. Like, their standings are still quite strong. They don't have the match results, but 8 points to tie against BTK and Devious activities definitely put them on the spotlight for our NACT.
For sure. I mean, this is going to be a critical and pivotal match for Fiends because they lost against Devious activity in the first week. However, they did get a match from them, and this time, if they actually secure a victory against Area 77, then that's proving themselves to actually be on that top tier of the bracket. So very exciting matches ahead. Anything else you guys want to add? Oh, draft is actually ready. So let's head into draft, guys.
Well, I'm excited. I know a lot of the viewers want to see us get right into it. I've talked about it before. Sometimes I get a little bit at odds when it comes to some of these predictions, and when it comes to swapping players in and out. I feel like there's not enough respect paid to what that can kind of do to a lineup when you kind of juggle things up. We saw a little bit of that last season in NACT when the roster swaps were allowed mid-season. We saw maybe a slip of a few teams where some teams were at the top and just started kind of falling down that ladder.
Yeah, and I mean, A77 is definitely a team that's known to have a good amount of players in their roster. Jules QT, it isn't Mark QT with the veteran experience coming in. I know he played a great Louis game, kind of adding the spice to it, but I think Jules is definitely going to do extremely well, especially since, he is one of the more multi-role players on the side of A77. But first phase draft is already going. Two of the junglers get taken out by the side of Fiends, and the response coming with the Matilda ban.
Yeah, very interesting. We do have the Matilda ban out there. I'm wondering if we're going to be focusing on a few of the assassins from Fiends. We already talked about the Fanny for Pro Destroy. I want to say, especially in the first week, just a phenomenal performance on Fiends there. We do see the Navari getting taken out, so pretty standard bans. I know that we're a little hopeful. There were some changes that you were hoping to see when it came to like the Barats and perhaps maybe a Roger play coming out, but that might come out a little later in the night.
Yeah, no, I definitely, I've seen quite a bit of the Roger Gold lane, and, I am a fan of those picks, so definitely looking to see if they get slotted in here. But with the Brats and the Fredrin on the table, it's kind of interesting because the Navaria is traditionally good against a lot of these tankier utility junglers because they can't move as much. But now it seems like the assassin pool is open, right? The Nolan, the Joy, even the Angela that Fiends love to play, all of them are going to be open. So it's going to be a very aggressive draft coming in from the side of Fiends, and kind of want to see how A77 responds with a standard play.
Ooh, Angela getting taken out there too as well. And you're right, we do have the assassins out there now. And then just recently, I want to say this week, we had a nerf to Ruby, to basically taking around 50% of her regen now. So I'm wondering if she's going to kind of continue her dominance when it comes to like the picking and banning phase here, or if she might have been moved out. Maybe we're going to focus a little bit more on the mages or some of the support roles here as we move on into this drafting phase.
Yeah, I think since the Arlot has been taken out, that's kind of the Ruby flex that gets normally shoved up. When people pick up the Ruby and there's no XP, there's no roam, it's a little bit hard to decide where that pick is going. the CC gets picked up by the side of Fiends. No Angela this time around, so she does not have the heart guard to be able to protect against a single damage pick that A77 decides to open up with.
Yeah, especially we're going to have that Divine Judgment that's going to be able to kind of single out and isolate a single player, and probably going to be looking for something on the side of Area 77 more bursty. You were talking about that single targets kind of burst down. If you get the Divine Judgment, pull them back into your lair, you're going to be able to get that, be able to take that player down and disengage or engage depending on what the tactics allow.
But this kind of worries me for the side of Fiends, right? A77, it's kind of like a straight shoot strategy. You kind of talked about it earlier. It's just pulling in one person using speedy light wheels to target him down. But for the side of Fiends, I kind of want to see them build a little bit more for that anti-engage, right? Typically, Kaja is looking for that flicker with the conceal play. It's almost guaranteed most of the time. And I think the Minotaur is going to be a very great response to be able to re-engage and try to punish when A77 tries to go for a sneaky play like that.
Yeah, very interesting, because too I was considering the Minotaur, the Tigreal as well is still out there, which could have helped out as well. So now you're gonna have I'm gonna assume that the Faramis is gonna be into the mid lane. It can be flexed, but I do think we've seen it in a surprising amount in the mid lane, and now we're gonna counter that out with the Valentina on our side as well. I do like having the Faramis on the side, so that when you do get that Divine Judgment, Faramis is gonna be able to go in with that Nether Realm. You've got the option of the CC, so you can you're basically baiting out the team, and it's going to be which one can actually, I want to say, engage better here.
Well, I could definitely tell you that the side of A77, that mid lane combination, especially when you go up against the Minotaur and the Faramis, they're going to have faster lane clear ability. They're going to have just as much regen, and quite honestly, one of the strongest mid lane combination in the game right now. But the Minotaur and the Faramis also provides kind of this side of utility where the Faramis has a lot of the passive abilities to regain some health. Minotaur also got his second skill for the heal, so definitely a lot of sustains coming out from both sides. It's a good setup, quite honestly, here.
Yeah, and what the biggest thing I always kind of pay attention to when I'm looking at some of these matches and the engagements is when that Nether Realm goes off. Especially if you're going to have the Valentina taking that Nether Realm, it always seems like the first Nether Realm kind of sets your team at a disadvantage, because you've already said we've already burned this out. Now you're kind of on the back foot, and you're giving the other team an opportunity to kind of delegate how long they want this team or this fight to last. We're moving into the second banning phase. We have Natan and Martis taken off the board for Area 77, and Export taken off for Fiends.
Yeah, I think it's a good mix of bans for the side of A77 to take out the Natan. I do think Harith could also be a solid option, especially since you have to soak and deal with the Kaja coming through. Other picks that could be viable, the Claude can go onto the backside. There's also that early game damage where you could go for a Brody or a Clint or a Bruno to be able to kind of shove out the carry. But the side of A77 goes with a utility jungler. I think this fits Tarzan's style quite well, especially after the Fredra and the Brats being taken off the board. It gives a lot of this CC to pair up with the Divine Judgment, not only the single target. Now he's going to have an AoE disruption to be able to set up ISO quite well for a majority of the team fights here.
Yeah, and right now I agree with the Harith. I'm actually looking for them to kind of probably pick that up here. Claude, while I like Claude, I feel like he would have been better into the Faramis here. He's still, right now, I kind of feel like he's kind of squishy, especially with an Akai out there. If he can get into the back line, I feel like he might get bounced around there. We do have the Brody and the Dyroth pick up here. So that's going to be very interesting engage for Fiends. Dyroth, as we all know, is just that ability to burst into tanks, to lower down that armor, to be able to get that kill very quickly, and it shines in the early game.
It definitely shines in kind of the pick off combination of, you know, getting the level 4 early, looking for an engagement, going aggressive, going for like a 2v2 situation on the XP or even the gold lane. It provides a lot of the kill pressure for the side of Fiends to be able to just kind of just walk around any lane and to be able to get the disruption it's needed, and especially paired up with the early game kind of disruption CC kill pressure of all the lanes, right? Faramis has the pull, Kohari has a stun, you know, into his ultimate. Also, the CC provides a lot of kill pressure, so Fiends actually has a very aggressive draft. But the response is going to be the Grok paired up with the Akai. That's a lot of frontline armor that Pro Destroy kind of has to go through in order to pick up a kill or two for the game.
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting thing here. You've got that sizable front line. You've got Akai with the heavy spin. You've got Grok with the wild charge. That's going to be able to kind of burst through the lines there. It's going to take a very mechanically gifted hero to be able to kind of burst through there. Pro Destroy, we've seen him on a Fanny. We're going to see if maybe he can kind of make up the distance on this Dairoth as well. My concern though is for Brody. I feel like some of those heroes that can dive into the back line, that give him an opportunity, he can stun them, create that distance, but I don't really think I see that here. If you get wild charge, there's not much of a reaction time that you're gonna be able to use with Brody. But ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be match 1, Area 77 taking on Fiends.
Yeah, so one of the things that I'm worried about for the side of Fiends is that who is going to be the one that takes the Divine Judgment, or who is going to be the one that takes the heavy spin, right? It can't be Magic every single time, and you already see a small lane clear for the side of A77, of course, with the Valentina and the Kaja. The sustain, the AoE burst, magic damage early on. Just be able to clear the lanes early, get the first rotation in for this game.
Yeah, I mean, both teams kind of a pretty standard opening for them. A little bit of engagement at mid, but more or less both teams just saying hello, kind of feeling the distance between each other. You see Pro Destroy is going to be able to pick up that Lethal Wanderer. That's going to give them just a slight advantage when it comes to these the ganking power and at what time.
And you could definitely see the side of A77. They're looking to go a little bit more aggressive onto the top side. Jay, Flicker.
Yeah, Flicker's out, but that's not going to save him from Pro Destroy already with a kill under his belt and a first blood for Fiends.
Yeah, Fiends with a great opening from the Faramis. Just like kind of what I was saying, right? The Faramis has the kill pressure, the Dairoth, especially early on. Even with the Flicker on the Kaja, has a lot of kill pressure for bot.
Uneven, heavy spins into the enemy tower. That's going to be 1-1 apiece here for Area 77 and Fiends.
A little bit uncharacteristic from the side of A77 though. Typically, a lot of the utility jungles like to save their ultimates for the objective. And as you can see, Fiends on the side, since he does know there is no heavy spin, decides to go in and try to sneak this objective.
Ooh, and Tarzan comes in. What a play! Yoreshi gets the nice stun, and that's going to be enough suppression out there as well. Pro Destroy looking low. Here comes the Nether Realm for the save, and a wall cutting off his escape. Uneven here, trying to pick up the defense, but that's not going to be enough to save Pro Destroy. Jules Cutie in a little bit of a bad way. Nether Realm activated from him, and that IMU is going to create an escape for him. That's going to be 1-2 in favor of Area 77, who picks up a turtle along the way.
Yeah, huge underrated impact from the XP laner. Yoreshi gets the flicker and the knockup on to the Dairoth, hits him with the stun, the retribution comes through, and then seals his life away with the wall. You know, the Nether Realm was there to save, but A77 was just waiting patiently, and now even with the small advantage on the gold lane, they got the objective. They have the lead in the gold side. It's going to be a very hard match for Fiends to come through from the snowball.
Yeah, it's crazy the amount of, it was a simple move, but the amount of timing it took for Yoreshi to plan that right when the turtle was supposed to be retried, and that allowed Tarzan to come in and get the retry behind him, and then they go ahead and punish the Fiends. It's just remarkable. We were talking about mechanical skills on some of these heroes, and we're getting a first-hand view of it.
Yeah, and this is not a typical XP laner that we see, right? Grok used to kind of be quite good, especially since he got the buff where every armor he gets turns into a little bit of damage. But this time around, he's taking a Grok on the XP, already having a lot of impact, and even looking in the jungle position, he's, you know, annoying the side of Fiends to kind of push them back into their own jungle here.
Yeah, right now. And the clearing speed right now with your Reshi, he does leave that lane alone, wanting Jules Cutie to go ahead and pick up those minions. We do have an engagement here. Oh, a nice little Divine Judgment does lock on the Magic, who gets popped up and taken down. This right before the next turtle fight as well. Pro Destroy and the rest of Fiend's going to have to back up a little bit here. As you see, your Reshi well into the back line, giving Tarzan a huge amount of area to deal with this turtle. Is he going to be able to get it uncontested? He is. And now they're turning their sights onto the rest of Fiends. Big heavy spin has Pro Destroy pinned against the wall. Even with the Nether Realm, isn't going to be enough. You can see the rest. Another Nether Realm coming out from Area 77. No kills just yet. Chirobami in a little bit of trouble, gets taken out by Tarzan. Big Minoan Fury lands from Magic to counteract it as Uneven picks up a kill onto Jules Cutie. Tarzan goes down next.
Honestly, A77 had a great fight there. They were able to get the objective, no problem. They even got the Nether Realm to pop before their own, but a little bit of an over-engagement along with Magic not popping his ultimate in the first fight when he got picked off. He was able to use the Flicker along with the Minoan's Fury, knocking up 3 member, punishing the fight coming out from A77. Now, Fiends still are down about a 1.4k gold lead, but I feel like with the kills here and there, along with kind of a reset in the lanes, I think they're able to potentially find their rhythm in this match.
Yeah, I mean, it was, a nice little Divine Judgment there on the Pro Destroy. He might not be long for this world. Speedy Light Wheel chunking him down, and he's still able to find himself an escape. Magic there for the cover just in case.
Yeah, the shredding coming out from A77 is quite good. You know, Isa, it feels like he's already quite online here, paired with the Divine Judgment, pretty much almost one-shotting Pro Destroy in that jungle, but he was able to get out of that alive. The side of Fiends get the push on the bot side, so the first tower does go in the favor of the kids.
Ooh, I'm seeing a lot of focus here on the Magic. I mean, you see him out there. That's the big tank out from the side here. Pro Destroy locking on to Tarzan. Is the rest of Area 77 in position to help him out? Chirobami comes from the flank, and we're going to have no deaths here as both teams decided to reset on the map.
Yeah, I think, you know, both teams are looking to play a little bit slow, but Jay here.
Oh, Jay gets caught in the middle there, and this might be a wrap as he eats a full ultimate from Kohari. Now we're continuing on at mid as you see the 4 members of Area 77 trying. Oh, Yureshi gets pulled back a bit. Big pop up from Magic, but none the wiser as we continue on with a fight here at the Turtle. Both teams in a good position. I want to say Fiends have the better one here. Area 77 looking for an opportunity around all the way around the back. 50% on the Turtle. Tarzan caught up there into the middle now. Is that going to be enough? Turtle looks like it has been reset. Tarzan pulled back. Heavy spin to get himself out of harm's way. Look at the damage he's taking. This might be a wrap as he gets eaten up by Kohari.
And Kohari actually was able to live the wild charge here.
But yeah, wild charge into another realm. Kohari almost got taken out there, but as Kohari doing Kohari things, able to find himself an escape and slip on through.
Yeah, it's a good plan coming out from A77. They did end up losing the Turtle along with their jungler, but on the boss side, ISO is able to get a lot of real estate there, but the reinforcements are coming back.
Yeah, JQT does get pulled back a bit. He might not be long for this world. Big, oh, nice little flicker there. Gets him out of that last pop-up from the Minoan's Fury. Is trying to look for an escape. Gets popped up and eaten up by Pro Destroy. Now minions crashing down at mid as the rest of Fiends looking to also get this purple buff. And just like that, things have flipped on their side for Area 77, who looks to be on their back foot.
Yeah, this is not really the A77 that I traditionally see. They love to group as a 5-man. You can see Yureshi constantly coming from his XP lane to join the team fights on every objective. But this time around, ISO has decided to stay on the bot side. And without ISO, the Divine Judgment really does not do much besides a single target suppression. So A77 a little bit misjudging their fights here.
Oh, JQT does get pulled back, and he's going to get greeted by a full ultimate from Kohari. Uneven in the front line there. Actually looks to be taking a heap of damage. Is he going to be able to get away? A dash finds him and escape. Heavy spin into the wall. Finds a kill onto Chiribami. The rest of Area 77 taking the fight to Magic, who is not able to find an escape. And we are tied at 6 apiece here.
Yeah, it's a good fight timing coming out from side of A77. Just as I feel like both teams are looking to kind of slow down, both sides are making some rotations mistakes, right? It's a little bit of a risk for Fiends here.
Yeah, I know, Jules Cutie. I mean, I feel like uncharacteristically, we're seeing a lot of Area 77 get caught. You talked about it before. They usually like to rotate together in a big group, and I've been seeing them get caught a lot here in mid or in the jungle, which is really kind of setting off a few of these engagements.
Yeah, I think both teams are just kind of warming up, but the kill score is already 7-6. Fiends is able to come back in that category, and now the Lord is coming down. The wall comes through, but I think they're gonna try and go for this here.
Yeah, Tarzan in a great position. Heavy spin is out, and a big pop-up lands. Tarzan able to get the retry onto the Lord. The other realm is out. Uneven finds a kill. Kahari finds another one onto Tarzan. The rest of Area 77 trying to create some distance in the front. Uneven gets pulled back with a Divine Judgment. Is that going to be enough? That's going to be a kill for Jules Cutie. So 10-7 in favor of Fiends.
Yeah, Fiends was able to find a great fight there. Unfortunately, the wild charge paired up with the heavy spin was just a little bit too much for Pro Destroy to kind of get into position, right? This is kind of what we talked about with the Dairoth. It doesn't really have that CC immune. Maybe Martis could have been a solid choice here, but Fiends have still proven that this Dairoth is dealing tons of damage. 2-1-8 is his scoring. Kohari with a 5-0-1, a complete clean skill. And A77 has not found a way to shut down the Brave.
Yeah, and that's the big thing here is you're still able to get objectives, but after the objectives are over, you're in such a bad position that Fiends every single time is able to turn around the engagements to where now they have the lead 10-7.
And honestly, I feel like both teams have been kind of back and forth in this game so far, and none of them are winning every single fight, right? It's like kind of like a 50-50 situation. It's either Divine Judgment gets the pull out early, Yorishi gets a good setup, or it could be Kohari on the backside dealing tons of damage. 10-7 is the overall. We're heading into this mid to late game, and you can see the damage popping off for multiple members for the side of Fiends, but coming in.
Wow, and a big counter engagement there for Magic, followed up by the Nether Realm. This might be in a bad way for Area 77. They do lose 2 members, and now getting chased to their mid tower. Tarzan taking a heap of that damage. The torn apart memories not enough to tear him down, but are they going to be able to protect this mid lane?
No, they're definitely not going to be able to. The 5-man siege coming out from Fiends, looking to grab more real estate here. Yeah, the tower should be able to kind of defend this, and Fiends should look for disengagement. But I just want to point out that Pro Destroy, he was able to hit his ultimate through Magic's setup over the wall, hitting 2 members, completely destroying and shredding the side of A77. A well done for the kids on the block, and a very good team fight for the side of Fiends.
And they're even at a point right now where they're not even worried about the Divine Judgment, because as soon as the Divine Judgment comes in, Magic comes in right away with that Minoan Fury. That gives Pro Destroy enough time to line up that Abyssal Strike to take out as many members as he wants. So, I mean, a great plan right now by Fiends, and maybe something that Area 77 needs to consider as the game moves forward.
But for the side of A77, they do have the Flicker available along with the Divine Judgment, compared to Magic, where his Flicker is still off a 40-second cooldown. The Lord is coming in 10 seconds. The side of Fiends are actually quite smart. They're not looking to group up just yet. They wanted to pressure out on the top side, and now with the Lord spawning, I'm not sure if Fiends is actually going to be able to take this 50-50, because quite honestly, you know, the heavy spin and the wild charge come out from the Grok, every single objective has still been inside of the aliens.
Well, we do know that they have vision on Grok and Cecilia and CC up at the top of the top lane here. So both teams kind of taking their time, hiding in their bushes. Tarzan going to go ahead, bait out the Lord a bit, see what he can create from the sides of Fiends. Right now, it does look like he's being very patient, dragging out the Lord a little bit. Do have a little bit of a pop-up that lands. Divine Judgment lands up at the top. Uneven gets hit with another Nether Realm that is out. Nether Realm comes out for the side of Area 77. Minoan Fury as well. Big wild charge from Yorishi into the back line allows ISO to find himself a kill as well. They get answered back when Uneven takes a kill onto Tarzan, and this might be bad. Jules Cutie finds one on the Pro Destroy. That is both retries down for Area 77 and Fiends.
A little bit of a miscommunication, a little bit of an overestimation from the side of Pro Destroy, looking to grab onto that carry, but I think ISO had the win available, but a fast Lord sneakily coming out from Fiends, and this was just pretty much based off of Kohari and Uneven's damage. They're able to kind of sneak one past A77, who have the members advantage. So, you know, kudos to the side of Fiends. They're able to take up this Lord, and it's going to give them a great advantage, especially when you look at all the towers for the side of A77. It's already quite low in a bad position.
Yeah, and Churibami actually able to sneak away with that purple buff that Area 77 was trying to sneakily get, and he's still able to kind of press his advantage. And speaking of pressing your advantage, Kahari 6-0-2 right now, an unstoppable force, especially when compared to ISO, who's taken 2 deaths and does take a little bit longer to kind of come online. Right now, these fights have been all Kahari.
Yeah, and I think one of the most important things for whoever is trying to win this fight is how do they engage and how does the re-engagement look, right? You talked about how the Minone's Fury blocks out pretty much Divine Judgment. Whenever he goes for that flicker conceal play, the Minone Fury is going to be in position to zone away the rest of the members here.
Oh, not in a good position. Magic, as we were talking about that, Magic out of position, not able to save his team member, but Churibami going to be right back up on the map with that passive for Ramis. So still signs of life coming from Area 77.
The reality is that the target that we're looking for? Is that worth it? Yes, I understand. Churro is a mage, right? The Faramis is a very high priority target, especially when you look at the damage charts. You know, the Faramis is the only magic damage on the side of Fiends, and they A77 have to worry about that. But the heavy spin quite early here.
Yeah, I think I want to say a little bit of frustration coming out from Tarzan from Pro Destroy, who was able to use his ultimate to snatch up the buff from him. So heavy spin came out. Want to say a little bit of anger there, but not able to make anything from that, unfortunately, for Area 77.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened there. A77, they definitely have to regather either their mental strength or their shot calling, because quite honestly, there's no damage besides what's coming out from ISO, right? Jules QT has a burst here and there. Grok, you know, you have a little bit of burst, but the main damage source is ISO. A77, they must find a way to set ISO up. They've done a great job leading up to this point, but they have to do an even better job to stop the snowballing, because Pro Destroy, he shuts down any of the tank in the front, right? Kohari, he can put himself in a bad position. They have 2 immortalities, one on Uneven, one on Kohari. It's a very, very hard way to try to shut down Fiends here. And I do think A77 have what it takes, but the execution right now is just not it for them.
Well, it does come down to kind of, I want to say what it comes down to their compositions and how quickly they can execute that with the composition. Sure, you can land the Divine Judgment, but ISO, pretty much ISO and Jules, your only source of damage there. It's going to take them a little bit of time to be able to burst somebody down. If it's not Churibami, they might have even a little bit longer time. As we talk about that, JQT does get caught there. Oh, Minone Fury with the flicker, not able to catch JQT, who's going to use that flicker, his own flicker, to catch himself a little bit of an escape there. Up at the top, Pro Destroy taking on Tarzan. Out Jules Cutie, big pop-up land. Churibami coming into the midst of this fray. This is a 2v4 right now as ISO comes from the flank, but you can see zoning out. Magic has locked eyes on the ISO. He's sitting here at the Lord, sitting at about 50. Oh, he do have a little bit of a pause now. The Nether Realm is out for the side of Fiends, and now incoming Pro Destroy looking for a kill on the ISO, who is able to zone himself away. Heavy spin right now does have Unevens in a bad way, who does find a kill onto Tarzan. ISO next on the docket. Immortality has been activated, but he is not long for this world. There are 3 down for Area 77 as Fiends very dominant with that last Lord engagement.
And there was no Minone's Fury in that fight. The side of Fiends, they kind of just like womp these guys through. They're able to shred down pretty much multiple members, get the push going. Now Yurishi is soloed on the boss and he deals tons of damage, but the mid is going to be open. I don't know if they're able to defend this. That's a 3-4-man unit there.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Yureshi's going to be able to. You can see right now that Uneven's not going to let Yureshi teleport back. He's chasing him down. This is a wide open core. This could be Fiends all the way for 1.
Woo. Fiends with the opening match of today. The caster votes, I believe it was 4-2. and I'm the only one that's voting for Fiends, so I'm super happy here this time with the results. Fiends able to take the victory here, even going up against, you know, quite a well-rounded draft coming out from A77, but the snowballing was just a little bit too much, right? Pro Destroy on the Dairoth, shredding people left and right there. Kohari with the early game Brody. There's just kill pressure coming out from both sides, and you know, not to forget Chiro on the fair miss, the magic damage. The only source was so good there, and of course, you know, all the members of Fiends quite played well there.
Yeah, and it just felt like there were more boxes that Fiends checked when it came to the damage during these engagements, especially with that last engagement where they weren't even able to kind of stand the line. All you had to do was wait for Fiends to kind of charge the line. You have the Abyssal Strike coming out from Fiends, and then you have just the rest of the damage, especially from Kohari, who I want to say went about 8-0 here, which is amazing for especially taking on a team like Area 77.
And I also do want to point out, right, the Minotaur versus the Kaja matchup, we've seen this quite before. I definitely feel like with the buff of the Minnow has pushed a lot of the solo suppressions away, because the AoE counter sets have proved like quite useful, especially going up against a single target suppression. And then when you take a look at the XP lane, right, Yurishi's impact was immense the first like 12 minutes of the game, but unfortunately when it came down to those last few moments, you saw Uneven able to push the Grok out during that Lord team fight. He was able to defend the lanes by himself, and quite honestly, you know, the front line, it just from the side of A77, they just could not get ISO in place to deal the damage that he has built up for the first 12 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head when it came to that Divine Judgment, especially when it comes to Kaja picks. I was talking about it earlier. You got the Minotaur, you've got other picks there that can set and almost kind of punish your own team once you get that Divine Judgment, because they're all looking at that one target that's coming in, and they're not watching that incoming is that Flicker, Minnow, and Fury. It's going to set your whole team. I feel like at the beginning, they also had a lot more luck when it came to Grok landing the sets. Yureshi able to get some of the sets in the early game, which kind of put them on a back foot instead of, I want to say, initiating some of these fights with that Divine Judgment.
Yeah, and you know, with this win for the side of Fiends, they're able to go up to 9 points. So the first team of the night to kind of break that 8-point three-way tie. And you know, now I'm not saying Fiends should, you know, lose the next 2 games, but even if they do end up losing the next 2 games, they will tie against A77 at both 9 points each. So very, very strong victory for the sides of Fiends, especially since, you know, Private, we're past the halfway mark here.
Yeah, and this is kind of where I want to say both teams, we were talking about before about how some teams need a little bit of time to kind of get that synergy up to start rocking forward here. And Fiends are really kind of taking a full sweep here when it comes to how well their synergy is, how well they're able to engage, how their rotations are. Area 77, I want to say, kind of starting to lose a few steps here. I want to say here in the 3rd week.
Yeah, and I kind of wanted the items to kind of stay up a little bit longer. The side of Fiends picked up 3 Immortalities quite early on to deal with the Divine Judgment. You know, there was that one moment where the Divine Judgment hit the CC, but the CC had not only the Cold Altar, but the Immortality. So he was not dying in that team fight. Kohari, also another, you know, high priority for the side of A77, does pick up the Immortality. So, you know, they were able to kind of fend off the single target suppression. Now, there's even something a little bit more special. The Dairoth that was picked up from Pro Destroy built Antique, and he only went tank items. He had no damage item. I think it was Antique, Immortality, and something else. So when we saw that the Dairoth was actually shredding a lot, he was just being a very utility jungle that had a good matchup. He built tank, tried to soak up as much, and you know, Kohari and Shirobami here completely cleaning up every single one of those team fights.
Yeah, and especially when you talk about the utility from a Dairoth, who can basically break all of your armor, which means that not just he's not the only one doing more damage, but Kohari's the one who's going to be doing more damage as well. So I just want to say like that, such a great composition, a great forethought when it came to that composition. As we take a look at the other stats here, that even though Area 77, I want to say, had more time together, you see 90% team fight participation, just I want to say still getting singled out by Fiends here.
Yeah, and I also want to point out that uneven, like, they were able to set up Pro Destroy as kind of the front line along with the magic as you look at the damage taken to provide uneven the opportunity to build that War Axe early without getting punished in the XP, still being extremely tanking paired up with the Vengeance. You know, the side of Fiends, they just built this well-rounded comp where they have the front lines available. They have two source of high damage, one in the magic, one in the physical side, and it's, you know, high damage throughout the game. It doesn't take time to scale. We're not talking about the Claude or the carry. It's an early game Brody, and when Brody gets the lead, you know, he's able to kind of just dominate a lot of the team fights, get the torn apart memory, have that AoE damage, and especially, again, he paired it up with the DHS. That's even more shredding for the front line that A77 has to deal with the tanky lineup that they had.
Yeah, and a great counter intuitive when it comes to dealing with a carry who does take time. She's still going to be wanting to get those early tanky items, and then even when she is launching off with the speedy light wheel, you're talking about I want to say like 4 hits before the passive actually takes effect and does that huge burst of true damage. So you still have a bit of time that you have to build up and start getting things rolling really fast, and then finally you're starting to deal a lot of damage, and you can't do that when you're so far behind, especially with Kohari taking off right at the beginning of that 6-0 and 6 you saw there, and I want to say the points almost doubling ISO there.
Yeah, I think the side of A77, for them to try to find the win strategy here, right? I think the draft was set up quite well. It was just unfortunate that they had so many things that they could pile on to the Kaja, especially when he's looking to get that set. We saw some clean pickoffs, right? The conceal flicker, you know, grabbing up the fair miss, but then again, the fair miss just spawned right after. That's kind of when, like, I started questioning, hey, is that actually the right idea? Maybe we got to go for the Dairoth to get the objective. Maybe we got to go for Kohari, pop the immortality, get him on his back foot, right? So side of A77, they kind of have to go back to the drawing board, try to see if they could find a way to counter the aggressive style that Fiends have, because quite honestly, this team is one of the underdogs of the season, and we haven't seen them play against the top teams, but their performance and their way of dominating and taking a win against pretty much the top 4 contenders is proving them to be worthy of that contending spot this season.
Yeah, a great amount of, I want to say, yes boxes checked for the side of Fiends there. And even if they did find that, I want to say that divine judgment onto the Dairoth, you were already pointing out that he did build a bunch of tank items on there. So it would have taken them a little bit of time to kind of burst him down. And meanwhile, you're going to have them and No and Fury coming in online. It just overall, it's a very fascinating and I want to say a great composition put together. Not a bad composition for the side of Area 77, but just a better one by the side of Fiends and a better game plan. And that's something that Area 77 is going to have to think about here during the next draft.
And, you know, I also want to say that Jules on the Valentina, especially when they turned the early game fight, I thought that was great. It was an overextension, but then they ended up getting punished for it, right? They popped the cold altar. They chose to dive onto the top side, past their river, and then ends up getting like 1 or 2 kills traded, right? I feel like they definitely had the lead. I definitely want to see Jules stand out a little bit more. I wasn't able to kind of see the impact of the cold altar winning a team fight for the side of A77. I think Jules is going to be one of the key focus for them to kind of find the victory in this next match.
Well, we are going to start with Area 77 on the left. They're going to have first pick here as well. We're going to see if that changes up some things when we come to the draft priority here.
It's a very standard opening, going up against the Fiends, who have, you know, upsetted teams with the Angela, especially since they have great Joy players. They have great CC players, which both paired up with the hard guard is quite crazy. So it's a very standard opening for side of A77. They take out the fair miss, which Chirobami, I do believe it's either top 1 or 2 in damage dealt with that hero on the last game. So great target bans coming out from the side of A77, but still a lot available for both teams to play around.
For me, even outside of the draft, I want to say like it's coming to a point where when you're facing Fiends, there needs to be some type of focus or plan made for Kahari, honestly, because you cannot just leave him alone in his lane to farm up, because if you give him an inch, he's going to be able to take a mile from it. We've seen how aggressive he is. Maybe we gank the lane early, make sure that we're keeping pressure on him, because we've seen it. Even if he's back, or maybe he's alone, or if he's down, like I want to say 2k gold, he's still gonna have that same aggression. So I mean, it's something that you need to kind of work towards. There needs to be an answer for it, basically.
And for the side of Fiends, though, I do want to point out that Kahari has been playing quite consistently on the 4 marksmen, right? Brody, Bruno, Claude, and Carry. Now, in these days of meta, especially when we're in a way slowly transitioning away from a utility into a possible assassin jungler, we've seen the Joy come out, we've seen the Nolan come out. With these very aggressive physical damage dealer, I kind of want to see Kahari to see if he's willing to go for more of a Harith or a Natan route. It could spice things up, but again, Fiends have a winning strategy that they're quite honestly happy with, right? Chirobami gets the first pick on the mage. Once again, he took the fair miss on the last one. This time he gets to choose for himself, and Kahari this time kind of biting the last match, picks up this carry. I think he's trying to go for a small TED talk showing how ISO how to deal with this hero.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say, especially matched up with a Claude here, both of these characters kind of start coming, they come online around the same time, about mid-game, once Claude still needs, I want to say, around the 3 items. Carrie, she's going to start off with those defensive items and then start building into Endless Battle. And then once the Endless Battle comes on, then she starts kind of dealing just a little bit more damage, becomes a bigger sense in some of these team fights. So I want to say both of them kind of come online at the same time. It's gonna see if there's any kind of change here between Area 77 and Fiends, if there's going to be some type of focus onto this marksman lane here. We're still waiting for JQT for that final pick up there, and we're going to go ahead pick up the Vexana.
Now, Fiends have a couple options. They could choose to deal with Yurishi, give Uneven a good matchup, right? Uneven has been so proficient on this CC that definitely know that he has the export to kind of deal with the damage. I'm not sure if that's going to be the route that he decides to choose there. Now, Kahari, I just want to mention something that may not be 100% correct, but he is that person that takes the weakness finder and goes into the corrosion, the golden staff. I do think it fits with his style, and there's a potential that he might be going onto that route. Now, Magic coming out with this minnow is huge. Let me explain. ISO coming in with the Blazing Duet gets set up by the knockup. It's an anti-engage. There's no way that ISO can get onto the backside without facing the Minon's Fury. And not only is the Minon's Fury available, he also has the first skill, and it gets reset after the ultimate. He has to dodge 3 bullets in order to get a clean Blazing Duet. I think it's a well draft coming out from the Fiends right now.
Basically going to be looking for that Neo side of ISO there if he's going to be successful here. And I agree, especially with the Minoan's Fury there. And then such a wide berth from the Minoan's Fury for you to be able to kind of find yourself an area to get there into the back line. It's going to be very interesting to see how Area 77 deal with it. Starting off the next phase of bans, you see the respect paid to the Fanny and Boxia, focusing on the jungles of Pro Destroy here.
Pro Destroy, he has the option for the Joy, but I also do know that Fiends have been struggling a little bit when it comes down to picking the assassins in the jungle, or even a damage dealer in the jungle. You could look at last game, right? The Dairoth has the ability to build a lot of damage, and quite honestly, most Dairoths will. But this time around, he decides to go for a utility focus, which I think worked out for that game. The Divine Judgment came in. He was living half of those fights. Now, this time around, I'm expecting another utility-focused jungler here. The Akai is also available if they decide to take that up. The Boxia, which also is quite good. Oof. But no, I'm going to eat my words. He's going to go for the risk. The Joy comes out to play, and it's still a great hero here.
Yeah, great hero, especially when it comes to like matching the aggression that you'll get, especially with the damage that comes out from Vexana into that early game. Now you have a very powerful backline dive from Pro on the side of Fiends from Pro Destroy on this Joy. It's going to be able to get that electrifying beats, and you're basically invulnerable to CC. You're going to be running around and just lighting up. Especially, I want to say you're very squishy on the side of Area 77 right now.
But now this time the response, right? I like the Joy going against the Valentina. Valentina got the buff, and the Roger comes out. It's not in the gold lane. Before the match, I was predicting, I'm like, hey, I want to see a gold lane Roger. We're talking about Zia and basic, but Tarzan's gonna be the one that picks up the newly buffed Roger. I do believe got increased damage on the marksman side, the range abilities, but the wolf form got a slight nerf there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I have a little bit of PTSD from seeing this Kaja out there. Because, I mean, you're gonna get the Divine Judgment, you're gonna pull in a member, but then you're going to have to deal with magic again. And I'm wondering what the plan is there for that as well. The burst damage, we do have, I wanna say, better burst damage on the side of Area 77, especially when it comes to the Vexana, the amount that she can put out with the ultimates, and that fear that can come out as well. So I wanna say it might be a little, if at first don't succeed, try again right now for Area 77.
Well, I'm gonna talk more about how I think about the Kaja pairing against Fiends, but just wanted to let you guys know there is a switch, right? The Joy, instead of going into the jungle, it's in the XP lane. But Private, take us in.
Yeah, this is going to be Area 77 taking on Fiends. We're going to see if they can withstand the sweep from Fiends, and if my predictions are going to be wrong again.
All right, this is where I kind of want to come in with the Kaja match. And it's so smart from the side of Fiends to do this. And it's also so interesting that they're able to do this, right? So the Kaja typically is good against assassin junglers. We saw it in the last game, Dairoth was not building damage. He was building tank. So when the Divine Judgment hits, it's hitting onto a tanky member. So when they picked up the Joy was able to flex into the XP and the jungle, which right now we typically don't see a lot of XP Joys, but Uneven is so pro-efficient on this Joy. Paired up with the Vengeance, it is perfect to go up against the Claude, go up against the Roger, who deals a lot of the range damage. Now, the Divine Judgment now has to pick the jungler, which is the Gwen, and, Pro Destroy is going to go tank here. So the draft itself from the side of Fiends, it's just countering the whole entire matchup. But on the other hand, it seems like A77 is dominating in all of the lane areas here, right? Claude getting a good matchup. CC on the bot side pushing out Joy so early on in this match.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of engagement down at the bottom as they are on Uneven very low, and Yureshi going to find the last shots there. That's going to be all she wrote for Uneven, as Fiend's going to go ahead and put a little bit of pressure onto the mid, waiting for this next turtle to come up.
Yeah, as much as I kind of like the side of Fiends' draft here, they are quite heavy on the magic damage, right? Pro Destroy, magic, the Navaria, the Joy, all of them are there. But Tarzan here.
Ooh, Tarzan, very slippery, but still catches a Violent Requiem, and that's going to be all she wrote. Uneven taken down as well. 2-0 for Area 77. Wait, Tarzan got out of that? I don't even know how that happened.
Yeah, I mean... Oh, the Kaja here, Flicker, does pick up Pro Destroy before the recall. But I just want to say the mechanics on that Guinevere was quite good, right? He missed the jump, gets the first skill off, and was able to get the knock up through an auto attack. So definitely very pro-efficient with this Guinevere. But the 3-0 start from the side of A77, the snowball that they have, especially with the Roger jungle. And I know, Private, you were the one that was asking for the Roger jungle here.
Yeah, I do miss the mechanical ability there. Uneven gonna get taken down here by Tarzan as well. Is this the return of Roger to the meta? At least in NA. Oh, big Divine Judgment lands out. Kahari in trouble as Juice Cutie finds the finishing touches.
Yeah, so this is a lot more standard in terms of the opening coming out from A77, right? We're used to seeing these teams dominate early on, winning almost every single trade, especially when they're not going against, the big two, BTK and Gaimin Gladiators. So very standard coming out from A77. But for the side of Fiends, once again, they do have a good comp. But, you know, carry is true damage. And they have multiple magic damage dealers. The side of Area 7, they can build up a Rose Gold Meteor, a Radiant, an Athena Shield with some tough boots. It's going to be so hard for the side of Fiends to be able to get the damage that they're looking for in order to win any of these fights.
Yeah, and right now, especially that we're looking at the score right now, 5-0. A great change of pace from what we saw from last game. I know some people wondering if Area 77 had fallen off. They're definitely trying to change some minds with this game.
And then, you know, the excitement of the high mechanical junglers, right? The Roger does come through and out and play. I know you've been waiting for it. I kind of want to hear what your thoughts is on this Roger jungle to go against the Guinevere on the other side.
It's already such a change of space, a change of pace that I need to see a replay of what happened with that first engagement where Tarzan, I thought he was pretty much just done with the Violet Requiem and went on with the casting and saw that Tarzan didn't in fact die, actually made it through and got his team a 2-0. Now we have an engagement there. Oh, and Turobami gets absolutely dusted by Area 77, bringing it to a 6-0 lead and following up with this next turtle. They are going to go ahead and zone out Pro Destroy and Magic. You see Reshi over there on the back side doing his job as Tarzan finds himself a free turtle.
Yeah, not the best opening for the sides of Fiends for them to be able to wish for. They do opt to go for this early game trade onto the lanes, right? It seems like both teams are quite happily doing that. Kohari in the last game did go to the top side, and this time around it's going to be the vice versa here.
Yeah, Blazing Duet out there. Magic comes just a little bit too late, but ISO has done his job, cleared the lane, and is going to go ahead and catch a quick ride back to the base.
Now, after watching the first game where the carry didn't do so well, and this time around, it doesn't seem like he has the best matchup. It seems like a lot of the teams are struggling to find that perfect pair to, set up for the carry. It could be, focusing a little bit more on utility jungles. It could mean XP needs to pull up with like a Terizla or something that sets well, but not many people are having a lot of success with this hero.
Oh, 4 members down here. ISO might be in a little bit of trouble. In comes Pro Destroy with the Violet Requiem. Is that going to be enough to take down Jay? It is, and this might be the first tower. Oh, actually, no, this is going to be the second tower, so now we are even, and ISO coming with the Blazing Duet. He might not have an escape here. Is going to use that BMI, gets himself back to safety.
I'm just slowly more and more impressed by the side of Fiends to
cheating.
be able to kind of get the punish. Right? Even though A77, they're dominating the game, they have 6 kills. They merge onto the top side, gets the siege. Merge in the mid side, gets the siege there. But the side of Fiends, they're not exactly backing down, right? They chose an engagement on the bot side. They got the pick off that they were looking for, and they pushed the tower. But this is the replay you're looking at.
Yeah, this is the replay. We do see the Violet Requiem come in. Tarzan gets hit. Where did he go? Oh, he used the... Wait, where did he go? He went back and forth into the bushes and still able to get out of there. I can't believe that they weren't able to keep the lock on onto him. A great play there, as we see from that replay.
Yeah, and the mobility coming out from the Roger jungle, right? The ultimate that's able to transform left and right, adding on to some dodge and a little bit of defense with Divine Judgment.
Yeah, Divine Judgment comes out. We were talking about that damage coming out from Vexana. Yoreshi finds himself a kill. Pro Destroy into the back line, but you see Uneven trying to dive in with that electrifying beats, not able to find a kill. Quite a different game from the first, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, I think the trade that the Fiends did on the last phase of the draft, right, where they switched the Joy from the jungle position into the XP to, pull up with the Guinevere as a utility is not exactly paying off, right? The Joy had a tough time on the bot side early on. You can see the snowball coming out from Yurishi. 4-0-4 for this monster. And also the jungler is not doing so well himself. So Fiends kind of small pickle here.
Oh, 4 members. Uneven has to activate that vengeance, but now all hands on deck to try to take on this tower. Out comes the slow from Fiends. Is it going to be enough? Ooh, Tarzan caught with the Violet Requiem. Here comes Jay Cutie and an Eternal Guardian to upset the Fiends as they thought they had a kill in mind, but a great set there by Jules Cutie.
Now, I do want to take a look at some of the items if they're willing to pull it up. I've seen Rogers kind of go for the belt and the Endless Battle, but I'm not sure if Tarzan... Okay, he goes for the Corrosion DHS. This man is going full marksman here. Quite impressive, and it's so crazy that he's not like they're not able to get the shutdown using the Violent Requiem each time, and it's honestly due to the fact that the Roger is just so much more farmed. Level 12 versus level 10, 5,800 versus the 4,000 gold that the Guinevere has.
Yeah, and then when you talk about the, especially with some of the abilities there, the transformation from the Roger gives him kind of a little bit of ability to escape. Oh, it's gonna find a kill on the Magic too. 2 for 1 for Tarzan there, who is just slashing away here, and that is the value. It's been so long since we've seen the Roger in that jungle position. I've missed it.
Yeah, can we set the standard here for now that we're gonna just have damaged junglers, but topside? Kohari getting pushed out.
Yeah, it just right now 10-1 Area 77 at a firm almost 8k gold lead, and this is most likely going to be an unanswered Lord.
Yeah, it should be quite uncontested. Pro Destroy doesn't really have the levels, and the burst coming out from the Corasian DHS now paired with the golden staff. This man is building like he's playing Claude back in like 2020. Like, this man's turning back the time for us. It's a pleasure to watch. Almost 9k gold lead as A77 look to set up this Lord march down the bot side.
Yeah, and I like the setup here too. You have the Lord at the bottom, which means you have a great amount of pressure that's going to come at the top lanes here. So the team has to answer this Lord, which means you're going to have a good amount of from the, you can see already 3 members up at the top lane getting ready to try to push onto this tower.
Not much response coming out from the side of Fiends. They only send the Joy up there. They're willing to give up, you know, some of their outer towers because, quite frankly, the gold lead is just a little bit too much.
Oh, as we were talking about Kohari coming online, he doesn't care. Oh, Tarzan taking a heap of damage. This might be it for him. He's going to use that wolf form to try to get away, but it is not enough. Kohari smells blood in the water, but does get checked by a fear from Jules Cutie, which is going to go ahead and make him create some distance there.
This kind of reminds me of the style that like Basic and Shark used to run, right? They would run this 2-man unit, catch the teams off on the backside. Even with a 10k deficit, they're able to get not only 1 but 2 shutdowns, 1 on Tarzan, 1 on Yurishi, and you know, the side of Fiends now they have the confidence to be able to kind of walk back into the game here, and that's quite huge, especially since, you know, they're able to take the victory in game 1. Now this time it's slowly looking like they're able to negate the snowball and try to find a path of righteousness here.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this. There has to be an answer for Kohari because it doesn't matter how behind he is. There's going to be a certain point where you're going to start dealing with his confidence. You're not going to be able to find him out like isolated in the jungle and think that you're going to be able to get that kill easy. We're at a point now. He already just went up 2 kills there. He's 3-1 right now, and especially when compared to ISO, who hasn't been able to find himself a kill just yet.
Yeah, but you know, at the same time, though, A77, they have dominating lanes. Every single lane essentially won. They're able to win out majority of the small skirmishes. That last 2 pickoffs was the only chance that Fiends ever really had to get a small victory here. But yeah, the Vengeance just pretty much doing the damage itself in J here.
Oh, they tried for the Divine Judgment, but did get caught. Kohari finds a kill there. A blazing duet from ISO, not able to find too many marks there. You can see the Vengeance from Uneven with those electrifying beats, able to put some damage on Kohari on the back line, trying to shred down Yurishi. Might be the next one. And that is it. You can see Kohari. There are no more members for him to take down.
That was a great fight coming out from Fiends. They're able to take 4 members. Tarzan pushing on the top side, doesn't even get the inner tower. And it's, again, a little bit uncharacteristics. A77, for me, has never been that team that, you know, wants to do the banana split, right? But maybe this new lineup is definitely something that they're looking to go for because, you know, that this time it was Tarzan. Last time it was ISO. And maybe they haven't perfected the banana split. Maybe they shouldn't all in and dive. Maybe they should waste time, let the person on the opposite end push out a little bit, waste a couple spells here, and just have vision on them because the execution is not as good as the plan itself in this game.
And I want to say a great plan from Fiends, seeing Jay dive in for that Divine Judgment. They collapsed on him quickly, did not let him get to Kohari, and that allowed the turning point here. And now from a 7K lead down to just 1K in favor of Area 77.
Wow. They were able to turn this game around, but, you know, ooh.
Divine Judgment comes out. Minoan Fury looking for it. Big damage coming on the Fiends as the rest of Area 77 is going to have to back off. Kohari doesn't care, though. Look at the damage coming on the Jules Cutie. Able to shred him down. They thought it was over and they were safe under tower. Kohari wags his finger. And now we have a full frontal assault onto the top high ground towers of Area 77.
I do want to say this, though. When I first met Kohari back then, he wanted to play mage, but when he was playing onto the gold lane, especially the carry, it was almost like we just wanted Kohari to go, and look at him going again.
Yeah, Magic there deep into the back lines, going ahead to push out the rest of Area 77s from this mid tower. Tarzan doing the best he can to lay on the pressure and the amount of damage he can do. You see Kohari here matching with that speedy light wheel. That is another high ground. There is nothing left in between Fiends and the core right now as lanes are beginning to synchronize.
I do want to see the items on Kohari. It's looking like he did pick up the belt for a little bit of CC, but damage is coming out.
Yeah, this might be it for the side of Area 77. You can see down to about half health is the core. This could be it for the Fiends with a sweep against Area 77.
I'm shocked. I am completely shocked, Private. Fiends able to upset A77 in a fashionable way, a 2-0 sweep. And we're not talking about like 25-minute long drawn games back and forth. Yes, it was a little bit back and forth, but it just seemed like Fiends, when they have the snowball, when they have the gas on the pedal, they're able to kind of just push through anyone in their obstacle. And A77 this time around is not able to defend their spots. Fiends is going to be moving up the bracket with a 3-point lead, and that's possibly, you know, tying up with Gaimin, Gladiators, with BTK, and also Devious actively putting them up on the board here.
Yeah, for at least the next hour, Fiends finding themselves at the top of the leaderboard right now, and in dominating fashion here. I mean, you can even take a look at the score here, 12-9. It wasn't a full Fiends game, but once they had the lead, once they had the advantage, they did not let go, and they pushed for a quick exit and a quick close to the game.
40% cooldown for the side of Kohari, grabs the belt, grabs the endless brute force and the golden staff. So lots of damage, and you can see he's just using his second skill, dash and gets the auto attack, dash and gets the proc. And I do want to mention though, Pro Destroy and Uneven, even with the 0-2-0-3 early on, Uneven didn't have the biggest impact in the late game, but I want to say Pro Destroy's Violent Requiem setting up, getting Divine Judgment, like he is taking and soaking up all the damage. He played that utility jungle perfectly. Now, A77, you know, we love the Roger. Please play that again. That was so much fun to see, but unfortunately, you guys just fell a little bit short in this match.
I want to say there were a lot of engagements, and I mean, even for me looking at it, it looked like you had Kohari down dead to rights, but then he just man, and you can see him taking even damage taken. Kohari not shy to get that stat as well. Gold per minute, damage dealt, and damage taken here. An absolute menace once he got those items. Once he was, and that's the thing. The great thing about Carry and how Kohari played it. Only needs 2 damage items. He can start setting up with a lot of that defense, but as soon as he gets those 2 items for damage, he is ready to rock and roll, and that is exactly what we saw in this game.
And quite honestly, I don't think we've ever seen somebody take the rich guy, the carry, and the sandbag in a match. He's just missing the Forgotten Ones, but definitely a very strong and dominating performance from somebody, quite honestly, that majority of North America have not seen, right? And this guy has played plenty of roles. It seems like he's definitely found his professional role in the industry. The marksman definitely fits his style, and you know, I was kind of talking about how the carry was not finding too much success early on in this series, but Kohari pretty much flipped that switch on me. 89% team fight participation. This man is just taking everything and winning every single fight.
And I want to say that is the mark of one of those really great players in North America. Well, in the world, when it comes to players, when you are able to exist and be successful despite how your team is going, despite if they're on the rocks or if they're falling back, Kohari is just one of those players who doesn't need the team to be successful because he alone in his lane is going to be successful, and I mean, we've seen it already, is going to be that changer from the in the field of battle.
Liz, predictions?
Well said, Private. He is definitely that man in that lane who's going to be a game changer and turn the tides around. I mean, I'm surprised by the fact that Yue is the one who says, ooh, I'm shocked by the Fiends' victory, when you're the one who predicted that. So Yue, tell us, how are you winning in that prediction game this season?
I love my boys, you know, quite honestly. Sometimes you just got to vote where your heart desires, and you know, you shouldn't let anyone stop you from living your dreams. If I want to vote Fiends on an upset match, which I think A77 has dominated this first half of NACT. They prove, and they've gotten the hard matches and they've done well against it. But Fiends here with the fire, with the spark, Liz, like that's so beautiful.
I mean, because you actually voted for Fiends for many of the series, even against the hardest ones. You still have your faith in Fiends. So do you believe that Fiends is on the top, maybe top 2 or even 3 spots?
I always say that, especially a lot of the young teams have to prove. They have to show the results first, and Fiends right now is showing the results on the biggest stage of North America, where prize pool, money, people, everyone is watching in. So I definitely think they're on the way. Now, do I think they are a complete contender? I still think there's plenty of great teams, right? There's DA, there's BTK, there's GG, and BTK now has risen from the depths and come back. So, you know, there's still a lot of games to play, Liz.
Yeah, you is just trying to balance the tier right now. So MVP, of course, is Kohari the Great. The Great. Private, let's take us through some replays and the player.
I mean, Kohari, I mean, even here, doing such a great job of being able to, like we talked about, he doesn't need his team to be successful for him to be able to become, you saw here, this is the start of it, where they really underestimated how Kohari, if they were going to be able to take him down. And this kind of started the 1 to 2 man that, and then I want to say the 3 kills that he was able to get here. They dove for Kohari here, but a great set by the side of the Fiends allowed him that space. And then here, Sniper. He's going to come out on top, just absolutely dominating. Going to take down ISO here, finds a kill onto Yureshi here as well. Two kills here unanswered from Kohari there with that like 1 HP as well. And then here, I mean, a burst down on the Jules Cutie, who didn't even realize, you could tell he's back at base right now wondering about the truck that hit him there, as he thought he was safe under the tower.
And we not only have to talk about the micro that he has, right? He's dashing forward onto plays that I think everyone would start running away. So we're not talking about his micro efficiency, but his macro, his IQ, his game sense, the way that he shots calls, goes into the bush on the boss side, gets a double kill shutdown on 2 of pretty much the most dominating performers in that match. Like, it's a new prince, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, 200 IQ gameplay for sure, Kohari. I can't believe I underestimated him. Or actually, I just voted for the underdogs, you know? A77, I'm all in for the underdogs this season. That's exactly why I voted for Area 77. I'm sure that's the same for Private as well.
It's okay. We both are keeping each other company at the bottom of the prediction rankings right now.
Yeah, no, it's a 50-50, but you know, I got the luck of the draw this time around.
Yeah, I think this season is not the season for me and Private in terms of the sports betting aspect of Mobile Legends. Definitely not the season where you want to place your bets, but I'm so glad that all the teams, they're performing so well, and all the new teams that have risen, definitely a lot to look out for this season.
Well, I do want to say, like, I enjoy the fact that I've been wrong so many times, because that tells me how competitive this scene has gotten, where you don't exactly know who's going to win. I want to say the past seasons, it's been kind of, I mean, there were some surprises here and there, but for the most part, I want to say most people were able to kind of really guess who was the strongest ones. Right now, though, at the top 8 right now, I want to say there's about 5 teams that are just back and forth. It's hard to tell which one's going to go over. Just because Team A beats Team B doesn't mean that Team A is going to be able to beat Team C, even though Team C beat Team B. It's just that even none of the formulas, throw everything you think you know about math out the window, or predictions out the window, because right now I want to say all of these teams are showing just how hungry they are.
And again, this is only the regular season round robin, right? This is not the double elimination. These teams, they're playing for a placement here. And of course, the placement does matter, but it's going to be a complete bloodbath. You talked about the 5 teams. They're going to be meeting each other in the upper bracket and the lower bracket, fighting it out for the grand final spot. So there's just so many games, and we're just halfway through, a little bit past it. But I do think the standings are starting to show the true colors.
Yeah, and even then, they still have the whole season to prove themselves. Even if your standings are looking a little grim right now, you still have the opportunity to come back up. But first, we actually have an interview with Kohari the Great. Ooh. Hi Kohari, what's up? Wanted to interview you last weekend, but seems like last weekend there were a little bit of iffy on your mics. But this time, we finally get you on the screen. What is that? What did you say?
Hello.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Dialing Kohari the Great. Okay, yeah. Maybe the connection is just not there between me and Kohari.
I can hear you now.
Hi Kohari, welcome to the guest. Can you hear me now?
Hello. Yeah, I can find it.
Hello. Wow, congratulations on that definitive victory, Kohari the Great. How do you feel about this nickname that like Trex first called you, but everybody else is calling you now Kohari the Great? Do you feel like the Great?
I don't think so. There's still so many teams to beat, like BTK, GG, Basic. Like,
are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I think like this game ready up for BTK, because I'm just gonna spill it. Like they have the same drop, Tarzan and Bombasade. Yeah. So it's gonna be easy.
So you feel like 77 and BTK play very similar. Sorry to cut you off there.
They do.
And right now, because you just kind of gapped ISO in that goal lane right now, who do you feel like is someone that on the marksman lane that you feel like is a competition for you?
For me, no one. No one can compete against me, I guess.
You really are Kohari the Great. Damn.
Sorry, I just need the confidence.
I mean, looking.
I just need the confidence.
Yes, confidence is very important for winning any lane, really. I mean, mechanics is one thing, but definitely momentum is the other thing. And for Fiends this season, what is you guys' goal? What is your goal heading to Vegas?
I guess so, yeah. We just want to get to top 4.
Well, I thought you were going to say we're heading to MSC. I mean, what are you talking about?
There's just so much to work on before going to the MSC.
I mean, because you guys came in so strong this season, and you did, some of you guys did perform in previous seasons and on other teams, but this season you really kind of cemented all that momentum and then formed that team. Do you guys practice a lot every day over the weeks?
To be honest, no. Like, we haven't even played like this whole week. We only played this tournament.
Wow. Wow, so you're saying that you're just strong. It's just,
I guess,
too strong, too good.
Yeah, because I guess we have the synergy. to beat this many teams.
I agree.
You can ask basic about that. Basic
Anyone? And who do you think is the strongest in your team?
Me, I guess.
You are definitely. Kohari, they're great. Thank you so much for an interview. We're so excited to see you guys' performance. So continue roaring, continue dominating that lane, and we'll see you in the next time.
Thank you.
Wow, the confidence and the composure, I like it.
It's almost surprising, the composure too, because I expected him to kind of come on there and be like, yeah, you already know the deal, especially with how he plays out there. He plays like an animal out there, and to see this very composed, very somewhat modest, he admits that there's still a lot of things that they need to do to grow, and I'm actually excited to see how much that Fiends can grow, not just through this season, but possibly through continued season here in NACT.
Yeah, and you know, back in the days when I used to play, I was able to get top 5 in NACT. So when he said top 4, it like warms my heart a little bit, because I've always kind of used that to aggressively talk to these guys, you know, be like, hey man, like I've been there before. All you gotta do is go into top 4, beat me, and I will never have to speak a word again. And you know, this time around, getting to see these kids to do these things that are like unbelievable, beating, you know, quite honestly, like the biggest brands in North America, like it's so exciting to watch them play here.
Yeah, you is talking like a proud father looking at his kids grow up. And for all the lovely viewers who stayed with us all this time, we have a giveaway for you guys. On the screen, you have giveaway codes. You guys already know the drill. Scan that code, type that code in to secure yourself one of these permanent skins. We have 31 in store, so first come, first serve. Make sure you type that in. We have the Hallowed Lance In-Young Mage. I would want the In-Young Mage for sure. And we have Ruby Dust, a lot of great skins, so make sure you type that in.
Yeah, and you guys already know that Steph Weezy's probably already tried to claim 2 of those skins by now with his fast fingers, so you might want to hurry up as there are a limited supply.
Yeah,
I mean, hey guys, he's not actually typing it in. So don't go in the comments and be like, why is Weezy typing in that skin? No, he's not doing that, guys.
No, I mean, it's a great reward coming out from everyone. It's, you know, a present for you guys, so definitely go gather that up. It's only 31 limited quantities, so hurry up.
Yeah, hurry up, guys. Well, coming back from the break, not the grave, we have GG versus BloodHounds. I mean, road is looking a little rough for BloodHounds with all the teams that they're facing and standing at that 0 gravity, but let's see if they can actually get some momentum from this game. So coming back in the break, GG versus BloodHounds. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you back in 5.
Meet Mr. Bunny! Ta-da! Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
No! It's a decoy! I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
But yeah, that early Black Dragon, a little questionable. An implosion, though, not questionable at all. Or by Toru, killing spree activated. May work in Night Horde's favor if they can keep it up. Mon Force dropping down. Mikasa hit with the stun. Astral Echo connecting to the full team of the Night Horde. From Yato, finds the snipe, takes down Ikoko. Suppression, Winter Truncheon, trying to stop all my foe. Kush still cables the cutthroat on the foe. One more hit. Able to take him down, uses his retribution.
Because Kush has done a great job, and look at him looking to go for that kill on to the Nolan, but he's not going to be able to get it. But the 4 vs 4 fight.
NetherRealm going down, a knock-up over there from T. Mortality being proc double, and Mortality R will fight Toru though, gets that double, shuts down T. Yato finds Nikoko, a triple kill from R's, Mikasa will fall. Yato, Kush by themselves against the 4-man team of the Night Horde. Is this the game ender? Is this what the Night Horde needed to close out?
We're back, guys. GG versus BloodHounds. I mean, for BloodHounds, it seems a little rough for this season. BloodHounds and LEGACi. So tell me, guys, what do you think is going on with these matches? It seems like BloodHounds and BloodHounds and LEGACi can't even get even one game.
They are a team. I mean, as we pause right now, just to take a moment, they are still a top 8 team in North America. They have beaten a lot, especially BloodHounds came through the first week's qualifiers. So they had a pretty hefty amount of wins in their basket. But when we're talking about the top of North America, we've been talking about how that mountain is ever moving. That goalpost is ever getting higher and higher. The standards getting more and more. And it just feels like BloodHounds have hit a lot of hurdles and maybe kind of stagnated when it comes to their skill level for a lot of these teams right now. And there's something that needs to be done there for them to kind of rise back to a team that was steadily progressing, like the FIENDS, like the Area 77s, like these other teams here in the top of North America.
Yeah, I think that's a great point that Private pointed out. For the side of BloodHounds, unfortunately, it feels like they are still lacking in a lot of homework to be done, catching up on the meta, or maybe even like, you know, changing up their style, because quite honestly, right now, they're not really able to compete against any of the top fives in our league. They have to compete against Night Horde if they want to stand a chance. Now they're going up against Gaimin Gladiators, which, you know, quite honestly is the most dominating team. So to you know, try to find a win in this series is going to be quite tough, but I do think that if there is a time to bounce back, maybe not today, but doing the homework and, you know, watching the games and trying to figure out what is wrong could, you know, give them success for the next half of the season.
You're right, and changing the style is one thing, but one thing that they did change is their rosters again. So this week, they have changed up their rosters. Let's see what the change is. We got a swap between Easy Peasy and Templars. Anything you guys want to add there?
Ooh, it's interesting because that is a core role. That's the jungler. Easy Peasy going to be coming in with Templars on there. We already saw just moments ago with Area 77 what's possible issues might come up when it comes to like synergy with a roster swap like that. And here we're taking out the jungler for BloodHounds.
You know, the roster for side of BloodHounds now is going to be Sleeps, Ooga Booga, Boka, Templars, and Ramsey. Now, not to take anything away from Templars, but Easy Peasy has dominated in the professional scenes for quite some time. He's been in almost every single NACT. He always plays those fighters. The Xborg, you know, pretty much is him starting up the meta in North America. But now this time around, Templars has to fill that shoes for the side of BloodHounds on a team that hasn't had kind of the best standing. So, you know, as much as I would say Easy Peasy might be the stronger one in this role, this change of pace, the change of roster might just push them into a better direction and, you know, get the victory against GG here.
I mean, not to put it on GG, but they do have a chance because we know how much GG likes to troll, apparently. So GG might just troll the series and gonna give BloodHound a win. So we never know. It could happen. But let's take a look at GG's rosters if that's ready.
I mean, we've seen some of the videos on the North American Mobile Legends channel here, which greeted us to each one of these members. It's going to be Zia in the Marksman, Shark in the Roam, Hoon mid, Best Player in the Jungle position, and Fried Chicken in the XP.
Yeah, why does Fried Chicken the only one that gets that red and blue on the screen?
Yeah,
everyone else
that
is
nice
just
little glow
normal lighting. Yeah, man, like he's got a nice professional photo done. But again, this is one of the strongest teams in North America. A lot of the ex-members of plenty of different teams, but now all standing together on the same side with the dominating standings of first place. These guys are definitely the contenders, the ones to watch out for.
Yeah, for sure. And like Privates mentioned, like Kohari has always made an impact no matter if the game's losing or winning. Chicken seems like also that addition for GG. And let's take a look at our casters predictions for the series. I mean, any surprises that come out of the pockets? Let's find out.
I know for myself, yeah, we can see all right. Pretty much a clean sweep for GG, and it's not without merit. We've talked about it before. BloodHounds already have hit their hurdles, hit that turbulation, had some holes that they need to kind of work on as a team. And I mean, when you're talking about going against a team as strong, as precise, as sharp as Gaimin Gladiators, I mean, it's no contest when it comes to the votes.
And I mean, for me, Gaimin Gladiators once again have dominated in all the matchups, but once again, BloodHounds with the new roster change might just add that element of surprise that is missing from the dogs over there. And they are going to be able to stand up against the Gaimin Gladiators, but it is going to be a very tough fought out series.
Yeah, and speaking of tough series, let's take a look at the draft, guys.
You brought up a point here about having somebody new on the roster in the jungle position. And one of the biggest critiques that I've been seeing about BloodHounds is how they have this confidence to kind of really go outside the box when it comes to their meta picks. Ooga Booga especially doesn't like to kind of stay inside those meta picks. So maybe we might add a little bit of groundedness, that you have a jungle that you're not exactly super synergized with, which might make you your confidence just a little bit more grounded to the point where maybe you do stay inside the meta. Maybe you do kind of go with those natural, normal picks, which BloodHounds might have a little bit more, I want to say, success with.
And you talked about kind of the out of the box pick. One does get taken off the board. The Hylos gets banned away, targeted towards Ooga Booga. I think it's quite smart here, forcing the side of BloodHounds to play a little bit more standard, right? You talked about how maybe they're going to find a little bit more success playing a little bit more meta. I do think that is correct. But at the same time, Ooga Booga has been that defined character. He pulled out the Hanabi a few times. He's pulled out Granger in the gold lane. The Bellaric has also come out to play. This time around, Hylos, which is considered a bread and butter of Ooga Booga, gets taken off the board. So squeezing the hero pool just a little bit tighter for the BloodHounds to swim around and try to find their groove in this match.
It's very interesting. We actually saw this against BTK as well. They went ahead, banned the Hylos. I think even took out the Valir, which is a staple of Boca Roscoe, who likes to play that, especially into the meta where we have a lot of utility junglers, a lot of beefy fighters that come into play. Valir does come online very nicely for those, and we've seen it kind of taken off the board. We're still waiting on those last two bans from both of these teams.
I do think the Valir might be the outside element that BloodHounds is looking for. But once again, Gaimin Gladiators, especially with best player on the team, is one of the best assassin players, quite honestly, and he's going to be able to kind of just full send and dive. We've seen it plenty of times on his Fanny. He could spark anything with almost any assassin. So it's going to be quite hard for the side of BloodHounds, especially now, and they do decide to ban out two of his assassin picks. So it's quite standard for the side of BloodHounds to defend against the assassin pressure that best player provides just himself there.
Yeah, full force onto those jungle bans for best player. BloodHounds still looking for their last one. Navaria taken off the board for Gaimin Gladiators here. And it's always kind of, this is where you were wondering what we might be seeing, especially from a group like Gaimin Gladiators, who have the confidence, have the skill level to pull off some picks that we might not be too accustomed to here in North America. I know you were wondering about maybe Barat's XP lane. And we'd already seen Roger, but I mean, there's still the option of him being here in the marksman lane, possibly.
Brat's first pick. It's going to be a Brat's first pick. Like, that's the standard of what GG loves to open with. Brax, Vexana, they like to play heavily into the meta. Now, it's not always that they are going to be picking them up in this perspective role. Once again, we've seen Chicken on the Brats, we've seen Yorishi on that, but no, this time around it's going to be Shark picking up this Matilda. It's a very dive heavy focus. It kind of takes out the elements of having a Farsa or Eve or even the Valir that you kind of picked up, which those heroes kind of have been shelved. There's a lot of options that BloodHounds can choose for. We saw a great Kohari carry earlier. We saw the Minotaur dealing quite good in the roam position. The Kaja could also be viable here, but a lot is still available. Vexana, Barats, like, there's so much to choose from for both teams.
Yeah, a very interesting pickup here. Shark picking up the Matilda, which we haven't seen too often this season. But I mean, in past seasons, Shark has been a menace on Matilda, which kind of led into a lot of people's skepticism when Gaimin Gladiators went up against BTK, and Matilda was actually the bane of their existence and actually cost them a victory against BTK, which was a very interesting to watch. So here we see BloodHounds picking up that X-Borg and the Valentina. arena as well.
It's taking away with the Xborg, it's taking away the pressure of having a utility jungle that the side of GG can pick from. Now, it's not saying that it's, you know, it's gonna cure all, right? They could still pick the Barats, which does so well with the Matilda. And you brought up the BTK GG match. You know, the Akai could also be a possibility here. So there's plenty of options to choose from. I do think though Gaming Gladiators may opt to save the jungle for the last pick, because there is not much jungles being banned onto the board, right? If you pick the Barats, if you pick the Fredrin, it is going to be countered by the Xborg naturally, but the response coming from GG is quite interesting. The Lu Yi, which has quite been popularized in the Asia to deal with kind of the counter engagement, right? If members are coming in huddled up group as 5, we call it kind of the Ube Deathball strat. The Louis does super well against a lot of those traditional team fight styles, and Chicken coming in with the Paquito also has been widely popularized in the C server. Definitely coming in, deals, you know, tons of damage against, especially with the Xborg, can burst out Braga armor, and now putting the Paquito up against the Xborg, I think that may be a bad matchup unless it's gonna be the Dinosaur and the XP.
Yeah, yeah, that's an interesting thing here, and especially Lu Yi, we don't usually see her too often in the meta, because while she has that yin yang, a decent amount of CC and damage, she lacks mobility and can get caught very often. But I mean, as we see with that first pick, we've got Matilda, which pretty much makes even the most immobile of heroes like Lu Yi, heroes like Ixia, who have to, or even like a Farja, who have to stand still for their ultimates. You can use that guiding winds to kind of drag them to a safe distance or reposition them. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that is utilized here on Gaming Gladiators. But and that's the thing we were talking about. Paquito still has to burst through both of these, either the Xborg or the Barats. But on the other side of that, you have Lu Yi here, who's going to be able to, I mean, she's going to be able to chain those yin yangs back and forth.
Yep. It's going to be quite tough for the Barats, honestly. He's not going to be able to move too much, especially going against the Louis. The target is quite big on his back there. Now, you know, the side of BloodHounds, they are looking for that marksman and the roam position. There is still plenty of availability. You go for the carry, you go for the Claude. You know, quite honestly, you can pick anything here and it might do well. But for the side of GG, they are missing their jungler and their marksman. So both teams looking for a good marksman pick. So you talked about the Exia, which pairs well against Matilda. I like that with the Corrosion, along with the DHS to kind of burst the Brats from far range. Also dealing with, you know, the Xborg quite well. But there is a lot of physical damage on the side of Gaming Gladiators, especially with the pack on the XP. So a potential setup for Harith and a physical jungle could be a viable option for the contenders of the tournament.
A huge focus and respect here put on the best player, as I want to say 4 bans going over to his picks basically here. So
can't
I mean,
everything,
and
though.
then yeah, well, that's kind of the problem with trying to ban out somebody like best player. His hero pool is so deep. It's like, you could say you could have used all the bans on him and he still has a pretty sizable pool that he can choose from. On Gaming Gladiators there, they're going to go ahead and focus down on the marksman position.
And you know, when we talk about the bans, the Fredrin is still available if he wants to go for that matchup. The Akai, which doesn't do so well against the Brats, is also available for the front line. But I'm kind of looking, oh no, the side of BloodHounds is going to be the one that denies this Harith pick away. I think it's smart. I do think the Harith sets up quite well for the side of Gaming Gladiators, right? Harith doesn't need that set in the front. He could just use the Zen Under Force to kind of jump towards his target. So it fits well with the Matilda, the Paquito, which isn't like a Terizla, which sets up a lot of the front line. But on the other hand, BloodHounds do lack a little bit on the physical department, right? The Barats traditionally does not build a War Axe goes full tank, and the Xborg has true damage to shred down. And just like, you know, what I kind of mentioned, you know, Gaming Gladiators did set up for heavy physical XP for Zia to pick up a Natan, and that's quite warming here because we haven't seen that much Natans yet so far.
Yeah, I haven't seen that many, but the amount of damage he can output, especially from the early game, you just lock on 2 of his abilities, and he's got so much attack speed, and that's something else. I mean, when dealing with a tanky composition, you either want that true damage that can kind of burn through it, or just that high amount of damage, especially magic damage, and Natan fits that bill perfectly.
And a good response coming out from BloodHounds, a traditional counter to the Martis. Even though he can immune a lot of the CC, the Divine Judgment is something he cannot deal with. So definitely a good draft coming out from the side of BloodHounds. I do think they have what it takes to be able to turn the tides, especially in their standings here, but GG is still a very wonderful team. 3 magic, 2 physical on their side. It's extremely hard to defend, especially with the comp that BloodHounds is running.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say a good, honestly, a great draft from BloodHounds here, especially the Harith pick to kind of counter the potential of a carry coming from Gaimin Gladiators. I like it, but as we've seen before, especially with a team like Gaimin Gladiators, it's going to come down to the execution, and that's where a lot of teams, I mean, especially in the giant shadow that Gaimin Gladiators can cast, a lot of teams come up behind. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, this could go either way. It is a BloodHounds taking on Gaimin Gladiators. Game 1. Or we are actually going into a pause. Just kidding. Gotcha. So we have a little bit more time to talk about the potentials of some of these compositions, Yui.
Yeah, so, you know, I kind of want to mention best player on this Martis, right? I've played with him quite a bit before. He is extremely proficient. Before he even went into the Fredrin, the Boxia grind, he was playing a lot of Martis, especially in ranked games. And I had the pleasure to be able to see it for myself and play against a lot of the top teams. And he's done so well on this hero. He's definitely going to have a lot of immune, especially when it comes down to the stopping the Daytona's welcoming. But again, I still feel like there is a little bit of trouble, especially having to deal with the COD, right? Gaimin Gladiators, they don't have the front line to be able to soak up the damage compared to, let's say, Fiends, right? Where they had the Guinevere, where they had the tanky Dairoth, right? So best player here might have to be the Soul Tank, building, you know, the Antique, the Guardian's helmet, the Cursed helmet. I do think that is going to be the option for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. But once again, you said it great yourself. BloodHounds, they have everything that they need to be able to win this game. They have the Divine Judgment. They have the Harith to deal with, you know, the carry pick if it was picked up. But now it's going to be the Natan, which I still think is a great matchup. And also the Barats and the Exborg, the front line that, you know, without a Demon Hunter or even something like a Glowing Wand is going to be quite hard to shred down to the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
One word that BloodHounds are going to have to watch out for when it comes from this composition from Gaimin Gladiators is aggression, especially in that early game. Shark's going to shine out there. As soon as Fried Chicken gets that level 4 on Paquito, he's going to be mashing. Lu Yi doesn't even need her ultimate. As soon as he gets first 2 abilities, she's going to be able to chain together those yin yangs with that passive and do an immense amount of damage. And we've already talked, everybody knows about the early game of Martis and his ability. I mean, we've seen so many savages, I want to say, from last season that he was able to get there. And then we were talking about how a Natan can shine as soon as he can tag together some of those abilities. This is going to be an early game burst. And if BloodHounds want to be successful, they need to be able to back off. They need to be able to read when this aggression comes. And here's the thing. Looking at this team, you might not want to stand and fight this. This might be one of those, as soon as they come, let's rotate, let's move to the other side of the map, find an objective there, and continue doing that until we get to at least a mid game to where we're going to be able to withstand a lot of these shots.
And, you know, you talked about it. BloodHounds definitely need some time to scale, right? Harith, he needs to build up some items before he can really deal a lot of the damage. The Feather comes into mind. Also the Calamity Revamp, that thing comes into mind. The Exborg needs something like Immortality, a Brute Force, War Axe. Those take some time. Boka needs cooldown to be able to spam his second for the Terrify, along with the IMU to have a shorter cooldown. So the side of BloodHounds, they really need to try and play a slow tempo. Wait for Ooga Booga to get to level 4. Don't really need to go too aggressive, even though I think BloodHounds have the advantage in terms of the winning lane. You talked about it. GG, they're a very aggressive early game team, almost like a 5-man small, ball, kind of like the Golden State. Shout outs to them. And it's quite a beautiful comp, right? It does a lot of damage. It has very fast rotation, packed second skill. You have the Matilda second skill. Natan also got a jump himself. So Gaming Gladiators, they definitely have a tons of mobility to be able to rotate around the map, pick as 2, 3, or 4 units, get the banana split going on. And BloodHounds, once again, it reminds me a little bit more of the Ube, right? Setting up correctly with the Kaja, getting the X4 to come out and play, getting the IMU, probably taking either the Decimation coming out from the Martis or the Circling Eagle from the Matilda.
Well, thank you so much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. But now, for reals this time, it's going to be the Bloodhound taking on Gaimin Gladiators, a match one. And Bloodhounds definitely looking for a win here.
And my dream comes true once again. We get the Barats on the XP lane. I'm excited to see how he does. I want to see more Barats on the XP. I think it's quite an interesting hero, especially with the buffs and the reworks. You know, he's been all over the map. The XP, the jungle position, a small early aggression from the side of GG's, but Shark is gonna be able to get away. And you know, you talked about the early aggression from the side of GG. I do think they're gonna take advantage of that.
Yeah, and I do like the collapsing from Bloodhounds. As soon as Shark was seen up there, already 3 members from Bloodhounds there.
And
at the gold lane, just patience from both of them. That's all that can be said there. You see best player in a little bit of a fight with Ooga Booga, looking for that quick escape. Actually might be in the wrong side of dodge as best player picks up the first blood.
A misjudgment. I'm not really sure what happened there with Ooga Booga. He decides to go forward to try to get the eye of the window, and you know, he ends up getting taken out with no trades. But on the other side of the map, Templis, you know, we talked about the raw element, the element of surprise, and he's definitely showing us, you know, even with a sub in from the side of Bloodhounds, they're able to, you know, go head to head against one of the best teams in North America.
Yeah, just got a kill on the fly chicken and plenty of gold being soaked up by Ramses right now onto that tower. So 1-1 apiece right now. Turtle is up.
Yeah, it's 2 minutes in. We're kind of getting into that level 3, level 4 spots for majority of the members. Once again, do you think Bloodhounds' best bet is to, you know, go 0-0 on this turtle? They could try to force a retribution. If they're unable to get it, so what, right? They're much better as a team of level 4s. And it does seem like, you know, they're able to get the turtle completely unscathed.
Oh, but they do start a fight here. Hoon gonna have to execute that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. Ooga Booga still trying to put on the damage on the side. Their best player finds a kill onto Ooga Booga. Another decimation there. That's gonna be 2 for best player, looking for another opportunity if he can put it on the Ramses. Another 3rd decimation, and is he able to find? No! The 4th decimation onto Templis is too early and doesn't find the killing blow.
You know, it is a good trade for the side of Gaming Gladiators to get 4 on best players so early on, but the shutdown came honestly right away. Templis is 4-1 too.
Yeah, and right now Sleep's in a little bit of trouble here. Between 2 members, Sleep actually went back in there. I was afraid for his life there as Ooga Booga comes back here to back up his marksman.
Yeah, he was looking at the gold crab. He wanted to take the 2 little gold that get dropped from it, but unfortunately his HP is just a little bit too small, just a little bit of the greed. But now the jungler matchup is really interesting. It's a 4 kill versus 4 kill, but Templis should be able to shred the Martis out quite well. The X-Borg traditionally does well against any of, you know, the bruisers of Mobile Legends, right? We're talking about the tanky front lines. We're talking about a lot of the fighters. And in this matchup paired up against the Martis, you know, he's gonna do quite well there.
Oh, Sleeps is going to get comboed here, and then you have the circling eagle there. Sleeps in a little bit of trouble. Down lays that Zaman force to try to put down Hoon. And we have 1 kill for the side of Bloodhounds and still trying to continue it on. Boca Roscoe catches himself a decimation. Looking now, Ooga Booga taking a heap of damage. Are they going to be able to find themselves another one? A decimation again, but that's going to cost a best player his life.
A little bit uncharacteristic for the side of GG. Typically, they like to win a lot of the trades, you know, to 0 deaths. But this time around, Bloodhounds is actually getting quite the action here. They're able to take down best player, probably grabbing this turtle without a retreat from the other team.
Yeah, Shark actually in a little bit of trouble here, and they're going to actually find a kill on him. Shark, the turtle, goes over to Templess as well. I want to say as dominant or as aggressive as Gaimin Gladiators is right now, BloodHounds doing a decent job of matching pace.
And it seems like the side of GG's, they have like a missing piece in their draft. I think it might be due to the Matilda, because look at the impact
Fried Chicken caught
they're making.
With a Divine Judgment is using those champ stance to try to get himself and create that distance. 3 members, and Fried Chicken says you're gonna need a few more if you want this lane. Now minions starting to crash in, and Fried Chicken's gonna clear these up quickly.
And we're starting to see a lot of these, trades in lane for the matchups, right? Earlier we saw Fiends and A77 mirroring each other on the match, but this time Hoon's on the backside.
Yeah, Hoon with that diversion. This is the second time he's found himself behind enemy lines, and Shark there with that great pull to put Hoon back to safety. Templess catches himself a yin yang and a lot of damage. Shark and Zia still continuing on the pressure here, but I want to say good save by the side of BloodHounds to clean up the creeps here.
But this is a very tough situation for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, right? When I said they wanted to go 0-0, 7-7 is honestly a best case scenario, especially when the Xborg is, quite farmed. You can see Xborg just himself is just zoning members away, and Ooga Booga on this Kaja has done quite the good amount of work too to, pop out a lot of the spells to make some of the rotations a little bit harder. So, the side of Gaimin BloodHounds, they're holding up extremely well against the early aggression that GG has.
Yeah, the only real difference here is the conversion. Gaimin Gladiators doing a good job of turning these kills and this pressure into towers. Already have 2 towers to the BloodHounds 0.
Yeah, and a good opening for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, even though they're not really up in terms of the kills, overall. They're still getting, whatever that they are looking for, and a circling eagle.
Whoa, Ooga Booga wisely uses his dash to get himself underneath the tower to negate that circling eagle. Templess and Ramses here at the turtle. Boca Roscoe getting zoned out by Shark right now. Zia coming in from the top lane here. Now the turtle being pulled out. Best player looking for an opportunity. Uses that mortal coil, but decides against it. A little bit low is Ooga Booga. Finds himself a Divine Judgment, and they find a kill onto Hoon. Is this going to be enough? Best player still hiding in that bush. Mortal coil out there. Ramses in the front line as well. Circling eagle onto Ramses. A big Detna's welcome lands onto best player. Here comes the last insanity, and a mortal coil is going to get best player out of harm's way. But this does mean a turtle possibly in the name of BloodHounds here. You can still see Shark and best player trying on the backside. Fly Chicken locking onto Boca Roscoe. Best player swoops in with a retribution. In comes Hoom with a diversion to even out the battlefield. And now BloodHounds are on the run. You can see Ramses gets taken down by Fly Chicken, and the rest are going to have to disengage.
I just saw a yin yang overturn on Boca, flickering forward, seamlessly trying to get best player on this Martis. It's a great retribution coming out from the side of Gaimin Gladiators, definitely showing why they are the top team in North America, but it's a very tough fight, right? They have to deal with the Raga armor of the Xborg along with the immortality, which they haven't really had too much success with. They're able to get the immortality off, but the Raga armor is going to be quite tough. And the later these games go, right, the Hereth is just going to get more dashes. Bratz gets more tanky. The impact on the Divine Judgment, picking off a solo member, just gets better and better. So the side of BloodHounds, they're definitely going to be able to scale quite well.
Ooh, Templess Fraga armor is off. He's going to have to back up. Detna's welcome lands on to Zia. He is going to be able to get back with that passive from Shark, who swoops in underneath the tower. Shark taking a heap of damage. Look at the shield he gets, though. And Ooga Booga takes a brunt of the assault from Hoon and those yin yangs.
And, quite cool is Shark is taking the Aegis, and they're able to pick up the Kaja there.
Yeah, diversion from Hoon. He has just been using those on cooldown to find himself a position behind. Oh, Boca Roscoe very low. Best player going to have to disengage. They do find a mid tower. Ramses in trouble right now. Best player is going to use that mortal coil. Oh, we do have a last insanity out. Templess might have gone a little bit too deep. Zia going to find himself some help. Ramses finds a kill onto him, though.
A little bit of a sloppy play coming out from GG. Of course, we expect the best of the best out of the best teams in North America. But once again, they're still dominating in most of these team fights. 4K gold lead, dropping a kill here and there. But it seems like they have the full map in control. Two of the bot lanes is gone. Mid and top outer towers is also gone from the map. So the side of GG, they have the whole map to kind of work around. But once again, BloodHounds, they have a lot in their pocket.
Oh, Fly checking a little bit of trouble here. Oh my God, look at the shield. He gets there and still able to find himself an escape.
And, you know, Shark's getting chunked here.
Yeah, Shark with the circling eagle onto Sleeps, looking to complete it. Now Ramses finds himself a Detona's welcome, taking a heap of damage from Zia. Are they going to be able to find a kill onto Best Player, flickering away from that decimation? Best Players finds it anyway. Onto Best Boca Roscoe. Diversion, in comes Hoon, looking for the damage, but he actually is going to have to flicker himself away from that damage as Sleeps was nailing it to him. Zia finds a kill onto Ooga Booga, and that leads us to a 14-9 game in favor of Gaimin Gladiators.
Now, Gaimin Gladiators, one of the things that they have in their comp that is quite hard to deal with, you talked about it, is the Natan, right? And he's definitely scaling into favor right now. He did die earlier underneath the tower, but you can see his follow-up, his damage, his utility, his mobility is all very, very good for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Let's take a look at some of the items on the board. The Natan has scaled quite well into a lot of the magic damage that they're looking for. Martis, Hunter Strike going into that tank to be that front line for the Divine Judgment, which the side of BloodHounds did use and couldn't even get him off the map. So definitely a good build for the side of Best Player there. You know, it well rounds the team to be able to soak up the Divine Judgment without losing a member.
Yeah, and I mean, you can already see, I mean, the 2K gold lead by Zia on that Natan right now. It's going to start flexing as we start moving out of the laning phase and start moving more into these team fights. Best Player goes in with Immortal Coil. Shark there on the backside to back him up. And now that he has the Flask of Oasis on that Matilda, every single time he dives with that Guiding Wind, they're going to have just a huge chunk of shield for his entire team.
But you can take a look at the defense coming out from the BloodHound side. They have the Exborg. It's gonna, you know, it's gonna be hard to try to penetrate the defense from the side of BloodHounds because they have Harith for the clear, they have Baras to be able to soak up the lane, and they also got the Export to kind of clear the wave. So BloodHounds have everything that they need to have to defend against this. But once again, GG has so much magic damage, has so much burst. The physical followed up on the Hunter Strike from Best Player along with Fried Chicken. It's a little bit overwhelming to deal with if you're side of BloodHounds because they not only have to build magic, they also have to build physical defense here.
Well, and we were talking about a little bit about the synergy. Maybe it comes down to the shot calling as well. I did see that BloodHounds kind of wasted a conceal play at the mid tower. They all kind of hung around and it didn't really seem like they knew where they wanted to go. They could have used that as an opportunity to maybe charge into one of the bushes, maybe find themselves a little bit of a set. But like I said, it might come down to the shot calling as all the team didn't really seem like they were on the same page. Right now, it is about a 7K gold lead in favor of Gaimin Gladiators.
But it's kind of tough because you can see Shark's position. He's not really scared of getting pulled from the Divine Judgment, right? It almost feels like they have the whole map in control and they're willing to kind of just fight it out if they really need to because they're not scared of what BloodHound has to offer right now.
Ooh, Templess almost on the bad side of a diversion from Hoon. He's been using these almost shades of Nicolette from a few seasons ago on that Lu Yi, who used to be so great with those diversions. Haven't seen her use it yet, but Hoon, man, just making a statement for a mage that we don't often see here in North America.
8K gold lead, 14-9 is the overall scoreboard at this 14-minute mark. The first Advanced Lord is on the map. Best Player already taken half of the HP, and Shark using the Circling Eagle, you know, quite sparingly.
Ooh, they do go ahead, bait out the Lord, but here comes the rest of BloodHounds. Big pop-up lands. Detona's welcome. Is it going to be enough? Big flicker from Ramsey's going to have to see him trying to get away, creating that distance, and All right, Gaimin Gladiators, and here comes Zia trying to clean up here in a bad way. He's going to get taken down. He does trade his life with a Boko Roscoe, but this might open up the Lord for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was a pretty good fight for coming out from both teams here. No one really dying in that action. But for the side of BloodHounds, they did lose 2 members for Zia. I'm not sure if that is 100% worth it, but they definitely have the numbers advantage for this objective here.
Yeah, doing a good job here right now, about 10%. Ramsey's in the front line. Tempest coming in. He does have that immortality. Is he going to be able to do something here as best player has already started chaining again those decimations? Immortality has been activated for Tempest. Going to go ahead and try to create that distance now, and being zoned out from this Lord as best player picks it up. Circling Eagle from Shark. He decides against completing it.
He's using that so sparingly, but he's not really dying left and right. He doesn't even have a Purify to deal with a lot of the CC. He has an Aegis to be able to sustain the damage, paired up with the Flask of Oasis, which has shown so much impact, right? He saved Chicken plenty of opportunities. He saved best player. All right, so Shark is playing such a good game here. The side of BloodHounds now with no immortality on Tempest. It's going to be proven to be a target that might be a little bit weak for Gaimin Gladiators to go up against.
Yeah, and even Tempest, his Faraga armor getting bursted down. You see the mid tower going to be taken down by this Lord. Pressure being put down up at the top as Fly Chicken begins the assault.
No way.
Tempest comes in with that last insanity, but the rest of GG wisely backs up. Minions starting to crash down at mid again. Ramsey's in a little bit of trouble. You can see those yin-yangs, the marks already on the team as they have to kind of separate a bit. Minions up at the top, high ground tower. Fly Chicken comes in, bursts down the Faraga armor from Tempest, and he gets taken down, finished off by Hoon. The rest of BloodHounds scattering to try to defend this onslaught from Gaimin Gladiators. They have run out of minions.
Yeah, it's just the team fights are just getting a little bit too one-sided at this point, right? Earlier we did see a few trades here and there. Ooga Booga.
Yeah, Ooga Booga with that nice conceal play there, but in comes Shark with a circling Eagle. Hoon finds a kill and a Shark onto Ooga Booga. That might be all she wrote. There's only Ramsey's left, and he's going to be taken down by Gaimin Gladiators. And this is going to be first game going over to GG.
The amount of times that Hoon was able to get like a 2-3 man stun with the Louis was crazy, right? Side of BloodHounds, you know, once again, we talked about it in the drafting phase. The Ube strats that the X-Borg, the Barats kind of have to do is slowing the side of gaming, is slowing the side of BloodHounds to be able to get a pick off, even an opportunity to win on any of these fights. And you know, Hoon has done so well on this Louis. I don't know if he's gonna be getting the MVP for this match, but definitely in the last few team fights, especially when we go past that 10-12 minute mark, where you know the side of BloodHounds, all they can really do is group up. It's too hard for the side of BloodHounds to be able to deal with the yin-yang overturns, with the marks that's going on. It's just pulling everyone together and wreaking havoc in all these team fights.
Yeah, I want to say when it comes to like raw stats, best player had a huge amount of kills, but that's what you get. That's the value you get out of the Martis. But when it comes to utility, when it comes to being able to get your team where they need to go, Hoon, whether it was him positioning himself behind the towers to get these surprise attacks, these surprise ganks onto the BloodHounds, or even something just as simple as positioning his team, getting them quickly from the base to the Lord. From the base, you saw him use his diversion to get Fly Chicken back to the XP lane so he could help clear it out, really utilizing that diversion, which is something I want to say I've seen a lot of teams sometimes lack when they use the Luyi, is that diversion.
Yeah, so definitely Hoon was able to pick up the carry. Well deserved there with the Louis, dealing tons of damage there. Rich Guy is going to be falling onto Zia, and Shark picking up the Forgotten One. Shark has done a great job in this game. We talked about it. Aegis paired up with the Flask, just so much shield along with the second skill, has that utility, saved so many different members from the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and a lot of the team fights got drawn out to like a very sustained heavy, where you know, if you can't burst down the initial the initial damage, especially when the Xenon Force, the Daytona's Welcoming came through, the last Insanity, when all those spells are getting popped and the side of GG still has the sustain, the Aegis, the Flask, it's a perfect counter because, you know, BloodHounds, they just can't end. They can't win any of these team fights. And you saw GG just completely snowballing. You know, no towers lost, winning every trade, winning every objective, even when they're down. They just played a great game, honestly.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see from the damage here, especially Hoon and Zia. I mean, Zia kind of like, I want to say is one of the other unsung heroes here. It took him a little bit to come online, but once he did, I mean, it was almost impossible for him to stop. You can see the damage taken here. Ramsey's bringing up the boards there, 200,000. And that just tells you just how much was being output by Gaimin Gladiators.
And you know, that's kind of the brats on the XP, right? We saw plenty of great moments where he got the Daytonans welcoming, singled out a specific member, but the anti-engage coming out from the Louis, where he just sets it up right on top of the brats, right where everyone is kind of piling on, it just made the team fight so much more in favor for the side of GG. You know, it's still, I still think it's a great pick for the brats. But in this case, especially dealing with the Louis, it was just too much for BloodHounds to handle there.
Yeah, and not just that, but then you have a Shark on the Matilda line up with that guiding wings right beside him. So as soon as the Detna's welcome is done, you give him a little bit of time while he's stunned, and then boom, he's swooping out with a whole bunch of shield. So it was almost kind of useless on a useless gesture on the side of BloodHounds. But I want to say a very somewhat competitive match for the BloodHounds here, especially in the early game, being able to match that pace. I want to say this is the value you get when you kind of pick into the meta, when you kind of counter out. I want to say the drafts have been a lot better from BloodHounds. It's just like we were talking about the execution sometimes, especially against a team like Gaimin Gladiators. There's nobody that's going to fault BloodHounds for that execution and maybe losing some of the rotations to a team like that. But it's something to take down into the notes, something that can help you improve, especially when it comes to versing some of the other teams here in North America as well.
You know, I do think the side of BloodHounds played well microly, especially when we're talking about the first 8 minutes before the second turtle, right? Before the second turtle, the gold lead was close, the kills were close, not many towers were getting taken apart, but when Best Player was able to pick up that second turtle on the retry, followed along with, you know, the top siege where nothing like there was no punish, right? Gaimin Gladiators got the top siege, they put 3-man up there, Fried Chicken getting the bot side tower by himself at the same time. Like the macro plays where they kind of routed the members, hey, I don't want this bot lane anymore, this gold lane sucks, let's go up top, put the Natan with the Louis along with the Matilda, get that siege started. The Paquito's gonna push the bot side. The micro is just too good for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. They dominated past that 8-minute mark, snowballed ahead, got all the outer towers, defended almost every single one. I think the towers were untouched here. Like, it was a masterpiece performance coming out for Gaimin Gladiators. I know the kills were close. I know they struggled in the second turtle team fight, but they played so damn well, especially past that second turtle, and the macro is just so good.
Yeah, and I want to say the big important thing here for BloodHounds and what that match kind of shows is that they do have that room to grow. They do have that ability. It's just, it's going to take a little bit more sharpening of that sword, especially like we talked about, especially against a team like Gaimin Gladiators, who close out the gaps when it comes to their weaknesses very quickly and very, they close down even any type of issues with their draft. They can close it down with the synergy that they have, their mechanical ability, their quickness that they have with the rotating that we saw there. Especially, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen the diversions used. Like, it was basically on cooldown. He had a plan what this diversion was going to do and how it was going to help the team. Either get him behind a turret, either use it to get Fly Chicken to the lane quickly, either get him to a position for the Lord. It was just, it's something to be seen, especially for a pick that we don't often get to see here. Very standard bans here, except with the exception of Matilda being taken out by Gaimin Gladiators. I think a little bit of PTSD from them from last weekend.
Well, definitely, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, they're gonna look to ban out the Navario, Boca has been so good on this hero, and I think it's one of the heroes that he really desperately wants to pick up. Not sure if he's going to have success with it, but that's definitely a traditional ban against the side of BloodHounds. And he talked about, you know, the traditional bans come out from both sides. The Joy and the Nolan gets taken out to deny best player of some assassin picks. I think that's great, especially since it's a mage-led team, right? The mage-led team from the side of BloodHounds, they want to protect Boca as much as they can. Now, there is still a lot available. The Brats, which I think might get denied here. The Fairness could also be an option for Boca because he just didn't do as well as we wanted him to do on a second pick Valentina, right? It's not a high priority pick that gets shoved quite often, but the opening with a Fairness I think is going to be much better and much more comfort for the captain of BloodHounds.
Yeah, I think we're going to go ahead, probably see the answer here coming in the form of a Valentina on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Oh, no. Very confident with that, Natan. They did like it. I wanted to bring up the wise sage words from Hoon's interview last weekend, which was basically drink water, ban Matilda, which has been their new go-to strategy, I guess, here now. But a pick that we haven't seen too often ever since, I want to say, the rise of CC, the rise of Ruby. Still a very strong pickup though, Terizla.
Now the Terizla kind of points out that the side of GG may be setting up for something a lot more aggressive in the jungle, right? The Terizla has the frontline set. Traditionally, we would have something like a Fredrin or a Kai to set up some CC for the team, but this time around they have the XP on a CC laner, and you know, it's going to provide Zia with a lot of frontline set potential and even best player to let him, you know, play the Fanny, play something a little bit more aggressive. Now, you know, I'm a little bit upset, Zia. Like, why are we not picking the Roger and the Gold? Like, we've seen it so many times in the professional scenes. You, out of, you know, two other members in the NACT, is who I would expect to pull the Roger out for a game. But this time, you know, I'm a little bit disappointed that Natan comes out. He played a great game last game, especially coming out with the last second, you know, getting that double kill, getting that pick up, also on the very last objective. So I'm not mad, but, you know, I want to see the Roger, man.
There are some picks we would rather see out there, but I mean, there is no arguing with how successful he was last game there. I mean, why go aside from what's been working with you? Irithel, another pick that we don't see too often here. Yes. A great kiting ability from her there. And yeah, no, this is another one that we talked about offline that you've been wanting to see here, is that Masha did recently get some buffs, not buffs to her damage or anything, but I believe to what it costs to use her abilities.
Yeah, so first skill, second skill, back then the base damage, the base cost was 24% HP at all levels, but it's starting to scale. I believe it's to 18% or 12%. I may be wrong on the numbers, but it provides a quality of life for the Masha. Now, what the Masha does, for the people that don't really know, is that you typically either build high damage, which I think that's the typical build nowadays, or you build the more traditional tank. And I do think they're gonna opt to go for high damage here. They see the Irithel that's being drafted. Irithel doesn't really have too much escape plans, and added along that, the Masha has the ability to take away auto attacks for a certain period of time as long as he hits the second. It's a good counter for the Irithel, and it balances out the magic and the physical damage that Gaimin Gladiator is setting up. They love to put Zia on a magic damage dealer, provided with some sort of physical damage. So it makes it where, you know, they don't have the problems where the Fiends had, where they had the carry and they had the 4 magic. They won that game, but the draft itself isn't as beautiful as, let's say, the Masha going into the roam position, potentially jungle, we don't know, and then paired up with Zia's true magic damage that is so extremely hard to deal with.
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting thing here. Typically, when we have a Masha in the roam position, especially when it used to be that tankier Masha, right from the get-go, from the early game, Masha was invading, and she was actually pretty hard to deal with in the early game to be able to bring down. I'm actually very curious to see, especially if this is going to be turning more towards a damage Masha, if that same aggression follows with Shark in the early game. Is he going to be able to put that same type of pressure onto BloodHounds? Especially last game, we saw even on the Matilda, where he was trying to put pressure on in the early game, BloodHounds was pretty ready for it and able to kind of close in on him to kind of make sure to zone him out. If you're on a Masha here, which is going to be a little bit more susceptible to getting caught there, might have a few issues if BloodHounds wants to continue to kind of close in around each other and continue to be wary of that.
You're 100% right there, Private. The play style when you compare the Matilda versus the Masha is very significant. Matilda has so many dashes, circling eagle, the second skill. She can get around and get away from a lot of the fights. Paired up with building the flask with the Aegis, that's so much utility that was saved for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. But this time with the Masha, it's more of a kind of like a solo mission. Like, he doesn't need too much. He doesn't need too much of his team. He provides the kill pressure by himself, regardless of any lane anyone is next to him, right? So, but the tricky thing about Masha, especially nowadays, is this damage is scaled off of physical damage. Back then, it was scaled off of tank. It was scaled off of HP. So, building 3 Guardian helmets was so hard to deal with for any one player. But this time around, a little bit more balanced. I'm super excited to see the Masha in action, but once again, it is still a very tricky situation. And the Cold Altar, we haven't talked about that. The Cold Altar deals, it's going to sustain so much to the single target burst that the Masha has. But what Gaimin Gladiators still has, now they have 2 cleavers. They have an X-Borg in the jungle, I think. They have an X-Borg in the jungle, which is going to deal a lot of AoE damage, and the magic damage coming out from Zia.
Yeah, so, and I'm wondering here is they've kind of pretty much ironed Gaimin Gladiators into a Valentina pick here, right? I mean, that's pretty much that's the logical spot where I would go. But I mean, a team like Gaimin Gladiators, who might go for something completely off the rails here. But I mean, they took out Vexana, took out Lu Yi here again, and that's kind of where this is pointing. Interesting that we're going to see the Bellaric coming out from Ooga Booga here.
Angela?
I mean, I do honestly, I like the Bellaric with the Vengeance, especially if he gets that armor for Natan. That means that Natan, if he tries to put that Inspire, tries to use that combo onto the Bellaric, he's going to be doing a ton of damage to himself. And Natan can't really, I want to say, he has a nerf to how regen items affect him. So he actually can't really get a lot of that health back from his items.
I do want to talk about Gaimin Gladiators comp right now though. Shark is on the Masha, Chicken is on X-Borg. Best player is going Natan jungle, right? I do think Zia is going to be the one that is on the Natan, but we definitely have seen Ruby in the gold lane before. Some setups that they could do is Natan in the gold, and they got the X-Borg and the Trizla at mid with the Masha XP. They could do tons of different variation. Do you think the Masha is going to be in the roam position and potentially Natan in the jungle here?
Well, we're going to find out, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be game 2 of BloodHounds taking on Gaimin Gladiators. BloodHounds doing everything they can to try and take this to a game 3.
Yeah, well, we definitely get an exciting match in our second series of the day. It is going to be a Natan jungle XP with the X-Borg Shark and Hoon on this double, front line at mid. It's quite interesting. I'm not really 100% certain that the Trizla in the mid lane is going to be the best option. Understandably, Ruby can go in the gold lane, but you kind of talked about it earlier. The Ruby did receive almost a 50% nerf on the lifesteal he gained. I think it went from 10% to 5% base. So it is a significant nerf, but is it good enough for BloodHounds to be able to get the victory in this game 3. Game 2. I think if there's any chance that they will, this is definitely one of the comps that they could kind of run through, especially since I feel like the BloodHounds draft is a lot more standard here.
Yeah, I mean, but it also comes down to the execution there. We can already see that best player already in enemy jungle comes in with that entropy, trying to put on the damage to Ugabuka, and the rest of it does get dragged in, takes a heap of damage, is going to have to create that distance. He zoomed out of there. Oh my God! And Hoon almost gets emptied out, flickers to safety, but has like 2 HP left.
Yeah, but is this the draft that Gaimin Gladiators is really looking for? I understand, right? You can have the Natan as the solo magic damage dealer, but typically when Natan is in the gold lane, he has more of a utility spell. It could be a Purify, it could be, it could be a Flicker, right? Something that he could kind of escape and pair his dash with. But this time around, it's a Natan with Retri. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to deal with, you could say, the Beleric ultimate, which is quite good, paired up with 2 of the Vengeance that the side of Bloodhound has available in this game.
Well, and that's what I was talking about. Ramsey's actually getting taken down by Fly Chicken there. But Beleric, I mean, with the Vengeance, and I mean, if he gets blade armor as well, best player is going to really have to be careful about where some of those auto attacks start landing, because he's going to be chunking himself down. I've faced it before when I faced a surprise Beleric, and the result is you basically having your own your own down. You see Beleric, Ugabuga charges into here, and you see best player chunking himself down right now with that Vengeance on Ugabuga, who's going to go ahead and run himself down back to safety. Bokaroska pulls Shark in at the edge. They're trying to take down Masha. Last bar of health, that's going to be all she wrote. Ramsey's with the decimation now, trying to chase on to the rest of GG. Finds another decimation. Is this going to be a third one on to Hoon? Ramsey's finds a triple kill here for this next turtle.
I do also want to say this though, Bloodhounds have decided to put Ramsey in the jungling position this time around, putting Templars on the XP. Not to say that the last game, that switch was warranted. Bloodhounds, unfortunately, especially when it came down to that mid to late game, they were just unable to win a single fight at all. So the switch up, once again, it's an element of surprise. It does not always work, but it definitely provides some sort of, element of surprise, and it can give them the win, but it's just going to be quite hard because members are just switching roles left and right here.
Yeah, Ugabuga does catch out, doing a good job of giving vision for his team, letting them know where everybody is. Zia on the bottom side. I want to say outside the box kind of draft here for Gaimin Gladiators, and I want to say Bloodhound's doing a good job of kind of punishing them, at least in the early game here. We're in the opening 4 minutes here, so I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but we did talk about it. I want to say the first 8 minutes of the last game, Bloodhounds had a very firm, a very standard and good, successful game against Gaimin Gladiators.
And I also do want to mention another thing is that Shark died twice on his Matilda in the last game and proceeds to go undeathed throughout the whole entire game. So this opening that he has, where it's 2 deaths, quite standard here. Another third death.
Another decimation. As you were talking about Shark getting some deaths here. Oh, unfortunately, best player does find a kill up at the top lane and is going to get this crab here at the top for some more XP. Ugabuga and Ramsey's waiting, trying to catch Hoon off. That is a Terizla, though, comes in with a Mortal Coil, trying to put on some damage, but penalty zone out from Hoon to put him at a safe distance from Bloodhounds.
The side of GG is struggling a little bit in terms of their rotation setting up for a good fight. That's not to take away that they are still the contending winners of, the game here. It just seems like this comp is not 100% working out. You can even see, Shark not having the best time of his life, especially after deal. And look at the damage that he's doing. It's pretty much nothing at this point.
Ooh, Shark actually takes another decimation from Ramses, who's looking for an opportunity to finish that up. Fly Chicken doing a good job of trying to create some distance there. Turtle down to about half health. The rest of Bloodhounds trying to zone out. Gaimin Gladiators best player not able to get close. So this is going to be a turtle, another turtle actually, for the Bloodhounds. It's 6-2. Now they're continuing on the pace. They're going to try to steal away this orange buff from best player.
And you know, once again, this is regular season of NACT. We're just a little bit past the halfway mark. Every team gets a point if they win. If they secure a 2-0, they get 3 points. We saw earlier FIENDS was able to get that 3 points, pushing them up to 11. Gaimin Gladiators at 10 right now. They did get that 1 point, but this is going to be the second game here.
Yeah, I'm offended does end sleeps there. Boca Rosca comes down to kind of help with the defense of this tower. You do see that? Oh, guess where? See, he's chunking himself down, trying to take down Ooga Booga, but he is able to find himself an escape before the rest of that damage could come through there. Bloodhounds come in there. Shark's gonna have to find himself an escape. I wonder if Ooga Booga has gotten the blade armor yet, but this is exactly what Ooga Booga needs to be doing on that Bellaric. As soon as he sees and lays eyes on the best player, you see him frontline. He charges for best player and basically begging him, hit me with everything that you can, and I'm just gonna reflect all of this damage back to you, whether it's with my normal kit, whether it's with the vengeance, or whether it is with blade armor.
And if you take a look at Bloodhounds this time around, though, they actually have winning lanes. They're able to get the top side tower quite easily. Looking at the bot, they're able to get that also. And the scaling in terms of their lane clear is just only based off Natan, and I don't know if that's going to be enough, right? You know, the Trizzle on the mid side does provide some tanks, some CC, but again, it just might be a little bit hard for the side of GG.
Yeah, Hoon gets caught here, pulled back a bit, looking for the decimation. Ramses finds it. Now trying to charge on to best player, not able to close the distance fast enough. Ooga Booga right there by his side. Shark on the back lines here. Here comes another realm from Boca Rosco, and Shark offers up more gold to the side of Bloodhounds.
Yeah, we're starting to see a small diggy strap, but a shutdown onto the top side. The Xborg is able to pick up Ramsey. That's a pretty big kill, considering that Ramsey has been dominating this game. 7-2-1 is on the board. They get that shutdown. Fried Chicken 2-0-1. If there's anyone that is, you know, holding on to the hopes for the side of GG to get this 2-0 sweep, it's definitely going to be Chicken on the top side.
Ooh, and I think Liz was bringing that up before. That Shark, independently of his team. Boca Rosco getting chunked down by best player, who comes in with that entropy. Now with the putting on the damage, is that going to be enough? Best player very low, sleeps, trying to get away, is not going to be able to find an escape, and this actually might open up the next Lord for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, the gold lead is now close. Gaimin Gladiators has kind of come back into the series. The Martis picks up another one on Shark. I don't think it's a surprise anymore that Shark is kind of dying left and right. The Masha is just a little bit hard to play, especially in the early game.
Yeah, and especially when you're frontlining against somebody like a Ramses, who just really wants those melee fights. Though, you can see right here, it's not really stalling out. Gaimin Gladiators doing a good job. Ooga Booga charges in the midst of this. Big pop-up comes from the Lord. Boca Rosca not able to close the distance. Best player gets the Lord. Nether Realm is out for the side of the Bloodhounds, still putting on the damage. Can they find it? Very low right now. Fly Chicken doing a good job of being that front line. Sleeps, gets taken out by Shark. Boca Rosco next on the chopping block. And Templess and Ramsey, Fried Chicken still has that immortality though. Ramsey's getting chunked down by best player. All that magic damage, and Shark answering back. Just when you thought he had 6 deaths, but now answering back with 4 kills of his own right now.
Yeah, definitely Shark is doing extremely well at this point. He's gotten 4 kills, does get shut down here a little bit over an aggression, but you know, I just want to say the setup coming out from best player is quite good. He's on a Natan, and he has the kill pressure available, looks to chunk down pretty much members left and right, and he was able to do so near the mid side, giving the side of Gaimin Gladiators a good fight along with the Lord marching down. Gaimin Gladiators definitely going to be taking some real estate here.
Yeah, Ooga Booga trying to chase down best player. You can see the ultimate is out. I mean, I feel like Ooga Booga's is starting to have less and less of an effect. You can see here from the damage dealt. Right now, we have another engagement here. Lord coming through, pushing at the bottom high ground tower. That's going to be an easy kill for the Bloodhounds.
Now, with the tables have turned, and Masha is kind of already getting a few kills here and there. But wait.
Yeah, Ooga Booga right now taking a heap of damage. That's kind of the point that he wants as a tank. Shark jumping in there, looking for a kill on the Ooga Booga, charges in, finds it, and himself a little bit of an escape. Unfortunate for Boca Rosca, who was not able to find the Nether Realm quick enough, and that's a wasted Nether Realm as the rest of them come in, trying to chase him down. Last Insanity, they decide against it as Gaimin Gladiators turn their sights on to this mid-high ground tower. Entropy is out, best player backs himself off, and the rest of Gaimin Gladiators going to go ahead and reset on the map.
Yeah, good disengage coming out from the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Look at the damage dealt chart once again. Fried Chicken in the lead, followed pretty shortly by best player, right? It's a physical damage paired up with the magic damage. With the 1-3-1 style that they are running, definitely best player should be kind of the hyper focus that they're looking for. But Fried Chicken on this X-Borg is dealing so much damage. It's not really what we've seen quite often, but it definitely paints a picture for the story here.
Well, and this is something that Liz talked about a little bit earlier, is that independently of the team, Fried Chicken could be successful. Even though they were having a little bit of a rough time, Fried Chicken's still doing a good job of making sure to keep his lane, keep the pressure there, and even now in these fights, able to kind of keep a nice little wall there. Ooh, Zia comes in there with that Ruby. Actually might be caught here between 4 members. Rest of Gaimin Gladiators go ahead to the engagement. Ramses finds himself a decimation. Hoon in trouble now, getting low. Ooga Booga gets taken down. Shark finds a kill onto Ramses. Boca Rosco next on the chopping block, but down goes a Shark at the bottom high ground tower. Just 2 or actually 3 members left. Ooh, Templars in a little bit of trouble. Entropy out for best player, is not able to find the kill.
A beautiful team fight coming out from the side of GG there. Fighting 4 versus 5, right? They didn't even have, I think it was best player in that team fight, or it could be Chicken, but they didn't have one of the members in that team fight, and they fought that 2-4-2. Shark 7, 8, and 3. I would like to have the items on the board. I do know that he's going to be building up all physical damage here. The amount of damage that he's doing is quite insane.
Yeah, you can see there a Blade of Despair there, and a Blade of Hepsis as well. So I mean, a rough start for him, but now kind of like picking and choosing when he can go in, get those finishing touches. I want to say not overall a successful game for Amasha, but I mean I don't think it was anybody thought that Gaimin Gladiators weren't going to have a successful game.
Nah, Shark definitely did quite well on this Masha. He should be able to kind of push Sleeps out of the team fight if he just wants. And the burst coming out from best player just by himself. Now Lord marching down onto the mid side, should be able to get the slap. Boca Rosco here though, diverting its path.
Yeah, a good job actually there by Boca Rosco to make sure that the Lord kind of took its time before it actually hit the towers there. Ooga Booga with the Vengeance activated is going to go ahead and chunk down best player a little bit. Last Insanity is out. Nether Realm out as well. Best player gets taken down by Ramses. This might be a turning point for the BloodHounds. You can see Templars on the back line doing a good job of distracting them, but Boca Rosco gets taken out by Shark. Fried Chicken very low, still has that immortality. Same with Hoon. Now still trying to put on the damage. Boca Rosco and the rest of the team trying to force a little bit of distance between Gaimin Gladiators and themselves. Ooga Booga in the midst of this fray right now. Immortality has been activated for Fried Chicken. In comes the penalty zone, and Zia finds himself a kill onto Ramses. Hoon backing up right now. There's 3 members. Fried Chicken has to use that flicker. Hoon in trouble. Can Templars find the kill? He's scraping for it. Is able to find the kill as Fried Chicken takes off. Shark hiding in that bush, sleeps. In trouble, gets caught, and Shark with those recalls.
Yeah, guys, welcome back to Masha 2024. Masha still is able to one-hit any magic, anyone that has no armor. Looking to get onto Templars here. I don't think he's gonna be successful. Just kidding.
Even with the Nether Realm from Boca Rosco, not able to save his teammate, and best player swoops in to take down Boca in answer.
I mean, I'm speechless here. Shark went from 0-6 to the hero of the game, 10-8 for taking out 2 members. saving himself and living. And you can see best player here also performing exceptionally well with the Natan. It's really rare that we get to see, you know, these heroes come out to play, and definitely today we've seen kind of a lot of the off meta picks and how they have, you know, been quite successful in the story. Now there's 15 seconds on the Lord. Do Gaming Gladiators play this disciplined style where they go for the objectives, or do they let Fried Chicken go for a 1v5 on the bot side?
Yeah. And that's the amazing thing. It's 1v5 there. Comes in with the last insanity. Doesn't have his immortality just yet. Best player finds a kill onto Tempest. The rest of the team, Shark into the backline, finds a kill onto Boca Roscoe. Another kill onto Sleeps before being taken down by the tower. But this is going to be a wrap, a clean sweep for Gaimin Gladiators.
Well, Private, you know my guest coins are paying dividends today. Gaming Gladiators able to take this series 2-0 sweep, giving them 3 points, pushing them up to the very first standing. 13 points for the season, followed behind by Fiends. Do believe they are at 11. So definitely a very solid performance coming out from Gaming Gladiators. A great draft, and we got to see so many different types of heroes, right? In the Natan in the jungle, the Masha in the roam position. It's painting quite a beautiful picture in this first half.
Yeah, and I want to say, man, BloodHounds had the strategy, especially in the early game, but not able to hold on to those leads. Not just that, but not able to transition that lead into too many objectives as well. We had, I mean, it was a very rough start for Shark, but inevitably able to come back once he got those two Blade of Despair, as you can see up there. Just absolute raw damage onto the team of BloodHounds.
And we're not, you know, the two BODs is one thing, right? Two BODs paired with the Blade of Heptases, paired with the Masha buffed first skill, where it scales off of damage. Like the amount of damage that it chunked Sleeps, the ultimate almost didn't do too much, but the first basic attack just did so much more. The rich guy here, best player, able to take that 883 gold per minute. The carry along with the Forgotten Ones, all for the side of GG. And the sandbag, man, you know, we saw the Beleric pretty much doing tons of tanking. He was the sandbag of the last game. Ooga Booga takes the title once again.
Yeah, and I want to say, especially in that early game, Ooga Booga was doing his job. He was running, he was taking the damage from Natan, especially with Beleric's kit is a great counter from Natan, except for when Natan starts reaching into that late game where you're no longer taking as much damage. And inevitably, Ooga Booga just, I mean, he was running in without the team being able to kind of capitalize on it.
And you know, it was kind of unfortunate that the Beleric didn't work out, because I definitely wanted to see a little bit more of that in action. Let's take a look at some of the damage tried. The Beleric actually ranked up quite high there nicely over Sleeps, especially with the Vengeance here. Best player, of course, the standing winner of the damage dealt. But we cannot forget Fried Chicken pretty much leading the side of GG throughout the early and the mid game. He was the only one that played quite perfectly there. Now the damage taken spreads across the board. You know, Hoon, Chicken, and Zia all played a great part, and these are traditional people that, you know, play the carry roles, right? Zia on the gold lane doesn't really tank too much damage. Hoon on the mid lane doesn't tank too much damage either, but both of them stepped up in this series, providing the front line for a damage jungler like Natan.
I mean, providing the front line, a little bit too much front line, we can argue here. I mean, it's an all-fighter draft pretty much. So, I don't know. It's interesting that Ruby had 0-8 until pretty much the last of the game. So, it shows that they can still come back despite having a little fun with their draft.
Yeah, I mean, and that's unfortunate for BloodHounds. I liked their draft and I liked the execution. Well, I liked the execution from the beginning. It's just you have to kind of continue with that. Make sure that you're not making the mistakes, because eventually a team like Gaming Gladiators, they have a pace in mind. They know where they're going to struggle with it, especially in the early game, and they're just waiting for that opportunity. Once they get their items, once they have that spike in their damage, they're going to start coming forward full blast. And once they do, there really wasn't much that BloodHounds were able to kind of counter with.
Yeah, and a little fun is what all teams kind of need in NACT here. But just like what Private is saying, the power spikes that they kind of abused, especially with the characters, right? When, you know, Masha was able to pick up the first BOD, I think that's when the tides have changed in the roam position, right? You know, Hoon didn't really stand out too much with the penalty zone, but did provide a lot of the frontline CC. And just like you're saying, Ruby, the impact wasn't there quite until that mid to late game spike. After he got that 0, 2, and 8, he was able to kind of come back and create the impact, the sets that the side of Gaming Gladiators needed to prevail in the series.
I mean, it almost seems like the fact that Ruby and Teresa popped up is because they were put in that penalty zone for maybe like not doing the best in the first game, so that's why they had to pick Ruby and Teresa with that mid lane, but still they won. And when Shark was going up in that Masha, I saw all the cams, they were actually laughing and having a lot of fun. Even for Boca Roscoe was having fun and watching that Masha pop off towards the late game. So definitely a very, very fun game to watch.
You know,
yeah, very intense, especially it's a comp and a character that went well here against Bloodhounds to a point where, because they weren't able to kind of enforce their will from the early game and keep it pushing on into the mid, I'm not sure how successful it would be. Definitely a change of pace, especially towards the late game where Masha just comes out of a bush and just 2 shots and Marksman's dead. Then your mage is dead, and it's like, oh, I don't know what we're going to be doing here. I think next one on the list was the XP lane too. It's just it's very interesting to see, and especially like seeing that when we have these new patches come in to see just how far we can push some of these characters.
Yeah, and you know, I know Liz was saying that Boca had a lot of fun watching it, but I know who didn't. Sleeps definitely did not in that last fight. He just kind of got hit once, twice, and just died. And then you also got Shark like zoning 2-3 members next to the base, just killing 2-3 of them, while the rest of GG's just there cleaving the front line. So definitely a good game coming out from GG's. And you know, quite honestly, Bloodhounds played pretty good, standing, you know, tall the first like 5 to 8 minutes for both games. So you know, definitely props to them for giving us a great match to watch.
Definitely. And the MVP goes to a best player with that Natan. Like Private was saying, there were a lot of front lines, so everybody is setting up for best players engages, and he did well. Now, Yue, why don't you take us through it, because you've played Marksman with him, so you know a lot about his Marksman.
Yeah, I mean, you know, best player is a man that has quite a lot in his arsenal. He's really, you know, not famous for the utility jungle, so seeing him on a lot of the damage carries, the Martis comes into mind, along with something like the Natan. It's all within his grasp. So seeing him perform so extremely well, so dominating in both games, you know, it's not unexpected. It's something that we've definitely seen before, Private.
Yeah, I mean, he, especially in these last 2 games, I mean, especially on the Martis, we talk about the value you get out of that, coming online, bringing in the kills, and then in the second game with the Natan, after you had the point where Ooga Booga wasn't able to tank all the damage by himself anymore, just an amazing gameplay there, and actually really kind of changed it up for us, because I haven't really seen best player on Natan too often.
Mm-hmm. And
yeah,
you know,
for sure. And do you guys think we're gonna see more of that Masha in the roam position? I know Yue talked about how he wants to see Masha back in that roam, but do you guys think we're gonna see it in the games where they're facing some more dominant opponents?
No.
As much as I like seeing something different, I'm not that early game. What was it, like 0-6, 0-5 for Shark? There's not many teams that I want to say that you can go in 0-5 against and still kind of be able to come back as dominant. It might not be a risk too many people are willing to take.
Well, I mean, you know, the side of Gaming Gladiators, they pulled up with a great game plan, right? Not only did they have that magic damage range carry the Natan in both games, quite honestly, they have a very strong physical side at the same time. So, you know, it was a very well balanced comp for them. I'm not saying it's going to succeed against a lot of the teams, but definitely in this game, they showed that the Masha, guys, it is completely viable in ranked games. Go try it out. Don't take my word.
Oh, don't take his word for it. I mean, so you're saying they actually do have a game plan in mind?
Of course, you know, it was well drafted. The Natan, the Masha, the Magic, and the Physical. They had the frontline sets. They made sure that, you know, the Natan is in the jungle while they played a 1-3-1 style frontline mid. I'm not saying it's gonna work in every game, but in this case, they played great.
I mean, arguably so. I actually thought BloodHounds had some of those engages in for them. They were doing pretty well early game, and even both games BloodHounds had. There were rookie mistakes coming out from GG that BloodHounds capitalized on, but ultimately GG had the victories in hand. But for the upcoming fights against some more dominant teams, it might be good for GG to kind of clean up that gameplay a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's I want to say, like, a lot of people get upset when, like, the top teams kind of I want to say get a little loose with their draft, maybe go a little bit more experimental. But I mean, you can't be at 110% every day, all day without some type of burnout that's occasionally can happen. So it's nice to see them kind of, especially when it comes to things that are relevant to the meta, things that are relevant to the most recent patches that we see. A good limit test on Masha to see how far we can take her, see where she fails, where she succeeds, and things like that. Not a bad opening for Gaimin Gladiators. But and then on the other side, I want to say, if not for the fact that BloodHounds were taking on a team like Gaimin Gladiators, I want to say a very more successful than I've seen them in the past weeks from BloodHounds, especially in the early game. Maybe something that needs to be of note for them is to kind of continue that momentum, holding on to it, transitioning it into more objectives as we move on later. But still, like we said, showing that they have more room to grow.
I'm sure they will definitely show us more growth in the upcoming weeks. But first, let's have an interview with Zia to get a sense of what we're actually in mind for the previous game.
Hi, Liz.
Hello, Zia. Welcome to the show.
What's up?
How are you doing? Your mic's a little bit quiet on my side. Looking good though. You're growing out that mustache, Zia.
I'm gonna take it out soon.
oh really?
Yep.
All right. So last game, guys, Zia, what was happening last game? I saw that 0-8 Ruby all the way until pretty much end of the game, and then Hoon on that to Rizla and Masha. So what was in mind?
To be honest, we're just trying stuff right now. And the plan was actually just not on flex, but yeah, something like that. Then I just tried Ruby. I never played it though. Just here and now.
I mean, we can kind of tell. So were you guys trolling a little?
Not really. We're still trying, but we're still trying.
I mean, it'll be fun to see that. You're not trolling. So okay, so were you trolling last week? Just
Chicken will say yes.
Hot take.
Chicken will say yes.
Chicken mostly yes? Chicken would say yes? But you wouldn't.
I wouldn't. I tried that game.
And so Chicken adding into you guys' roster, I mean, you've stuck with the team for the past whole year, and this year it seems like we're adding a new addition to the roster. Chicken, how do you like the roster, or do you foresee any changes happening?
I don't think we're gonna change the lineup, and having Chicken, I think, makes us more stronger. Maybe we just have to fix a little more on the synergy, because we're kind of still used to Milo, you know, his playstyle. So yeah, maybe I think just the synergy for a bit.
So you like having Chicken more than the GOAT?
Yeah, because it's chicken, you know.
Well, we know what Zia's favorite animal is, and now with you as the marksman, so do you think you're the best marksman right now in NA? Or do you think there's anyone else who is a top contender? Maybe Basic or anyone else? Or you're just that dominant?
No, I don't think I'm the best, but I think I can beat anyone though. I'm not the best, but I think I can beat them. Yep.
I'd agree. And now, if you were to have a chance to head into MPLID or the Philippines, which team would you want to join?
No one. I want to stick here.
No one.
No.
Dad. So Zia saying GG is the best team in ML right now.
No, that's say that, but I just don't wanna go there.
That's true. I like it. I like GG. I think you guys are coming in very strong this season, and you're gonna do even better as we move forward. So thank you, Zia, for joining us in the interview. We're gonna have you back at the seat soon. So keep practicing and enjoy CW Airlines.
Yep. Take it, Liz.
Liz looking for those clips and Zia dodging them like Neo in the Matrix.
There's some wild
questions. I just, I want to make it on the Clippers list today, so I'm just trying my best, to get myself out there.
It was a great interview, though. Great interview from both sides. I mean, Zia definitely gave us answered a lot of good questions coming out from you, Liz, and of course the preparation for that. A lot of good moments in that interview.
I mean, it shows that the guy is really humble, right? Zia's always been a humble player. He has his moments, like in game, there's gonna be moments where you get tilted or you get let off by certain plays. Doesn't mean you're a bad player. It just means you had a bad day. And I think Zia, the best thing about this guy is he always performs and he always does his best and always admits his own mistakes. So I think that's something definitely to cherish for and a lot to look out for this player.
Yeah, and it kind of says something about North America. This is probably one of the strongest Gaimin Gladiators that we have seen throughout all of the seasons, but likewise here in North America, probably some of the strongest that we've seen a lot of the teams here in North America this season.
Yeah, and I really enjoyed the last question. It's like, hey, Zia, which team would you want to go overseas? And he's like, no, I'm sticking here. It kind of shows the culture and the chemistry that those boys have with each other. They've been dominating the scenes for the last 2 years almost, and I could even argue the last 3 years before that. And now that they're really cherishing each other, they want to represent North America. They've dominated here. This is their hometown. And, to have an answer like that on the question, it's great. It's a great question.
And what about for you guys? If you were to given a chance to cast for another region, which one would it be or would you go?
I've loved casting for North America. I know there's a lot of experience and stuff that can be learned from some of the casters that have been the regions that have been casting for years before we actually even started our NACT. So I mean, the Philippines and Indonesia being some of those. I mean, we've already had some opportunities here and some of the first NACTs to cast with the likes of a Naisu, Leo, which was great. But if it came to casting for a region, I love NA. This is where I got my start, and I'm going to continue to cast here for as long as I can.
I'm gonna go for a different answer. I love North America. The opportunity here is great. But one of the goals, hey, if you guys are watching Moontoon, I want to cast for China. So when you guys do open that game up someday, that is definitely an opportunity for me. I can speak Chinese. It's not 100% perfect, but I would love to go over to that region and see if we can develop something.
I mean, I can speak Chinese too, but for me,
we'll both go.
I mean, the opportunity sounds great, but I gotta say, if I was to go true to my heart, I think NA is the region, is the community that I really love here. And part of me loving to be a host is because of the lovely community we have in NA. So definitely we got a lot of heartfelt answers from our casters, except Yue, and from our player as well. So everybody loves NA and we love our fans. So we'll see you back in 5 for the next series against Night Horde versus LEGACi. Who will rise on top? We'll find out.
But yeah, that early Black Dragon, a little questionable. An implosion, though, not questionable at all. R by Toru, killing spree activated. May work in Night Horde's favor if they can keep it up. Come on, of course, dropping down. Mikasa hit with the stun. Astral Echo connecting to the full team of the Night Horde. From Yato, finds the snipe, takes down Nikoko. Suppression, winner truncheon, trying to stop on my foe. Kush still cables the cutthroat on the foe. One more hit, able to take him down. Uses his retribution.
Because Kush has done a great job, and look at him looking to go for that kill on to the Nolan, but he's not going to be able to get it. But the 4 vs 4 fight.
NetherRealm going down, a knockup over there from T. Mortality being proc double, and Mortality R will fight Toru though, gets a double, shuts down T. Yato finds Nikoko, a triple kill from R's, Mikasa will fall. Yato, Kush by themselves against the 4-man team of the Night Horde. Is this the game ender? Is this what the Night Horde needed to close out the series? A major objective, I'm offended. For the 7 Yato.
Completely farmed up here. He probably has, or going towards that Demon Hunter sword, is just gonna skill infinite towards that late game. And also Hoon completely, you know, untouched in this series. And I'm offended.
4-man set. Shark on fire with the Ruby. I'm offended. Catching Basic, catching Chicken, catching Zane. Maybe if we get some more, Cold World is gonna take down Chicken. That's gonna be a 2-for-3 trade. Nicolette finds Shark. My goodness, Yue. Both teams giving it their all, but Gaimin Gladiators slightly ahead.
Damage is insane. I mean, 2 players on Legacy just instantly dropped in a second. Shark, running. Oh, diversion.
Taking a tour of the enemy side. Oh my God, he actually might get away. Yes, and they make Jolie pay for it.
Even though he's gonna kind of, like, his damage kind of caps out at a point, but it's still enough.
Ooh, Night Horde is going to go ahead, start this engagement. Kahari in a little bit of trouble, still putting on the damage. He is standing right up in front. Big Mino and Fury catches them. Kahari finds a kill on to Momoy from the backside. Oh, my foe, so low, but Pro Destroy not going to be able to find the kill.
Ooh, big I'm offended. Momoe able to catch Yato. Finds the backline for Devious activity. Off to a good start.
Yeah, we could fight. G? Or wait for... We gotta fight.
Hold on, man.
Nice. Alright, shoot him. Kill him. Alright.
Oh, mid one. Wait, look on.
Mid?
Oh, top again. Yo. Nice one.
Oh my God.
Look, sissy.
Keep going.
Hurt.
No. Dip.
Chill.
Dane is dead.
Hurt.
Kill Howard.
Kill.
I got Vexana.
Nice.
GG.
You kill this guy first. Can we kill this guy?
Yeah, KDA. Can we recall, bro? Can we recall?
No.
I'm not gonna kill him.
Kill him.
Kill him.
No way. Oh. Yo, look.
Insect mode.
I can't hold that Lord.
Yo,
nice poke.
Hoon flicker.
Nice poke. He flickered?
Guys, we can go. I'm strong. Ruby ult. Guys, come.
Nice, Milo.
Box na. He's dead.
Nice. They have all their flickers or what? Do they have all their flickers?
Get tower, and then let's start zoning.
We got it.
Guys, come.
Nice.
Let's keep pushing.
What do you guys think? We have a lot of waves here, guys, in another minute.
CC, Fury.
Yo, come with me.
When's your ult? Oh, I got linked. I have ammo, though.
Alright, we're good. We can end this.
Guys, I'm on Brody. Flicker.
We're back, guys, for the third series of the day. How are you guys feeling?
I'm pumped. I'm ready to see some more matches here. Keep the momentum going, especially the second half where we have some exciting matches coming up.
Yeah, no, it's going to be between LEGACi and Night Horde. You know, both teams we actually know quite often. LEGACi itself haven't had the best performance in our first half, but they're definitely looking to overthrow a few games here in the second half. And you know, we also got Night Horde, a branded team from, you know, we've known it before, but the roster is completely new. So excited to see how these two teams face up against each other.
And yeah, definitely excited to see how those two teams, especially because LEGACi is also down there with BloodHounds on that zero gravity zone. However, Night Horde is one of the teams that are on a little bit lower on that tier that they might actually have a chance against. So this is a very important match for both teams actually as well.
At Night Horde, I want to say, we were just talking about how this season, a lot of the teams have kind of brought forward their best. And I want to say this is the best that we have seen Night Horde. Maybe not at the level where they're at like top 3 just yet, but they've shown that continual increase, that continual step up the ladder that tells you that in coming seasons, and even now, they've just continued to grow and are showing just some huge positives from their team.
Yeah, and a lot with
yes,
a lot
Night
of
Horde
them.
roster
Go ahead.
coming up. So let's Yue take us through the roster and continue that sentence.
Night Horde's roster, we got R on the gold lane, Momi, which, you know, has done quite well, Sayori, Oh My Foe, and Sleepy. These are, you know, some pretty known players, especially over on the East Coast. A lot of them have played together before, so, you know, I actually quite know all of them pretty well. It's a strong team, and just like you're saying, it's a little bit of a brand new roster, but it definitely is a heavy hitter and has shown a lot of the results, especially in the past series.
Yes, me and Private are just nodding here. Now for LEGACi, there are some roster change. So Yue, take us through what changed.
Let's go. There is going to be a roster swap between Kuya, Ken, and Whoopi. Whoopi's going to come in instead of Kuya Ken, which is playing in the roam position, but I do believe that Whoopi is going to be heading into that XP position, switching PDR into the roam. Now, for those of you guys that don't know, PDR is a very old school player. I do believe he was in Gosu at some point in time. I actually had the pleasure to squad with him also when he was leading a group, and you know, the wise man, especially with that type of haircut, like, he definitely knows what's going on. But the rest of the members, you got Jolie, Kuya, Nash, Riles, and Whoopi to complete the LEGACi roster.
A lot of people familiar with Riles from his streaming on YouTube. He's been trying for a while to kind of break into the top 8. And I want to say, after breaking in, very successful in breaking into the top 8, has been faced with basically what NA has to offer and has encountered a lot of hurdles in his path. Yes.
Hurdles for sure. And Yue saying he's played with all the pro teams. So let's take a look at what Yue predicted this round between the matchups.
Yo, of course, we got the Black Dragons in play. You know, they've done well in a lot of the previous matches, and I don't think they're gonna go easy against LEGACi, right? Like, this is a strong team, and they want to win, Private.
Yeah, and this is the unfortunate balance when it comes to a team like LEGACi right now, who has yet to get a victory and yet to really catch their stride here in the top 8 of North America. Still trying things out, still trying to get that synergy and the rotations right, and unfortunately have kind of come up behind a lot of the teams here. that could change here tonight, especially with the fact that we saw Night Horde has some changes on the roster, maybe lacking some synergy there. It's all an opportunity for LEGACi.
Well, I mean, with LEGACi actually is the one who had the roster changes, but those roster changes might actually be what they needed to get that dub today. So who knows? This is the match that we're actually looking for. And for Night Horde, though, Night Horde is doing very well this season. And if you guys haven't checked out the most recent highlight from their mage, Sayuri, who gave us a little tutorial on playing that Nana. So if you haven't seen that, check it out. And now we're going to go straight into draft.
It's a great shout
Yeah,
out.
I had a little bit of a tutorial that Nana versus the Lu Yi last weekend. Gave us a little bit. You can check that out on the Mobile Legends North America channel here as we step into this draft. Immediately, Night Horde going for the X-Borg ban.
Well, I just want to kind of point out, LEGACi has not gotten a very good win in NACT yet. All right, the first half was quite tough. They played against a lot of great teams and just was a little bit unfortunate. This is still a very top tier team, right? They're going to be able to dominate in kind of the North American rank ladders, but this time around they're facing against the best of the best that North America has to offer. Once again, it does show that, you know, our group in North America, everyone is getting stronger. It's getting harder. Everyone's getting much more competitive. So this match really kind of determines if LEGACi is going to be able to step out of their current standings, because quite honestly, Night Horde is a team that, you know, has shown some success, but it's not as consistent as they would hope for. So LEGACi, definitely a match that they almost must win in order for them to go past the second half of the season.
Which is amazing for the Night Horde right now. The success that they've had, because you talked about it a little bit earlier, this is basically a brand new team. They still have that name that has the history here in North America, but all of these members basically brand new to the roster, and the success that they've had right now is been remarkable and a standing here for North America. Hopefully these guys continue to stick together, continue to stay growing. We can take a look here. The Barats in the middle being taken out for LEGACi, and then Vexana taken out on the side for Night Horde. Wondering if we're going to see a ban or possibly the pickup. I know everybody's been wanting and begging for Riles to pick up the Hayabusa. He does have, I want to say, some recent buffs, but still kind of been keeping out of the meta.
I mean, I definitely think there's potential for Hayabusa. You know, once again, everyone here wants a very entertaining show. I'm not sure if that's going to be LEGACi's route, but definitely it's something that is on all of our minds as we cheer for LEGACi. Now, you know, in terms of the bans, quite standard. X-Borg gets taken out. You know, Chicken had a great X-Borg game last time. 2 mages gets focused out. So a little bit of a strong protection for Sayori to be able to use what she wants, right? The Novaria, the Nana, which I know Liz has shouted out. She is very pro-efficient on, you know, all of these heroes. And, you know, even with those 2 heroes off the board, she could also opt to go for Lilia, which she has done quite well in her previous performances.
I want to say with the most recent nerfs to Ruby, we've kind of, well, I mean, sans the Gaimin Gladiators game where Zia admits he'd never played her before. I want to say, like, Ruby's kind of fallen off as far as we've seen from the first 2 matches. Kind of replaced with CC, who's pretty dominant in that XP lane. We're going to see if that's going to get picked up here. Then usually followed up with that, the mage counter by the second team. So we're going to see if that's what we go for. Arlott, the XP lane's still strong, but deciding not to go with the CC.
No, I think it's a lovely opening. A lot of the teams, especially in the roam position, Arlott is a very tricky hero. And I played roam for a very long time. I don't really want to touch that hero because you go in and you can't go out. It's just very hard for me. But there's plenty of great people that have done so well, right? To name a few, T is extraordinary on this Arlott, and this time around Night Horde is going to be the one that flexes it early on. LEGACi countering that with a CC. We've seen plenty of CCs in today's performances. Kind of want to see maybe like a Yuzong or Pack get put up against that, but CC has been dominating. Maybe they're going to pair it up with an Angela for a Holy Trinity.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. On the one side, for the side of Night Horde, Arlott packs a lot of team setting potential, a lot of tankiness. I want to say synergizes with the entire team fighting potential. On the other side, I want to say CC has that single target focus, doesn't really provide you a lot of CC for your team, but can kind of isolate and get to that back line to find that squishy and be able to kind of burst them down. So it's gonna be interesting to see how we go with these compositions and where we end up. I do see that that Nolan pickup for the side of Night Horde.
Yeah, so typically when it comes down to a lot of the physical damage junglers, it sets up for the Harith quite well. I'm not going to be surprised if Night Horde picks the Harith, but it seems like they're still contemplating. Sayori has a few of her heroes getting taken off the board, so I do think the option is to plug her in with a mage that she can use. Now, I do not think the Angela is the right decision here. Why? Because Arlott is not going to be that extreme frontline that you're looking for. You need somebody that can set and to get like the bush pressures with the Nolan, right? Something like a Grok or something that is, you know, bush pressure. So like a Minotaur could be something solid, but the Angela does get picked up. It might be a denied pick because we all know Angela with CC, Angela with Joy is so extremely hard to deal with. So it might be a denied pick, but I do think putting R on something like a Harith would have been a better opening for the Black Dragons.
Yeah, and especially now since we're going to be into the ban phase, which does leave those options open for Legacy and for Night Horde to possibly ban out. They do pick up the Claude, so they're going to be able to have some of that burst down. But my big thing here is the early game matchup for the Nolan. I'm expecting Night Horde to take Martis off the board for Legacy. That's another great opener for these teams. It's something that can help kind of counteract how fast, because Nolan, I mean, he flies through the jungle so quickly, and his ganking potential is so fast, and it's so surprising. And once he gets rolling, it's very hard to stop. And the only thing that can counter that is something that can do the exact same thing, which is somebody like Martis. We do see that on the other side, we have Brody being taken off, followed by Tigreal.
I think Legacy could set up for a utility jungle to pair with the Novaria, something like a Fredrin for a knockup and a Petri to, you know, really set up that sniper shot coming in from long range, right? They can go into the Claude lane. It's not a significant kill pressure in terms of early on, but it definitely is team fightable. And you know, now the Nana gets taken off the board to deny Sayori that pick. It's a very interesting ban, but there's still a lot on the board, right? The Lilia is still available for Sayori to pick, and quite honestly, at this point, maybe a Nana Mage is something that they're looking to run paired with the Harith.
Yeah, it's a very interesting day to see Nana up on the bans. And as you kind of recommended, the Fredrin would be a great pick, and Night Horde agrees. So they're going to go ahead and make sure to take that off the board for Legacy. Now we're just waiting to see what Legacy can kind of counter with. If they're looking for a jungle pickup here or a roam.
Yeah, with the Fredrin being taken off, something like a Boxia or an Akai would be quite traditional for Riles, but they could also play the 5-man small ball comp, which, you know, that's what I like to talk about. Going for something damage heavy, going for something fast for the roamer, and try to get the CC online. Maybe not the Claude. If he goes for the Hayabusa, they could go for like a far range snipe, right? Hayabusa goes in with his ultimate paired up with the Navaria with the snipe. Like, that's almost guarantee a far range setup that Legacy does have. PDR picks up this Minotaur, and I think it completes their draft quite well. Also, it's not the 5-man ball small, but it definitely protects the Claude in a way where he doesn't have to deal against the knockup, and it provides a lot of the bush checks that the Navaria desperately needs.
I want to say this kind of coming in, this draft being perfect for Legacy in that it leaves that jungle position open for the last pick. You get to see what Night Horde's going to bring out there, and because it leaves open a possibility. Does Hayabusa work into this? And I mean, we've got the possibility of him kind of latching on to Nolan. I want to say the Angela and the the carry, maybe not the greatest picks for a Hayabusa to try to charge into. They're going to be, especially when it comes to the mid and late game, where they're going to be a little bit more tankier and a little harder to kind of pick out. So I mean, it's up to Riles here. He is the master assassin when it comes to playing that role, but I expect possibly a little bit more damage when it comes to it. The Martis not taken off the board. We discussed this earlier. Martis would the perfect I want to say the perfect opposite side for a Nolan. He's got that early game damage. Once he gets going and the enemy starts getting low, he can start chaining together those decimations and absolutely lay waste to an enemy team.
Martis definitely is the standard combination in the jungle. I know you mentioned it earlier. Riles definitely has a great Martis in play. But for the side of Night Horde, they have an Angela and Grok on the mid. Now, Angela and Grok, when you pair it up together, Grok provides the lane clear ability that Angela doesn't have. So it's a great pair. Both of them can go into kind of like this roaming-ish position, but that's a lack of magical and burst potential for the side of Night Horde. That might be where LEGACi can look to target in terms of their weakness. Now, even though they don't have magic, they have the true damage from carry. But bring us in, Private.
Yeah, true damage for carry indeed. Night Horde taking on LEGACi, game 1 of our 3rd series of the night.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting series. We're just about halfway through today's show. We definitely have another great, exciting 4 series coming up tomorrow, so don't miss out on that. Night Horde with a pretty good opening. The Grok decides to block the waves into the mid, so Kuya Nash is going to have a little bit more trouble in terms of getting some of that experience. So a very cheeky, good opening from the side of the Black Dragons.
Yeah, especially because Angela has a very, I want to say, scary and misjudged early game. She is so strong in the early game that having those minions on the side mean you have to come forward and you have to deal with all the damage that she's able to put out there. You can see here with the waves on the PDR, does have an immobilization, does dodge a sphere from Kuya Nash though.
I just want to say we do have the audience prediction on the bottom side, so thank you guys all for voting for that, and of course the production for putting up that overlay. But you talked about the Angela pick. You know, I want to say Angela's probably the best early game hero, just in terms that she can stack up the heal in such a fast burst and kind of spam up the spells. It's almost like she guarantees wins and trades, and also has that slow and snare with the second skill. So Angela's definitely a very formidable hero early on. You can see Momoe denying Riles that camp, so a little bit of extra gold and a small lead for the side of Night Horde.
Yeah, it's not much here in the opening seconds of the game, but I mean, it will stack up to 200 on the 200. You keep denying a lot of that jungle to your enemy. Eventually, they're going to start becoming a super under-farmed. The first turtle is out, a little bit of an engagement at the bottom. Whoopi takes some damage and decides to back off. This is going to open it up for Riles, who's going to be combated by 4 members of the Night Horde coming in here. Big stun comes on the PDR. He's going to have to use that flicker, but not able to save himself. Sleepy actually with the Hearts Guard, not able to catch the kill there. Whoopi on the backside, helping to defend his team. Diving in is Sleepy and Sayori. Minoan Fury dives up. Sleepy, is he going to be able to get out of here? Slips away in the night here as the rest of the Night Horde able to pick up this turtle.
He got Sleepy zoning 4 members of LEGACi onto the backside, wrecking havoc and getting out alive. I thought he was going in and never coming back out, but you know, the side of Night Horde, they're able to grab up the very first objective quite cleanly here. No deaths on the board. Some ultimates were, you know, traded out from both sides, but Night Horde with a great opening so far in this match.
Yeah, Momoe gonna have to use that wild charge defensively to get himself out of harm's way. But you were talking about it before, that the dashing from that R-Lot can be a little bit, it can be hard to kind of path your way in and out of a fight. But that just kind of shows you the mechanical ability of Sleepy to kind of get in there against 4 members. Oh, whoopsie, in a little bit of trouble here. Oh, bursting down Sleepy. There comes the final slash and a fracture, but not able to put the finishing touches onto Whoopi.
Yeah, now I do think they have pressure on the bot side. They're looking to kind of siege onto this gold plate. CC should look to defend, and the rest of the members from LEGACi are rotating down. The side of Night Horde is quite interesting, but before that,
Yeah, we do have a little Minoan Fury. Sayori's going to have to create some distance. Sleepy with the final slash onto Whoopi and PDR. No worse for wear. Actually, pretty far into the game with no kills yet. Both teams very respectful of the damage of their opponents.
Yeah, I think both teams are quite content with what's going on early. You know, they're both playing slow, looking to farm onto that late game, but topside, a little bit of a small aggression. I do think Jolie should be able to handle this no problem, but there's going to be gold plating for the side of Night Horde to eat on.
Yeah, and unfortunately, not much that they can do right now. Oh My Foe still kind of running around, has yet to really get those kills and chain them together. I mean, that's a plus for the Legacy, as about this point in the game, usually you're dealing with a Nolan who has 2 kills and is starting to steamroll, but instead the Night Horde using this advantage to kind of claim these objectives uncontested. As you see there, Oh My Foe doing a good job. He's going to get this turtle without anybody in his way. PDR caught here between 2 members, back and forth, puts up or gets caught behind a wall, and that is going to be the first blood for Oh My Foe.
Yeah, just wanted to point out that the side of Legacy do have 5 armor boots to deal with all the damage coming out from Night Horde, but that's going to be a lot of the CC that, you know, there's going to be no tenacity for. So all the CCs coming out from the Grok, the Angela, it's going to be quite hard. Even the Arlot is going to be quite hard to deal with. Now on the other side, you have the carry going with the Kohari build once again. Magic shoes the belt into an endless battle. It's quite standard. We've seen Kohari pretty much thrive with that build. But on the other hand, you got Jolie going for a corrosion scythe early on. No DHS, the flicker.
Oh, but they're focused on Momoy while R is sitting there raining down damage onto them. Blazing Duet is out. PDR gets caught by the speedy light wheel and Oh My Foe's damage on that Nolan. Riles caught here under tower. Nowhere is safe, even with that mortal coil.
Yeah, it's a 3-for-1 trade. You saw Kreo Nash get taken out of the fight off screen. And then, you know, you have PDR and Riles kind of both falling. It seems like the aggressiveness for Night Horde paired up with, you know, the mobility that they have, it's doing quite well for them, and they're able to pick up a very early lead of 4-1. Now the towers are still quite even, but the gold lead at the 6-minute mark, it's quite big for the side of Night Horde.
Yeah, and right now, PDR on the backside here. You can see Momoy and the rest of Night Horde doing their best to kind of put some pressure onto this bottom tower. They want to get some kills, looking for PDR here, get some damage here. Wall is going to isolate him away from his team. He decides to put on some damage with a little bit of a knock-up. Oh My Foe coming from the backside, looking for a fracture on the PDR, finds it. Sayori with the finishing touches. Heart Guard on to R.
Yeah, 5K gold lead, 7 minutes in. Not the performance that Legacy was looking for. They're not really holding up in terms of the early game. Night Horde, it just seems like they're finding these small trades here and there throughout the map and just winning on it, right? You have the Nolan kind of just farming the jungle. Foe has done a great job looking for fights when it's necessary, and also going back into the jungle to farm a lot. And then you also got R on the gold lane. 1, 0, and 4. Pretty much been in, you know, 5 out of the 6 kills already on the map, and he's just pushing on the side, and there's honestly nothing that Legacy can do at this point to stop the snowballing that Night Horde has created.
Yeah, it's very dominant by the Night Horde. Oh, you do see a final slash, catches 2 members from Legacy. PDR in trouble here, getting bursted down, tries to jump in, but Sleepy putting the finishing touches onto him. That's going to be 1 down for Legacy as the rest of the Night Horde puts the finishing touches on this mid tower. That is only high grounds left for Legacy, who have found struggles in this game, to say the least.
Now, in terms of the high ground, the side of Legacy, one thing that they have in their favor to kind of delay the snowballing from Night Horde is that they have this Novaria, and woo, that's a 4-man set.
Yeah, that's a big set there. Blazing Duet into the back line. Is it going to be enough to put some damage onto them? Sayori might be in trouble, but Oh My Riles gets taken down. Oh My Foe putting on the damage there. PDR in trouble, trying to get back to the safety of his tower. Sleepy finds the kill onto him. Heart's Guard onto Oh My Foe. The rest of Legacy going to have to back off from this defense.
Yeah, it's a 10K lead for the Black Dragons here. 9-1 is the overall scoreboard. They're looking to, you know, open up the base tower right now. Maybe now is not going to be the best time, but At the same time, they did end up getting the bot side tower. They're looking to push even more. And Night Horde is just dominating in all the small skirmishes. You can see PDR even getting that 4-man set earlier, but the final slash.
Yeah, Whoopi caught in there, does get taken down. Sayori with the kill there. I think Sayori doing Angela things here with a lot of those kills secure. She's been doing 3-0-6 right now, sitting for the Night Horde's mage. And this is unfortunate for LEGACi because even with the proper sets, which we just saw, oh, another final slash. Ryle's gonna have to use that Mortal Coil to get himself back underneath his tower. But even with the proper sets from LEGACi, they are not able to find the finishing touches or be able to find a good and positive engagement against the Night Horde, and that due mostly to the lead.
Yeah, and you can see Sleepy zoning members away with the Angela, just 2 versus 3 in the backside.
Yeah, you see even Jolie with the blazing duet's gonna get caught there. Sayori claims another kill as R takes down Riles. Whoopi in a bad way here, even with the vengeance, down to 10% health as the rest of the Night Horde gonna burst down this second to last high ground tower. At the top, Sleepy working on the minion wave, gonna be looking for this last and final high ground tower for LEGACi. Only 3 members up right now, stuck to defend. 3 waves coming in. Is this gonna be it? You looking for the heart guard right now, looking for an opportunity. PDR gets caught with the final slash. Is going to use that flicker to get himself back behind the tower. Half health left onto the core. They're still able to defend here. Minions coming from the top. Is it going to be enough? They're struggling here. The Lord coming down into the bot lane. Sleepy finds a kill on the BDR. Jolie tries with the blazing duet, but that's going to be all she wrote as the Night Horde claims a very quick game 1.
It is a one-sided game here. 10 minutes in, Night Horde was able to get the victory with a 13k gold lead. But I do want to say this, though. The Black Dragons, they played perfectly in this game so far. They only lost pretty much 1 death. The members that they were looking to feed, right? Foe on the Nolan. You also got the carry coming in from R. Those 2 damage dealers have done so well in pretty much farming up to the items that they're looking for and, you know, dealing the damage that they needed in order for the side of Night Horde to get a 13-1 performance. A pretty job well done for the Black Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it here. The stats pretty much all on the side of Night Horde, whether you're talking about towers or kills. They got the advantage that they needed. Maybe a little bit of a very slow but patient start for them. And once they got rolling, they absolutely took off. You can see 3-0-4 for Oh My Foe. Even Sayori on the board as an Angela with 4-0-8. Just an excellent game played by the Night Horde.
Yeah, I feel like it's a standard build for the side of Night Hordes. Nothing out of the ordinary. The new carry style where they go for the belt, the endless battle, and some damage items on top of that. So everything is relatively standard there. Now the rich guy, R1, is going to be the one that takes that carry. Kuya Nash, PDR, is going to be the sandbag. And the forgotten one is going to be Momoy on the roam position.
Yeah, and I mean, this just kind of tells a story. 3-0-4 right now, especially versus Riles, who was 1-3-0. Just not able to catch their legs here and get some momentum on their side. Once they had the rugs like pulled from their feet, there just was no catching up for LEGACi.
The damage dealt from Sleepy, though, leading the way for the side of Night Horde. Sayori also, you know, pulling up with a great support at 35,000 damage, falling just a little bit short from R. So all the members from the side of Night Horde, they played a great game, dealing tons of damage in different types of department, but definitely Sleepy is the one that stands out here. We saw him pretty much outperform, out-rotate pretty much the whole team of LEGACi, zoning 3 to 4 members away on the very first turtle, gets the flicker out, and then you could also see the very last Lord fight, where it was almost like a 2 versus 3, right? You had the Arlot paired up with the Angela, and then like they were just mowing down, shredding members on the backside, and that's a tank Arlot with a Thunderbelt first item.
Yeah, and then we were talking about the Angela in that early game that she could have, especially as strong as she is. Wave after wave, which does more because it lowers the deep, or actually makes the next hit even harder, and then it's healing up your team as well. And then of course you're dealing with the slow and the stun from her. A great job by the team overall. It's on LEGACi right now to see if they can come back with something here. I want to say a draft that wasn't an awful draft from the LEGACi. It's just they find themselves getting overwhelmed every single step that they take forward, whether it's rotations, coming forward, trying to get objectives. They find themselves outpaced by a team like the Night Horde at every step.
For me, you know, how LEGACi should kind of come back and win into this game, or you could talk about this series, or you even talked about the last half of the regular season, right? What they need to really do is they got to find that winning comp that they are proficient on. They've came all the way through the qualifiers to get to this point, and it still feels like they're missing kind of the standard of how they got here. Right? They could look back to some of those matches, find the confidence that they're looking for. It could be a key element, right? It could be like, oh, we just need a Minotaur set up early so we could go in. Or it could be, you know, Ryo's on a hero that he's a little bit more comfortable with. I'm not saying the Martis wasn't great. It was just at the side of the Black Dragons. They just had a much better game plan and they executed it quite perfectly, only dropping 1 death in that game.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're starting off this next draft, I'm going to assume that possibly you're going to need to take Nolan off the board. Yeah, especially if there's just, we saw that they were not able to deal with the early game, even when matched up with a Martis for Riles, just not able to keep pace with it. The kills as quick as he's able to farm, work his way through the jungle, get those rotations, and then especially with a Hearts Guard on his side as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Angela honestly provided a lot of damage and a lot of pressure in that mage position. We saw the early game aggression that the Angela pretty much had, zoning away, especially with the Grok early on. And you mentioned it, right? Angela is a lane bully early on. There's not many heroes that can deal with the sustain, to deal with the damage that she can do. And paired up with the CC that she provides, like the impact that Sayori had was quite good in that game. Now, LEGACi, they definitely need to find a way to bounce back. And I think for me, having kill pressure lanes is quite important. We saw kind of like the standstill 1 versus 1 in the gold lane quite early on. I know you and I laughed about it a little bit, but like bringing in something like the Brody, the Harith, having a little bit of kill pressure early on, so when your roam and your mage goes down there and ganks, they could find a way to kill, or possibly, right, go for the route that the first 2 series had. Get that lane switch onto the top and bottom side, find a way to kind of mesh together and take the advantage, maybe through the macro, if not the micro. But Private, we got a roster swap here.
I think the musical chairs continues with the Night Horde as a Sleepy going to be taken out for Nikoko here. So I want to say 2 subs in for the Night Horde, but I mean, still showing a dominating performance from the last game, and looking to continue that on through game 2. And right off the bats, Angela taken off the board. They're not trying to deal with that at all.
Yeah, I mean, I like the roster swaps, right? Everyone gets to play a little bit for fun. You know, it may not be as consistent as we would like. And quite honestly, when you're looking at a lot of the top teams, for example, Fiends, not much roster swap there, right? BTK, generally not much roster swap. And then when you look at Gaimin Gladiators, even though they have Dez sitting there in the back, which has performed so well in multiple position, does not have a roster swap. So, you know, it could be leading some charge early on, but definitely it's nice to have, you know, so many different players join, and we get to see so many different faces. Private.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, honestly, I have always not had like the highest opinion when it comes to like a lot of the roster swaps and how positively or negatively it can kind of sometimes affect the synergy of a team. But I mean, here tonight, we've seen nothing but success from a lot of these teams, maybe mostly because they're in a position now where they can do these swaps, get some experience on some of those characters who have been quote unquote warming the bench for a little bit, let them get out there and get some of that NACT experience. As we move on here, I want to say kind of the same bands that we saw before. Matilda and the Barat's going to be taken off there. Strong combos from them. And on the other side, for the LEGACi, we have the Angela and the Vexana taken off the board. Very interesting too. I mean, we had a pretty decent focus on to Sayori from LEGACi, but I mean, it didn't matter. She picked up the Angela and was absolutely super successful on her.
Yeah, and I mean, this time they decided to kind of swap around the bans from the side of LEGACi. They're not really all out focusing on Sayori. And, you know, it's quite interesting. Sayori, even with the focus ban, still did so well with the Angela. And now the Faramis, the Novaria is out for play. The Nolan that got taken out, that got taken away from the side of Night Horde is now also available. And you know, there's a lot of assassins that, you know, are up for grabs as well. The Joy comes into mind, definitely, and something like the Natan, the Harith, you know, those magic damage dealer pair so well with a physical damage at mid.
Oh man, it's funny too, because I mean, Sayori is everything that you hate about an Angela, especially when it comes to like the kill steals and being so successful on the enemy team. And then to see that kind of taken out there. We do have the Arlott, shades of the last game too. Arlott, very prime and a first round pickup. Ruby has fallen off. We're going to answer that with a Novaria from the Night Horde.
Yeah, I think this is quite standard. The last game, if the side of LEGACi did not take the Novaria, you could bet that the side of Night Horde will. Now, they kind of mirrored each other's opening. The Arlott gets picked up for LEGACi. We don't know if it's an XP or in the roam position. I do know PDR a little bit. I don't think he's going to be the one picking up the Arlott. I think the Minotaur actually fits his style quite well. You could also go for something like a Oob strat with an Estes or a Raphael, especially with the Angela being banned out. Now, on the side of the other hand, Night Horde has kind of paired up this Novaria with what I would say one of the holy grails. To have that frontline CC to deal tons of damage and lock an opponent down in one spot, paired up with the slow, the burst damage, the range coming out from Novaria, it's a very, very strong opening that LEGACi has to find a way to deal with.
Yeah, and it's very interesting here. For me, I want to say, like, if I can bring it up, it's been surprising for me that Riles, I want to say, hasn't really kind of come along for the picks like the Joy, the Nolan, other assassins that I feel like might match his play style. He's made his name on that Hayabusa, but there's other heroes that like are still meta that still kind of match that play style that are so lethal, especially when you talk about players like Best Player, where we see in the drafts that Joy, Nolan taken off immediately because they don't want to see, they know how strong it can be here. And it's very, very curious to me that Riles has either not picked them up or just doesn't really favor them over the support type jungles and the heavy tankier jungles here that he's I want to say had not as much success in. We do have the Terizla. This is the second time I've seen Terizla from not seeing him at all from the NACT. He's still a very strong pick. The penalty zone, a great initiator for teams, keeping them locked down, which opens it up for Oh My Foe, opens it up for Sayori to kind of keep them locked down in a place for you to actually be able to deal a ton of damage. But we're going to be moving into the second banning phase, and the Nolan and Diggy taken off the board.
Yeah, you talked about the Terizla. It's an interesting pick that has kind of come back into the meta, especially overseas. They've been picking up a lot of Paquitos, picking up a lot of Terizlas, especially when they like to go this assassin in the jungle, right? We're talking about the Joy, we're talking about the Nolan, but this time around it's a paired up with a Fredrin and a Terizla. Now, the side of LEGACi, they have what it takes to deal with it. They have the carry, they banded out the Diggy, which could be so lethal, especially with the two front lines that the side of Night Horde already has. It's a good ban, but you know, LEGACi, I still want them to kind of figure out how they can set up Jolie on this carry, right? If they can just pin a target down for a long period of time, allow the carry to pretty much just shred and single target burst a single unit, I think that's going to be the success that LEGACi needs, the win condition that they need to go on in this match.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing here, especially with the Lu Yi pickup, that you're going to have that yin yang. We saw how great it can be, especially with that diversion. We saw how Hoon played it and was basically using it on cooldown to kind of close distance around the map for his team. The only problem here is there's not a lot of targets for this Terizla. So you know he's looking for the Lu Yi. You know, and Lu Yi does not have a lot of escapes. He does, and this time, especially in this composition right now, we're not going to have a Matilda that's going to be able to kind of pull Lu Yi away when the going gets tough, especially if a penalty zone comes down on her.
Okay, you know, I was gonna kind of make a joke and say, hey, you know what's good against the Novaria? The Hayabusa, right? The Novaria is looking to kind of be at a range and typically does not have anyone protecting her from the far side. So the Hayabusa can perfectly jump onto the backside, but now Momoe has picked up this Raphael. It's a similar kind of the Ube strat that I was talking about. Instead of a group heal, she does have a group heal. It's a little bit off of a different cooldown, but it's more of kind of like a reap. Like, you know, you bait out the opponent's spell, you get them to gap close you use your utilities, go away, and then push back, right? Rinse and repeat. But the side of LEGACi opting to go for the Joy, and the Joy is quite interesting here, paired up with the NACT, which we don't really see these two combinations work well, especially when Lu Yi's looking for people to group up. And the Akai is kind of that reset in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, that is exactly the point I was going to make too. The heavy spin, you're going to have to be very surgical with that heavy spin to pin like maybe 2 or 3 people against the wall, when a lot of times what we see from an Akai is that heavy spin comes out, starts ping-ponging characters everywhere, and that's going to make it very hard for Lu Yi to lock onto somebody, get that yin-yang. That's why I say it's going to all, right now it's going to be all on the Akai. Can he be very masterful on those engagements to pin them against the wall instead of kind of like spreading them out? And especially because Riles is going to have to try to dive deep into that back line to kind of chunk them down, all while you're going to have this Raphael in the back line trying to heal up the team. But ladies and gentlemen, this could possibly be the last match of this series. LEGACi fighting to get their first victory of the season against Night Horde.
I have a bad feeling about this for the side of LEGACi. They brought up a lot of the CC, which CC has been so important in a lot of these players to win their matches. But at the same time, Akai and Lu Yi, they just don't have the synergy unless you know, 100% are certain that you can get the pins, but like, and a heavy spin is not 100% certain. And then paired up with that, you have the final slash of Arlot. So you have multiple displacement when you honestly want the Lu Yi to have the people set in a specific spot. So things like Ruby, Tigreal, where they grab people and they make them close together, pairs so much exponentially better than to have the Akai. The randomness comes in, and of course, if we name the best case scenario, he gets a 2-man pin. Yes, that is great, but more likely, we've seen so many Akais come through and play, it's never the best case scenario.
Ooh, Riles tries to come in, has the electrifying beats, is not going to be able to find the kill onto the Coco. Actually catches himself a spatial orb there for his troubles, takes a bit of damage, and still 0-0 apiece here.
Yeah, well, LEGACi does, I mean, Whoopi does have a little bit more of an aggressive spell onto the boss side. He decides to take for the Master of the Assassins when a lot of the XP in the side lanes do opt to go for something like the Festival of Blood for a little bit of regen. So that may be why Arlot should be able to dominate that lane. But when it comes down to the mid-late game for the sustain, for the healing, he's not going to be able to be as much of a frontline presence as you know, the side of Night Horde, where they did take the Arlot and he was just kind of getting out alive pretty much every single fight.
Yeah, good positioning here for the Night Horde. 3 members ready for this Lord, and this is what we've been seeing from LEGACi. They're unfortunately just not in positions when these Lords come up, when the timers are up. You can see Night Horde in position, they're ready, they grab it, and then they disperse. And unfortunately, LEGACi just, I want to say, a few seconds behind.
And you know, the turtle, the gold itself is kind of good, right? Like it's not extremely great, but at the same time it provides a lot of gold for the members. But I think what the turtle buff does so good is the experience that everyone gets on the map. You can see LEGACi with a small, tiny lead. I think it's due to the fact that the R-Lot is dominating in the Terizla lane, and also on the top side, Jolie deathless, even with the faux gank, and is holding out quite well against R. So, you know, definitely a good job from the side of LEGACi. But if they're unable to contest the objectives like they did on the very first turtle, it's gonna smell a lot of trouble, as the side of Night Horde is just going to exponentially get those experience, get those rotations, and Ying Yang coming top.
Yeah, they do have a nice diversion there as Momoy sees it coming, is able to get his team away and out of harm's way. I mean, a good attempt there. And then on the point that you were making, if you're not able to get to, oh, actually, we'll be in a little bit of a trouble here between two members. He's going to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. But the point you made about like them not able to get some of these objectives and actually having a decent side lane, this is the perfect opportunity to kind of ignore the turtle, go in and try to get some damage onto some of these side lanes, maybe even get a gank during some of these turtle objectives.
Yo, can I just point out, if he was Hayabusa, he could just ult, right? He would have just singled out the XC. I'm just mad that, you know, we don't get the Hayabusa in action, but the heavy spin coming through.
Yeah, Oh My Foe and the PDR deep into the lines. Oh My Foe might be in a little bit of trouble here. Gets taken down by Whoopi. That is going to be a first blood for the LEGACi.
Yeah, that's a good news for the side of LEGACi. They actually have a winning opening for the first time in quite some time. Divergent coming on the top side. I don't know if they know.
Yeah, we can see it here right now. LEGACi in a good position. This might be the first objective they're going to be able to get. You can see, oh, Riles picks it up. So good on them. This is going to be the first, I want to say, dare I say the first objective from LEGACi that they've gotten from this series?
Yeah, definitely a good advantage for the side of LEGACi. They still have to find a way to win some of these team fights. They have the early game. They got the second objective. They got the first kill, picking off a foe, right? So they definitely have a little bit of advantage. But again, Night Horde, you know, have shown a lot of dominance in their performance. They've honestly achieved quite high here. They've been getting a few wins here and there. So it's very solid for the side of Night Horde to kind of go through and snowball in this game. But the opening that LEGACi has in this match is most definitely much better than the ones they had before.
Yeah, it's just going to come down to them being able to push this advantage, keep with it. I think they've been a little bit stalled. They haven't really taken advantage. You can see here, all of them hiding in this bush, not creating a play. And that's kind of what's been the big problem with them when it comes to some of these other compositions, these other teams that they faced.
Most definitely. And PDR going with the heavy spin again. The best case scenario is quite hard to achieve there on the Akai. Once again, I'm a little bit worried. Now, LEGACi do have an advantage early on, but it's just a little bit hard to synchronize all the spells together.
Jolie taking down Momoy. Riles finds a kill onto R, and finally some life coming out of a LEGACi. Now they're chasing down 4 members against Oh My Foe. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath, finds a kill onto Kuya Nash, and another kill. Oh my god, they've turned it around. That is 3 kills unanswered for the Night Horde right now. Nikoko gets taken down as a last effort from the LEGACi, who's up from that engagement 4-3.
That's a good response coming out from LEGACi. They're able to win in some of the small skirmishes that I was kind of quite honestly scared of. But the reinforcements coming through from the side of Night Horde, paired up with the Raphael, right? A lot of the people, when it comes down to these supports, it's in a kind of a weird position, but to just kind of define it a little bit better, most of the time, a lot of these healers are just much better in the mid game.
Yeah, you have the heavy spin there. And actually, PDR actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. Riles against the turtle here. Oh My Foe in a good position. Right now, all teams are up fully. Turtle down to about half health. They're going to go ahead and drag it out. Looks like Oh My Foe surrounding PDR. Here comes a full barrage from R. Finds a kill, but not before Whoopi can find a kill of his own onto the Night Horde marksman. Oh My Foe in a bad way here. Does get taken down by Jolie. This might be another objective going over to the favor of LEGACi.
Huge fight coming out from LEGACi, showing that they have what it takes. 3-4-1 just for PDR. They were able to take out 3 of the members side of Night Horde. High priority targets too, right? It was R, Foe, and also Momoy, right? So they're able to kind of zone away. I still feel like the team fight is not quite as beautiful as it can be, but definitely the priority from the side of LEGACi is just much better. Now they're looking to push even more onto the towers.
Yeah, big heavy spin comes down. R getting zoned out. Jolie finds the kill onto them with that speedy light wheel. Now starting to transition these kills into objectives. We have 2 towers for the side of LEGACi, and this is the breath of life that I think most fans of LEGACi have been waiting to see.
Most definitely. And quite honestly, the heavy spin coming out from PDR has a lot of impact so far in this series. He's able to get, quite the pin that he's looking for, or even kind of a disengagement, displacement, zoning members away. Now, is it perfect? I don't know. He was pinning the Fredrin onto the objective when the carry was not there. They're not synchronizing their ult. You can see right there, Ryle's getting out alive with the melodic beats. You can also see the Louis doing a lot of the damage, pretty much displacing and messing up R there. But the siege looking like it's going to be continued from the side of LEGACi as they snowball through this mid game.
Yeah, and the one thing I want to say too is even though Kuya Nash on a Lu Yi is not getting the kills, been a part of putting on that damage and spraying that damage onto the Night Horde. So doing the job, especially with the 6 assists. And that's been a big and a main point, which is allowing Jolie to go in, basically the cleanup crew, to be able to kind of clean up a lot of these fights, and which is what has been the main advantage for them over the Night Horde in this game. 9-4 and a 5,000 gold lead for the LEGACi.
And I also want to mention kind of the matchup between a lot of the sustained heroes like Raph and Estes versus a Louis. But before that,
yeah, a little bit of a fight down here as we got an odd angle. Full barrage is out. PDR looking to get his way away. Big penalty zone lands on the 3 members, and Kuya Nash, the only one to be able to flicker himself out to safety. This is going to open up the objective. This Lord looking to be going to the Night Horde. Riles going to get caught in this bush. He was looking for an opportunity, but Nikoko doing a great job of zoning him out. Riles not even able to find an angle to get in there as Oh My Foe cleans up this first Lord.
So, going back to my point, the typical timing of a lot of the supports is that they want to go 0-0 and kind of play onto that late game, right? The more sustain that they have, the more cooldown that they have, the more ability that they can spam their spells and create a fight that is in their position of winning, right? And the side of LEGACi, what they do have to deal with that is typical sustainers like the Raphael Estes require an Ube strat, require members to be grouped up, and Lu Yi does so much damage for that. But top side,
yeah, Jolie actually charges in. You see the flicker from R, not enough. Oh, actually might be getting bursted down, but R not. I think R actually able to get the final touches and absolutely bursts down Jolie. So we are about 1K lead for LEGACi. I want to say that lead starting to slip from their fingers as they're starting to get answered and replied by the Night Horde.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit unfortunate because I do think that, the LEGACi, they had a 4K gold lead. They were pushing in a lot of the objectives. Unfortunately, they did lose that fight earlier, especially when Whoopi and PDR was so deep in the enemy lines. But once again, the Lu Yi, especially with the power spike that she has, both Raphael and Louis are looking for both sides to group up. And the Raphael, it just gets countered by the Louis. It's not an unwinnable matchup, but you can see Night Horde grouping up in that death ball. Much perfect for the Yin Yang overturn mage to kind of get the assist that she's looking for. 1, 1, and 7, creating all sorts of headache and having essentially, one of the higher KDAs of the match.
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting thing for me too. Do you pick up the anti-heal on the Lu Yi to kind of continue to counter out this? And then Momoy right now, who has the flask. So they're starting to get a little bit, I want to say, those heals and then that shield coming from the side of the Night Horde becoming a lot more to deal with for LEGACi. And we have to see if they can keep up this momentum, if they can keep on continuing on. They're trying to play a very patient game here. They're doing a good job of kind of zoning out, using that Novaria to kind of scope out a lot of these bushes, and then Momoy with that to kind of scope out a lot of the bushes there as well. You see them catch PDR.
And, you know, typically when it comes down to a lot of these utility and sustains, it is a fight between like kind of being proactive and reactive, right? Proactive, you know, typically you talk about a Terizla Flicker set, a Fredrin going in, Arlott going through, right? And the reactive part is where the Raphael comes into play. Can she sustain the fight long enough with topside?
Oh, yeah, they catch Oh My Foe and burst him down. Heavy spin by PDR. Ooh. And Jolie gets caught by a full barrage from R. So they do trade one for the jungle. But that's going to mean that they don't have a retry for the Nighthorde. And this is the perfect opportunity. But they're charging in. PDR takes a heap of damage. Whoopi comes in there to save him. Final Slash is out looking to put and connect some damage onto Momoy. Whoopi, unfortunately, uses that dash and puts himself back into enemy territory. Meanwhile, 10% left onto this. The electrifying beats is out. Riles might not be able to get. He gets stunned, taken down by Sayori, who also picks up the Lord. And what a reply from the Nighthorde.
A little bit too much of a force coming out from LEGACi. I think they feel like they're in a desperate position. They had a 1k goal lead, they had a 4k goal lead through a fight here, and now with the 1k goal lead, they end up losing the second Lord of the match. It smells a lot of trouble for the side of LEGACi. They definitely have a lot of work that they need to do in order to kind of make the better decisions here, right? You saw Riles using his ultimate on the objective when there's 4 members kind of clashing through. Yes, it ends up getting taken away. Do I think it could have gone the other end? Maybe, if LEGACi decides to you know, look for the fight or everyone go on to the Lord. But LEGACi is just so spread apart, right? We talked about the synergy of the Akai. Now the Arlott is the one, but before...
Yeah, big penalty zone into the back line. Heavy spin, gonna push Nikoko into the enemy core, and that's gonna be all she wrote as Whoopi gets taken down on the backside. Riles down as well. R and the rest of the Nighthorde pushing, looking to close this at the 14-minute mark, half health, and that's gonna be a clean sweep for the Nighthorde, taking advantage of, I wanna say, a few bad fights from LEGACi.
Yeah, it was a 14-minute match. LEGACi pretty much had the lead the whole entire game, but again, the Nighthorde snowball is just a little bit too much to handle. Side of Nighthorde, they were just able to kind of get whatever they were looking for, and you know, pretty much dominated this whole entire match, especially when you go past that mid game, and you know, 15, 14, 33 kind of just smells that, hey, it is not a one-sided game, it's quite even. A much better opening this time around for the side of LEGACi. They did fall a little bit short, but we can see they're definitely gathering their thoughts and, you know, drawing up better game plans game by game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that was basically LEGACi's game to lose. And unfortunately, that last engagement, they spread too far apart. I want to say maybe a little bit of a miscommunication when it came to having PDR and Whoopi so far removed from the rest of the team, getting picked off, and then you had to deal with the whole of the Nighthorde coming at Riles, who was trying to take the Lord. And that's just unfortunate. That's Mobile Legends for you, is you got to keep your sword sharp throughout the entirety of the game, or you're going to be taken advantage of, especially at this point, by a team like the Nighthordes.
I think the most important thing for LEGACi to kind of pick out is that they need to be a little bit more synchronized in terms of their fights, right? There's plenty of opportunities where I saw that, like, Riles could have gone in, or maybe used a better ultimate, or maybe, you know, PDR's heavy spin was just a little bit too early before Jolie was able to kind of get into play and try to make the impact. He was still 8-2-0, but once again, you know, when it came down to those late game team fights, he was just getting shredded, and there was no response from the side of LEGACi to be able to synchronize their ultimates, try to get a winning team fight. They did have a good diversion, but once again, the heavy spin was just a little bit too random to have the impact that they were looking for, and it was just quite hard of a game for the side of LEGACi to win.
Yeah, and this basically tells the story. I mean, you can see it's all basically in favor of LEGACi. Jolie here at PDR, but unfortunately, it just took one bad fight to turn the tables in favor of the Nighthorde. And I want to say the big swan songs for R and Sayori, who performed very well. I think Sayori didn't get a single death there as well on that Navaria, and you called it from the draft. There really wasn't an answer to try to get to that back line to be able to punish her and be able to stop that damage from coming out.
Yeah, that's the thing about Navaria, right? First, second skill clears the wave you know, from an extremely far range. You also got the ability to, you know, use the ultimate to locate the specific heroes that they're looking to engage on top of. The kit itself is just really strong, and that's why it gets banned or taken almost every single game. There is responses towards it, right? You know, we talked about some of the fights, and quite honestly, the damage dealing from Riles is just not good enough. If he chose, like, let's say the Hayabusa, potentially he could catch off Sayori. And R doesn't have an escape. He could choose to go on top of that. And, you know, Riles had the last picks from both games. But unfortunately, it just doesn't seem like those last picks are creating the impact that the side of LEGACi needs to get the wins in the series.
Yeah, they weren't able to secure that win, but I agree with you guys that both teams, both LEGACi and BloodHounds today, have been doing a lot better with the back and forth in the game. They are actually getting an advantage in the second game as well, but with those mistakes, you have a pro team like Horde or like GG. They would capitalize on every mistake you make and have the game turn back around.
Yeah, and I want to say a wonderful game there. Another wonderful game by Sayori. First game with the Angela. I mean, playing the Angela in the mid lane, a very big force in the early game, and then that second game on the Novaria. I think it was 80% of the team fight, so always landing those orbs, always landing a lot of the damage there, and being just an instrumental part of the team.
Yeah, and I think it's quite great today that we get to see so many different heroes being played in so many different roles. The Angela in the mage position, we saw Natan in the jungle. The Masha came back to say hi to us. Like, it's been quite the great 3 series that we get to cast. There is another exciting game coming up, but do we have like a player interview?
But before that, you guys mentioned we do have Sayori on. We do have Sayori as the MVP of the last series. Private, take us through it.
I mean, you can tell, especially here, I believe this is the first game. You can see all those waves coming out there. Just an instrumental part, especially helping out with Oh My Foe on that Nolan in the early game. And the kill steals, slowing down PDR, getting the stuns out there, doing a great job. From here, I mean, no kills here just yet at this point in the game. But as we start moving on later and later, she was just doing a phenomenal job. And it just kind of proves, I mean, you've seen the focus on her in the draft, but there's just such a deep hero pool and so many different angles that she can come at you from that, I mean, it's almost no use to ban against her and try to counter what she does pick up here. You see here a lot of the damage coming out there, and then finally from the Heart's Guard there, being able to pick up a lot of those kills there. 4-0 and 7 at that point in the game. A great game for Sayori and for the whole of the Night Horde.
Most definitely. I mean, Sayori has popped off with plenty of different heroes, and you know, in this day of age, the mage meta has widened quite significantly. Back then, you know, it was all about like Eve, Farsa, going for the long range, maybe popping a Sicilian here and there. But this time around, right, there's a lot of relevance, right? The Vexana banned out both games against Sayori. The Faramis and Novaria, high priorities of every single game. The Lilia, which we haven't seen today, is honestly quite good against all these heroes. So plenty of great mages available nowadays.
For sure, and I'm sure the audience wants an interview with Sayori at one point, but we're gonna have that in the channel soon. Today, we have an interview with Oh My Foe. Welcome back, Foe, to the caster's table. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Well, so we noticed another roster swap today. So what happened to Sleepy there? Did his parents ask him to eat again?
Yeah, same thing.
Same thing. What time zone are you guys playing at? Because that was 9 o'clock when that happened. So are you guys playing in the West server then?
No, we're playing on, I think, Central maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, same time as usual, like 7 p.m. Well, 8 p.m.
Okay.
EST he has to go. So like same.
So
time.
how are you guys coordinating that? Like, are you guys practicing with different rosters during your free time, or are you trying, like, because that's gonna continue happening throughout the season?
We don't even practice. Like
oh
we
my
play like
god,
a couple.
everybody.
We play like a couple ranked games, and then like we just make it happen.
Wow, what is going on? Every team that we've interviewed today says that they don't practice. So I don't know if you guys are just, you know, saying that in front of the screen and actually working super hard. No?
We haven't scrimmed in like a month, so
oh no,
we're making miracles.
that's not what we want to hear. Well, I'm sure after tonight you guys will start doing the scrims. It's good to have some practice, so we're looking out for that. Now, for the team, I heard Sayori is actually your captain of the team in game. Is that true? And why is that?
Captain? I mean, I see myself as the captain, but if people say she is, you know, she's a captain.
Well, she's
I don't mind.
a captain in the in-game leader, right? Like in your squad leader?
Oh, squad leader?
Is that true?
I mean, she is, I think. But like captain in
we
game,
all know. So we all know who the power actually goes to, right?
Yeah.
It's Foe all the way. Now,
24/7.
Your team, no, yes, 24/7. Foe is actually the power holder. Now, for Night Horde, I know you guys, the team at least, Night Horde, the brand, was here for the last NACT. So what does the team name Night Horde mean, and why did you join the team?
Oh, I mean, I joined the team because Juki was the manager, and we kind of needed a manager. And since you know he's a great manager, why not just create a team with him? I don't know anything about the last Night Horde because I just came back like 2 seasons ago. But he's a great manager, you know.
So what does the team Night Horde mean? Do you know what the team name means?
I have no clue. I think it's the branding of the company, maybe. But it's been around since. It's been around for like a while.
Yeah. So it looks like after Foe's interview, he's gonna have to go back and do some scrims as well as learn about the team history.
For sure. Will do.
For sure. Will do. All right. You guys heard it. Thank you so much for joining us. You guys did a great match and a lot more great matches to come.
Thank you.
All right.
Liz dishing out homework now to our players, making sure that they're keeping on top.
Yeah, no, I mean it's always a pleasure to see a lot of the interviews with the players. I know this is not something that we traditionally have in our NACT, and I'm very thankful to, you know, one, we get the players review for the faces. It's always been our faces that gets memed out there, but this time around everyone gets to join the show on the boat, and of course the host itself, you know, coming through with the fiery questions. Like it's nice. It's nice.
I mean, of course, we're getting closer to what an actual match is live, right? Because we always have those questions and behind the scene interview with every match. And now NA is finally making that progress where we see player face cams as well as player interviews. That's a great progress that we saw, and I'm loving it. Now, for our lovely fans, we have another giveaway, so take out your phones and be prepared. On the screen, you have the code, and you have a QR code to scan for the hero skin Dark Scent for Roger. We saw Roger in play a lot today, so make sure you're one of that first 31 person to redeem that code for a permanent skin. First come, first serve. Get your phone out and get that skin in. Now, as everyone is getting that skin ready, next match is the series of the day. BTK 3.0 versus BTK 4.0. How are you guys feeling about it?
I think this is the match that a lot of people were coming here to see. It's one I'm actually really excited about because a lot of the team members on BTK, on Gaimin Gladiators, have said that Devious activity is one of the strongest teams in North America. They've said it from the scrims. They've had a great synergy here in North America in the NACT so far. So this could be one of BTK's strongest battles yet.
Yeah, but, you know, BTK did get the victory over Gaimin Gladiators, which, you know, I had the pleasure to cast I do want to see them push for the momentum this time around, and with a team that doesn't have that much synergy, it definitely takes a lot of time. So I'm excited to see what they bring to the show today.
Yeah, you mentioned they got a victory against GG last week, but A77 also got a victory against BTK at one point, and DA beat A77, but they also lost to GG. So it really shows that this season we're going back and forth between all these teams, and that's why the competition is so exhilarating to watch. Now, break is ready, guys. We're going to come back in 5 for the series of the night, so be prepared.
Offended, Momoe able to catch Yato, finds the backline for Devious activity, off to a good start.
Yeah, we could fight. G? Or wait for... We gotta fight.
Hold on, man.
Nice. Alright, shoot him, kill him. Alright.
Oh, mid one. Wait, look on.
Mid?
Oh, top again. Yo. Nice one.
Oh my god. Look, Sissy.
Keep going, keep going.
Hurt?
No. Dip.
Chill.
Dane is dead.
Hurt.
Kill Howard.
Kill.
I got Vexana.
Nice.
GG.
You kill this guy first. Can we kill this guy?
Yeah, KDA. Can we recall, bro? Can we recall?
No,
I'm not gonna kill him.
Kill him.
Kill him.
No way. Oh. Yo, look.
Insect mode.
I can't hold that lord.
Yo,
nice poke.
Hoon flicker.
Nice poke. He flickered?
Guys, we can go. I'm strong. Ruby ult. Guys, come.
Nice, Milo.
Back siya. He's dead.
Nice. They have all their flickers or what? Do they have all their flickers?
Get tower and then they'll start zoning.
We got it.
Guys, come.
Nice.
Let's keep pushing.
What do you guys think? We have a lot of waves here, guys. In another minute.
CC Fury.
Yo, come with me.
Winzo. Oh, I got linked. I have ammo though.
Alright, we're good. We can end this.
Guys, I'm on Brody. Flicker. He flickered. Tower lock, guys. Tower lock.
Nice.
Sorry, I'm sorry for playing bad today.
Why don't you? Oh, actually, he's dead. Yo, get the up.
That's so good.
Fight. Nice.
That's so good. Yo, endable. Mid.
He's not just ulted out.
Yo, He's
on left side. Oh,
I'm gonna get Churro. You guys got that.
G, R, come. We need to end, R. There's no minions now. R's not here. Kill Churro.
Yeah, GG.
What is that guy doing?
Wait, no, Claude up. He literally made his team lose. Lose.
What?
No, that Claude up. He made his team lose.
Yeah, he monkeyed, and then I expect him to
Start deep, bottom.
I don't know myself either.
Bro, this minion.
Oh,
Real more blood. I got mid. Don't worry about it.
I think we're fine.
Yo, use on top. Use on bot.
Yo, look at this.
Hey, use on bot. You trying to get top tower, Carlos? Yeah. Give me this.
Wait, Barat G?
Yeah, sure.
Up Angela. Oh, they saw me.
Here's Papa.
Here's the Papa.
I know 響かせてよ Well, I know that I can be stronger if I'm with you 吹き鳴らせ 伸びた街を抱く空は青く無垢に僕ら見下ろす残る傷はどうそれは経験と成長重ねた印気分にず頼りない声もぶつかること恐れないで心の奥さらけ出して超越した僕らが世界を変えるかき鳴らせ愛のせ
Guys, we're back. Last series of the night and the best, well, the series of the night. BTK 3.0 versus BTK 4.0. DA versus BTK. Tell me, guys, how are you feeling?
This is definitely going to be the spicier of the series, and it's the one that a lot of the fans have been waiting for. Like we said before, we mentioned it a little bit before the break. DA, one of the bigger teams in North America, kind of that hidden gem that everybody's been talking about and waiting, and they have performed to exception here in North America.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely kind of just what Liz says, BTK 3.0 up against the fathers himself. You know, it's quite exciting to see a lot of these players pair up with each other and then they go against each other the next season. I think it stirs up like a very high competition in North America, and I'm completely all for it, Liz.
I'm all for it. What I'm not for is another roster swap coming in for DA. So let's take a look at what the swap is. We have Melon stepping in for Toru.
I think Yui was talking a little bit about Melon, and this actually might be an improvement for DA.
Yeah, well, I mean, improvement is a very far word, Private. Melon is going to be on the gold T, Yato, the duo mid, and we got Kush and Mikasa. But just kind of going back to some of the player history, we have seen Toru you know, perform quite well as a sub for many different teams, and especially in a lot of the third parties, he's actually dominated as the main marksman for plenty of different rosters. So that guy is, you know, quite crazy. But if you look at Melon, right? Melon was top 2 for OSP before BTK went to M3. Right? So he was the marksman player coming out from OSP in that group. Melon has also dominated in plenty of different teams after that. So it's definitely a very, very strong player himself, you know, to be able to perform up on the big stage. And quite honestly, I feel like Melon has a better standing in terms of competing in, you know, the eyes of everyone as they watch.
And now for the Bloodthirsty Kings, the Kings Private take us through their roster.
Yeah, you can see here it's going to be basic in the marksman lane. Cold World for the roam. Nicolette bringing up the mid. Moba Zane as the jungle. And we're just going to go ahead and call it the GOAT in the XP lane.
You know, I'm a little bit upset that they didn't pair Nicolette's head with the crown of the BTK. It would have been a nice crown to add on top. You quite honestly give everyone a crown because, you know, those are the kings of the kings there.
I mean, that might happen next week. Producers might just hear you and actually make that change next week. So we're super excited. BTK staying strong with their roster. They definitely have momentum. They've proven themselves to be the kings. And we're super excited to see how they perform tonight.
Yeah, not gonna lie, Oh, we're going straight into the predictions then. We're going to go ahead and see.
Predictions. Private, take us through it.
There's just one person on this, I think, for the predictions. That is the odd one. Liz looking to shake some feathers here. Why don't you explain to us this DA pick, Liz?
Okay, so don't come at me, fans, since I realize BTK do have a lot of fandom, the BTK fandom. I am all for BTK. That's why exactly I voted for DA, because they were once BTK and then they did super well, but we gotta show them a little bit of support. I mean, BTK, we know that they're super strong, but DA, they're still standing at that coveted like top 3 spot, and this is going to be the match that might potentially bump them up and bump my prediction standings up. This is my only opportunity to go head-to-head against these guys, so that's why I'm taking it in. Or it's a glitch, you know?
For me, I want to say there was a collective a sigh of relief last weekend when we saw just how much BTK had improved, getting their synergy down enough to be able to take down Gaimin Gladiators. And here, standing very tall, we have once again a BTK worthy of the top of the NACT ladder.
And I mean, BTK has shown us to be pretty much like one of the strongest players. I mean, in the strongest organizations, they've always, been in that top 3, top 4, quite honestly, top 2 spots. But this time around, DA is one of the stronger teams, if not one of the strongest teams, especially in our ladder. They're still looking to overthrow teams like GG, and this time around, they're looking to go head-to-head against BTK. That's going to be a very hard-fought match from both teams, and unfortunately, we only have 2 choices. We can only pick one, Liz, and I chose the Kings tonight.
Yeah, we all chose Kings of the Kings, but someone's got to be the odd one out and be that one cheerleader for DA. So it's going to be me this time. Let's see how DA does. And we're going to go straight into the draft.
Ooh, I'm actually really excited about it. This is one of the, I want to say, I think I said it before, it's going to be one of BTK's biggest challenges. We already saw them topple Gaimin Gladiators here, but there's been a lot of talk between BTK members from their streams, from Gaimin Gladiators members from their streams, talking about one team, and that's Devious Activity, and how surprised and how strong they are, especially in the scrims. We're going to see if they can bring that same power here to the live season here at NACT.
When I look at the faces of DA, like, they remind me of those like pro StarCraft team players where they got like 300 APMs. They're like a bunch of nerds in a good way, and quite honestly, that's very formidable. That's actually quite scary to face up now. BTK, the roster, complete all-stars. There's not a single person that in North America you do not know these guys. Nicolette, Mobazane, Milo, the GOAT, Basic, and also Cold World. It's the all-star team versus an all-star, quite honestly, an all-star team on the other end. So, Private, I know you're excited. I am excited. Let's just jump straight into the draft.
Well, we can see here already, I want to say a staple right now when going against BTK is to go ahead, take away that Barats from Zane, potentially maybe a Fredrin pickup or a ban on the side of DA, especially since they have the first pick there. On the other side, we do see that BTK taking out the Joy, almost, I want to say, kind of a mirror of how they draft against Gaimin Gladiators, where they took away those more mechanical shining heroes from best player. They're doing the same thing here, especially because Kush is absolutely a monster on a lot of those assassin type heroes.
You're 100% correct, Private. The ban against the Joy has been something that BTK pretty much does almost every single game. It's not like Zane cannot play the assassins. We've seen him done super well with like things like Lancelot back in the days when they built him like a tank. But once again, like, Joy has been a hero that's very, very hard to deal with, especially with the immune going onto the backside. So definitely a good ban on the table. But, for me, quite honestly, it's BTK as a team not only Zane is the one that's playing on it. It's a team of full all-stars, and if the focus is going to go on Zane almost every single time, which it has, this allows BTK for me to shine even more in their draft, right? Zane has to bring up 4, 5, 6, maybe even the 7th pick to be able to figure out what he wants to play. He could go and prioritize it early as a bully man, or he could just let the pressure go off onto him and, you know, alleviate the other pressures that the other teammates can uphold, right? Nicolette, great hero pool. Basic plays almost anything from, you know, the morning to the night. Milo, he is who he is in the animal ladder. And he also got Cold World, the new shining armor that everyone loves right now in the roam position. One thing though that is not being banned out that I think it is going to be the Matilda. That's Cold World, you know, got the MVP of last week.
Yeah, and that's something I wanted to bring up too, as you were talking about. It's a very risky play when you focus on one player and put all the banning power onto that one opponent, especially like Mobazane, where he was able to show last week that you can do that, and he still has something in the reserve he can pick up because the rest of his team, it's not the Mobazane show, it's the BTK show. There's 4 other members on this team equally as dangerous, equally able to kind of make up, and that's what I've been waiting for from this BTK that I didn't see in the qualifiers, that I've been wanting to see here, which is that the rest of these players start stepping up here to make up for the fact, get Mobazane on something that maybe might be his 4th or 5th pick, but the rest of them able to have their shining points. And we saw that last week with that Matilda pickup, and they don't go for it, they're gonna go for the Faramis pickup here.
Yeah, I mean, the Faramis getting banned out, the Matilda now gets taken out from the BTK side. So it's not like this hero is not something that I personally feel like is extremely scary, right? It's very, very good, and it's very, very fast. And especially since BTK likes to play those tanky front lines in the utility where they don't really have the best mobility. Yes, I think it is great, but is it all, you know, does it counter every hero? No, I think, you know, Raphael can do a great job against the Matilda. I think the Estes can pair well against the Matilda. So there's definitely a lot of sustain, you know, as Matilda gets a lot of the shields for his own teammates. You know, Estes and Raph can just heal, right? So, you know, banning it out, I feel like it's a little bit of a waste of a ban, but it's definitely understandable since that BTK, they were able to upthrow Kings with that Matilda pick.
Very interesting. We have the first actual pickup here, the CC being picked up by Devious Activity. I'm expecting the lane answer to be along the lines of possibly the Arlot or the Terizla, which we've seen an uprising here. And I know Mielo, especially last season, favored that Terizla, was very good at getting those sets when it came to some of the objectives here. I mean, Devious Activity, I'm very eager to see what they can do here, because if there's one team that I've been theorizing that can go toe-to-toe with a team like BTK or Gaimin Gladiators, it's been DA, and I'm definitely interested to see what they have in store.
Now, I'm a little bit surprised that DA did not opt to go for the R-Lot, right? They could flex it onto T, they could leave the XP a little bit open, but maybe the CC, especially right now, I'm not sure if there's a War Axe change, but it seems like a lot of the teams, especially in the series today, they love to pick up the CC. Now, the response coming out from BTK is just so beautiful. I know you were like nodding your head with that. Basic on the Claude, we've seen him do pretty much go series from series, backdoors, outplays in the backside, you know, dealing against 1 versus 3. This guy is so damn good on the Claude. It's so exciting to see. And Mobazane bringing the Akai back into the meta here himself. Had a successful series going up against the Gaimin Gladiators. This time around, they're going to face against DA, which is a very, very strong opening also.
Yeah, very strong. We just saw how dominant that this pairing can be. The Angela and the Nolan. You're gonna have that early game damage, the suppression that an Angela can bring to your team, and then the Nolan. We already know he's a very fast jungle clear once he gets rolling. The only problem here is when he's gonna be able to kind of find these opportunities to catch some of BTK's members alone, to get that fracture out, especially when you're gonna be the dealing with something like a heavy spin out there that can really screw up your positioning.
And you know, whenever I see the Nolan pick, it always for me sets up for a magic damage dealer on the gold lane, right? BTK, they do have the first ban available. I'm not going to be surprised if the Harith or also the Natan gets taken out, but you are going against Melon. I am not sure if I've actually seen him perform well on a Harith before. Typically, I think he would stick to the more traditional marksman. So in terms of this matchup, maybe the Brody and the Bruno or the Clint could be potential. Clint, probably not so good. You can't take the Purify on that. Brody, I think, is going to do quite well. A Bruno with a Purify also can deal with the Implosion and the heavy spin coming through. But no, BTK wants to take out the late game damage that DA potentially has.
Yeah, and it's very interesting here too, because Carry, I'm not actually a huge fan of Carry into DA's composition, just because they don't have a front line yet. And this is a very mobile, very kind of kitey composition that can traverse the map very quickly. They can back up very quickly. And they're like, especially against a composition that BTK is showing right now, this is a very heavy CC, heavy setting, heavy front line that you're not really wanting to get caught in there. You're going to have Cold World. He's going to be trying to flicker in with that implosion to catch your teammates. I mean, if he catches an implosion on these guys, I mean, that's pretty much a wrap. They're so squishy that the amount of time they're going to be CC'd, you're going to be able to kind of finish off most of them there.
And it's quite interesting that BTK decides to ban out a lot of the late game marksmen that Melon is very proficient on. I think it's a good ban also. You know, instead of dealing with the early game marksmen, they say, hey, go early game, get that advantage that you're looking for. We're going to take out some of the late game, the mobile marksmen that really hurts a lot of the utility jungles like the Akai and the Tigreal. So definitely a very interesting, and I think it's a much more different perspective, a breath of fresh air for me to ban out a lot of these late game marksmen and allow the side of DA to maybe pick up some early game advantage. But that is a weird hero.
So Hanabi,
yeah. Go ahead.
I don't think I'd have to see another Hanabi in my I think Ooga Booga's smiling right now. Let's start with BTK's pickup. They have Nicolette gonna go ahead and pick up the Valentina. That's gonna. I'm beside myself with this Hanabi right now. It means that you're gonna be able to kind of keep the team still. You're gonna be able to put that CC on them, and then it has that anti CC. If she's gonna pick up, if you're gonna pick up the Aegis for Hanabi, you're gonna have an escape for that marksman, which will be good for that implosion, for a lot of the CC that you see on the BTK as well. The Valentina means you have a heart guard on your team as well. That's gonna be something that's gonna be able to make some of these stronger picks, the Akai and Yellow on this Beatrix, is going to make them even stronger with that Hearts Guard. We're going to see how this is played along with each other.
Yeah, and Milo with Benedetta here, it's honestly a very, very solid hero choice of his. He's, you know, been so good with this hero pretty much ever since the release of it. And, you know, it's a very high skill, high mechanical hero. Paired up with the knowledge and the IQ that he has in the XP lane, he's definitely going to be going for that banana split. Right, so you know, expect BTK to have this 4-man synergy to pair up with Basic to push him into that mid and late game, and just have Milo dealing, you know, split pushing on the side. But going back to DA's comp, right? It's 3 physical private. It's just going to be Yato on the mage, and this time it's not like it's a Sayori thing where it's like, you know, she was able to get assists here and there. You're facing against like the heaviest comp, and without, you know, proper magic damage dealing, like I don't see the damage coming out from DA to be able to overthrow the draft that the Kings have built here.
I want to say this is a good read by BTK here, but ladies and gentlemen, we are going on to game 1 of Devious Activity, taking on the BloodThirstyKings.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty much the hottest series of the night. I know everyone in the chat is going quite crazy here. But once again, it's DA versus BTK. The standings, right? DA and I think BTK, they are both tied for third place. For second and third place, FIENDS is falling short behind. But this is going to be pretty much the match that determines, are they going to be standing on the third place throne, or are they going to be pushed back onto the fourth place? If one of these teams get that 2-0 sweep, they're going to be standing next to FIENDS. But these two, like, we expect them to pretty much battle it out in the best of threes here.
Yeah, a lot of quantum charge out there for BTK, and then matching that up with some 2 Brave Smite on the side of Devious activity. Now, I want to say, like, I'm not sure, is this part of the game plan from Devious activity, or was BTK able to find a small crack in the armor of Devious activity in the marksman pool of Melon here that forced them onto the Hanabi? Hanabi, like I said, it's not something that we see too often in North America that's super successful, but I mean, anything could go here.
Most definitely. And, you know, just to point that out, both of the marksmen decide to go for Master Assassins to have a little bit more damage and kill pressure early on in their lane. So definitely see a lot of early aggression or just pushing each other on the top side. But the very first objective is started by the side of BTK, and Kush is in a great position.
Ooh, slides in, gets the retry, and slides out. Very smooth by Devious activity.
Yeah, you can see a small pause from Zane. He's like, whoa, guys, where did he come from? But a small goal lead for the side of Devious. Once again, the spotlight of the match is going to be that Hanabi onto the top side. There's not much of a front line for the side of Devious. So, you know, if T ends up being the only one and he doesn't get an early game advantage, you know, the side of the front side of Devious is actually quite weak. And I'm not sure if they're going to have what it takes to be able to push through to have this Hanabi skill into the late game here.
Ooh, Melon catches a face full of Nicolette damage there as T trying to waddle his way back to his line. And no worse for wear. Either team's both at 0-0, both very patient, but I think that might change when this first Lord comes up. Still 60 seconds on the board.
Yeah, you know, I feel like both of these teams, they are okay with playing the game slow, especially when you get it up to the higher competitive levels. You know, a lot of these teams, they're okay with a 0-0 opening. They're just not looking to make a lot of the mistakes, and that's kind of the beauty of this game. A lot of action coming in, no kills on either side, but it's just going to be a lot of sieging, a lot of macro rotations, and you can see members of DA on the bot side.
Oh! Yellow gets caught. I want to say I saw that coming. Devious activity saw him trying to cut the lane very quickly, going down to respawn. They're going to go respawn here, looking for Melon, who is basically hiding in that bush. Oh, he's going to go ahead and find some damage on the basic, but you're still, and a Hearts Guard onto him. So he's going to be able to defend this tower and really not take a death.
Yeah, that's actually quite good for Melon there. You know, the heavy spin can't even be triggered. So Zane just decides, hey, man, he's on the top side. Let's just walk away, rinse and repeat. See if we could get another advantage in the objective. And that's good, right? I like the setup that they have going into this next next turtle.
Yeah, Nicolette actually going down to about half health. Colwell down as well. Does have that push and a pop-up. Is that going to be enough? Heavy spin is out. Yellow finds a kill onto Yato. Yellow very low is going to dash himself to safety. Turtle still up as the rest of Devious activity. Look at Nicolette. Good positioning. Going to come in. Is not going to be able to make a change there as Kush picks up the second turtle.
Yeah, it's still 1-for-1 on the scoreboard. Devious does have 2 turtles in the lead. You can see small experience going to the side of DA. It's not 100% significant, but a lot of the members of DA are just a little bit higher in terms of the levels. Now, let's take a look at some of the items. The corrosion has been built up by both of the marksmen. It's interesting to see that, you know, nowadays, even for the Claude, they're not opting to go for that DHS. The corrosion is good enough.
Oh, Basic comes in with the Blazing Duet to clear out the lane to kind of defend this tower push from DA. Good zoning there from him. Rest of Mobazane might be getting caught here. Does CT there. Mielo low as well. Gonna have to go back to base. Oh, a little bit of an engagement here. Mobazane taken down to half health, but no worse for wear. That is a tanky Akai.
And, you know, both teams are okay with a very neutral beginning, right? They both have the same objective, is to get the base crystal at the very end. So honestly, to just, you know, play this very slow pace game, especially in the early to the mid phase, is honestly generally okay coming out from both teams. The bot side here, small aggression. The Hanabi actually is quite hard to deal with, especially with the amount of CC that they have, but she has Aegis, so it's gonna be a lot of CC immune for the marksman.
Yeah, and I want to say the only drawback to the Hanabi with a lot of the oppression that they can put out is the fact that it doesn't do as much damage as you usually expect from some of these marks. When you can see there, tower taken down to about half health, and Yellow gonna have to go home. Still 1-1 apiece at the 6 minutes, so no real aggression just yet. Both teams being very patient about their engagements.
And you know, at the same time though, like Melon, he seems to have a very good time with the Hanabi so far, picking up the corrosion into the golden staff quite early on. He's going to be able to shred a lot of the members, especially if there is no response coming out from BTK. And so far with the Tigreal and Akai, I feel like it has to be the Valentina or the Claude to be able to get onto the Hanabi, and at that point it might be too hard.
Oh, might be a little bit of a bad way for Mikasa. He does have the Hearts Guard there. Kush pulling out the Lord here. Started up. Mobazane looking for an opportunity to get that heavy spin to kind of bully his way into this. Kind of hanging around there. 10%. Kush gets a third turtle. Now we have started an engagement. Implosion is out. T trying to find himself some distance. Gets popped up there. A flicker out as Kush able to save the day and get a dash to safety.
A third turtle on the hands of Devious Activities. You can already see one level above on Kush, one level above on Melon. Every one of those members, you know, have a higher level, and that's going to lead to a much harder team fight for the side of BTK to be able to sustain against. And you know, even look at Melon here. He's not scared of Milo at all.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a great job of kind of putting the pressure onto that. Even Yellow has to think twice about it. You saw earlier that he had to back off from there. Actually, T might be in a bad way between 4 members of BTK. He's going to use that passive. Hearts Guard is looming above his head there. The rest of BTK decides to back off of there. Kush sitting in the bush, and they're doing a great job. I want to say both teams doing great jobs of defending their territory, making sure that these towers are still standing. As I say that, Melon actually finds the first tower for Devious Activity, and BTK starting to slip slowly behind.
Yeah, and you know, the side of BTK, they did have basic on the bot side to deal with Melon, but I feel like in terms of the matchup, they don't want the Claude to go up against the Hanabi. It's just too painful, too hard, especially in the early game. So now BTK do have the Claude on the top side to try to deal with the CC. They're not, you know, in favor of trying to get the towers, but here we go.
Yeah, big heavy spin is going to put Yato into enemy territory. That's going to be 1 for BTK. Kush comes in with the fracture, but not able to find a kill. Cold World patiently hiding in the pixel bush by the look. Oh, does find an implosion, followed by a push. Mikasa able to get an escape there, but a pop-up from Kush. He's trying to dive himself to safety. Blazing Duet is out, followed by a Heart Guard from Nicolette, and a great job from DA to disengage from this fight. Melon actually might be in a bad way here. You see him laying on the damage. Is going to go ahead and find out on the backside. Mikasa finds a kill onto Yellow, and now things sitting at 2-2 apiece.
Yeah, and you know, Mialo had a little small mistake there on the backside. He, you know, was unable to get the kills, and he actually ended up dying for that. But Cold World here does get a small catch onto Melon, but it just seems like the Hanabi actually is scaling quite well into this mid-late game, right? He's dealing a lot of the damage. He's, you know, almost out-trading Basic or anyone that comes into play. The heavy amount of CC with the lack of burst damage from the Valentina, you know, it just seems like Melon is having a great game right now.
Yeah, and right now Kush can be able to find himself the first Lord of the game. Electro Final Blow is out. Basic finds a kill onto Yellow trade, so they do find the marksman. Mobazane gets taken down by Yato. Basic in trouble here, gets taken down by a fracture from Kush. That is going to be a Lord and 3 kills for the side of Devious Activity.
Yeah, Devious activity actually dominating with the Angela mid strategy, and you know it's paying dividends here. Their lack of magic damage is made up by the amount of physical that Melon has, and the amount of resources that the side of BTK have to put in order to shut down Melon. It's already enough. Now they have to deal with Kush, which has dealing tons of damage, tons of burst onto basic. It's even to the point where he wasn't even able to dash out there. Right, so BTK kind of caught in a pickled situation. They have to set up basic a little bit better onto the backside to either pick off Melon or Kush, but they're just unable to do so this far in the game.
Yeah, and it's a good point there. It's just the amount of resources. Melon going to have that ability that's going to give him shield already, and then also going to have that Aegis in store, which means that you're not only do you have shield that you're going to have to burst through to get Melon. Ooh, big heavy spin does land. Going to catch Kush. Basic with the finishing touches there, and BTK very quickly disperse from it. Oh, Basic actually might be in trouble in the back line. T finds a kill onto the BTK marksman, and oh, Nicolette, yeah, that's a dash. She's going to be able to dash right over that.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to pick off Kush there, but unfortunately the disengage just was not there. Basic did get caught off. That's a huge high priority target for the side of DA here. And you can look at Melon. You know, nothing that Zane and Coldworld can do is going to scare this man off the Hanabi. And, you know, I kind of want to look at the items that the Hanabi has built. Corrosion, I'm assuming Demon Hunter's sword into the Golden Staff. Yes, along with the Wind of Nature, he's going to be able to deal with some of the damage that comes out from Basic here.
Coldworld took an entire yo-yo spree from the side of Devious activity. Couldn't move anywhere because of that ult from Mikasa. Wow. And you know what? One thing I didn't even consider when I was looking at this composition is Yato, the Heart's Guard, onto Melon. That's going to be another thing that you're going to have to worry about, because that's going to be even more shield. As we take a little replay here, look at Kush getting that next, that first Lord. And this Basic tried to go in there, was able to take down Melon, but Gaimin in between 4 members and got bursted down.
Yeah, it's a tough fight over there for the side of BTK. Almost looked like they were getting the sets that they were looking for, right? They had the Tigreal set up on the Hanabi. The Claude came onto the backside. Unfortunately, Milo did miss his ultimate, but they were they were able to push back the members of DA, and you know that is quite good here, right? But Milo here getting picked off. The ultimate is used. So the side of DA, they do have the advantage here.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and start on the Mobazane, who's getting bursted down. Heavy spin has been activated now. 10% health left on him. He is going to be able to find himself an escape. Basic hiding in this bush, putting some damage on them. Yelling out comes the blazing duet. Kush having to create some distance, and you can see there Basic actually in a little bit of trouble. Mikasa gets taken down by a returning Mielo, and a great return for him. 6 and 5 right now, as all the team look to be resetting for this Lord. They want it. They're trying to bait it out, but you are a player down on Devious activity. BTK has a full members, so I want to say this is a fight that they should be looking to take here, even though they are about 4K down. Lord being slow played right now by Mobazane. I think he knows that T is in this bush right now. A little bit of a push onto the mid lane, and no worse for wear. We're going to go ahead and reset.
Yeah, I think a reset is good with Implosion.
Lands onto 2 members, and hooked against the wall is T and Kush. That is 2 players down for Devious activity, and should lead into the second Lord for BTK.
I know Liz is hitting her chair right now. It's a good setup coming out from BTK though, right? The Implosion did catch 2 of the members. They weren't able to get the immune that they were looking for. But again, the Hanabi has been a problem in a lot of these team fights. The later the game goes, the more attack speed, the more cleave that the Hanabi does. And it's going to smell a lot of trouble. But once again, BTK, they do have this Benedetta on the side, right? They could get the split push opportunity, but the Coldworld here gets taken off before the Lord even comes.
Yeah, I mean, and that's Melon, who was just farming up at the bottom there, just chunked him down. Oh, Melon takes down to about half health, being topped up there by Yato on the side. In comes Mielo looking for the kill. Melon taking down a Mielo there. Didn't even need the Heart's Guard. Nicolette being chased down and destroyed. Basic on the backside, trying to put the damage onto Mikasa. T here looking to put some damage on, but gets thwarted by the Battle Mirror image.
Yeah, it's a good engagement coming out from the side of DA. They're able to pick off 3 members, right? One of them, Hanabi, was just there hitting the Tigreal with the Corrosion Scythe. Even if the Flicker or the Implosion was available, Hanabi still had the shield to be able to immune that. And then they ended up picking off 2 other members, Milo and Nicolette. Both, you know, are very core members to this BTK roster. So it's going to be a reset coming out from the side of BTK, right? They kind of have to gather themselves, bring up the members, set up a better team fight. I think one of the things that they do have an advantage is that Milo is able to kind of rotate onto the far and the weak side of the lane. We call it the highest priority lane. After the mid, it's going to be on the far lane of the jungle, the far lane of the Lord. So if Milo is able to get the split push in his favor, rotate into the team fight, it may be able to split Devious up from their death ball strategy with the Heart Guard and the Grok and the Aegis that Melon has. But if Devious groups up into that death ball, Melon is completely protected by the Grok, by the Angela. It's going to smell a lot of trouble for the side of BTK to be able to get a victory in these small fights.
Yeah, we've been seeing they've been trying different things to try to get to that back line, to get onto Melon. But the problem is once you're onto him, it takes a decent amount of time to burst through the amount of shield that they're able to output from the, I want to say the first ability, from the Aegis, and from the Hearts Guard. You can see the damage dealt here highly in favor of Melon on that Hanabi. I'd never thought I'd see the day. But I want to say Hanabi works here. It just melds especially well with the Hearts Guard here, and the trouble that BTK is having trying to get the kill and trying to get onto that back line. Now, I want to say a little bit of a standstill as both kind of vying around for position, especially now that the gold only about 2k advantage for Devious activity. But at the 17-minute mark, that's not a huge lead.
And, you know, to be able to draft a Hanabi into your comp takes a lot of guts, and 2, you have to have a pretty decent draft. And you know, DA, quite honestly, they're shining with the Hanabi draft right now. They're one of the only teams that have been able to prove this Hanabi that is relevant, especially in such a high tier match, right? The last person that we got to see the Hanabi being played is going to be Uga Buga, and you know, he did so well. He did take BTK off for a spin, and you know, and then he got the Hanabi ban pretty much every single time. So it's still a very good draft coming out from DA. I do want to see how they are going to attack the front lines, the stun potential that BTK has here though.
Yeah, this is just such an even game right now. Even when you look at the XP laners, both cutting each other's lanes in enemy territory right now. Lord being baited out again. I want to say T gonna walk in here into 3 members. Hearts Guard ready. I want to say even the threat of the Hearts Guard is enough to make BTK kind of back off a bit. Like, all right, we're not gonna be able to kill this guy. We already know that. On the bottom lane, you can see a little bit of a fight there between the XP laners, but no worse for wear. I mean, it's just such an even game right now.
But now we're kind of seeing the gap between the utility jungle and also kind of like this bush checking front line versus something like what Devious has, where it's a Nolan in the jungle. We also got the Angela, so T is going to be the only one that gets the front line vision. So T actually has a very important role. 1, not to get chunked down and burst, right? 2, he has to check almost every single bush that Devious has to kind of walk through. You can see the pathing of Melon. It's very passive. He's hiding behind a lot of the mid-river for a very good reason. DA just does not have the frontline capability to be able to stand in a lot of these eye bushes, which is, you know, proven to be a lot of money for any of these teams to get the advantage.
Isn't both roams just kind of chilling in the same bush? Hello. This might be a long game. We might not need to buckle up here as Melon going to go ahead and start things, trying to bait out the Lord. Both teams, I mean, so calculated right now. Neither one wanting to make a mistake. This actually might come down to this split pushing ability right now to see who can make like the biggest effect there, to make somebody who has to answer it and then maybe create some type of opportunity at the Lord. I mean, right? Oh, You can see at mid, you see Yellow trying to lock on to Melon, is not able to find it. Melon actually very low though, so they might have an opportunity here for the Bloodthirsty Kings. Kush sitting here in wait, looking for an opportunity. Mobazane realizes get popped up there on the side. Kush still in the bush. He might not be able to. Heartsguard is on him. Is he able to find the retribution? He's not. Yellow able to find the kill onto Kush. This might be the advantage that Bloodthirsty Kings were looking for, as Mobazane picks up the Lord as well.
I think one of the biggest reasons why, you know, it's almost like a standstill at every single objective, and they're willing to play this long game, is because, you know, BTK, they quite honestly have all the engagement tools that they're looking for: the heavy spin, the implosion, the flicker, the IMU. You also got the Benedetta with the petrify. Like, they have a lot of abilities set up for a good fight. But for the side of DA, in order for them to fight, they're looking for the implosion to be used. They're looking for the heavy spin to use. And the only target that BTK has is going to be T, who is checking a lot of these bushes. But now that basic is in the play, right? He's able to kind of just chunk out a lot of the front line of DA, and that's just so hard to defend against.
Yeah, you see Mikasa coming in from the backside, does get pushed out and try to put the damage on the basic. Mikasa getting very low, still has that immortality. Cold World might be taking down Yellow, finds able to take down the tower as Kush finds himself a kill. Yellow very low, immortality has been procced. Nicolette and basic here. Oh, suppression out there from Yellow, who might be able to get away there. Mikasa's immortality gets popped and he is down for the count. Basic at the mid high ground tower, still trying to put on the pressure, using that BMI to get away, and now we have waves that need to be answered by DA.
Yeah, it seems like DA, they do have a great early game advantage, but unfortunately they're losing a little bit of steam when it comes down to engaging in a lot of these team fights.
Ooh, Nicolette does get caught by a wild charge from T with the flicker as well. Mobazane gonna dive over that wall from T. 1 or 2 down for the side of Bloodthirsty Kings, 11-9. But I want to say Bloodthirsty Kings kind of showed that when it comes to like this bait and play, this Lord dance, they're able to have a little bit more patience than Devious activity. So it's going to be up to them to try to counter that with something, as we still have 50 seconds left on this next Lord.
Yeah, and once again, you know, the side of Devious activities, they have to wait for the ultimates, the heavy spin, the implosion to be used, and quite honestly, a vision on Claude to be able to look for any engagement. Versus for the side of BTK, they're very well disciplined. They know they have the advantage. If they don't pull the trigger, the side of DA will never look for a fight. So, you know, BTK, they're looking, you know, they quite honestly, they have the ability to be proactive in this game. It's just a matter if they can get Melon onto the backside, because if he lives in any of these team fights, especially when Basic dies, like, he's going to be able to out damage, out sustain, out, you know, attack anyone that BTK has to throw at them.
Yeah, and the only problem here I want to say as we move later and later into this late game is Devious activity, as you brought up before, a lot of physical damage on it. The only magic damage you have is from Angela, and that's something that they can be building into, and they're going to be able to sustain a lot longer, because all they need to do is build those physical defense items right now, whereas Nicolette can actually output a surprising amount of magic damage while also taking on the form of that Heartsguard from Yato.
Yeah, not only the Heartsguard, he can also take the Wild Charge coming out from the Grok, and that could, you know, provide a little bit more CC to force the Hanabi to use the Aegis a little bit early. So the side of BTK, they honestly have a lot in their arsenal. The side of DA, they're just waiting for the right opportunity when the heavy spin is down, when the implosion gets used, or even when the Claude is in a bad position.
You can see a little bit of a toying here. T and Melon. Oh, actually, T in a little bit of trouble here. Melon moving forward. Not sure this very risky here. And that's the thing is, I think it's risky, but you still have a ton of shield there. Cold World, Kush dives in on him. Not going to go ahead and get the fracture on it. That's going to be a tank. So, I mean, it almost would have been a wasted effort.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are kind of caught in a stalemate. If DA gets this Lord, you know, you could pretty much say that DA is going to win this game, because, you know, BTK doesn't have too much insurance available. They only have inner towers available. But it seems like Basic is doing so much damage to T, and it's really, really hard for T to be the only one in the front, because right now he's just gonna get bursted here.
Ooh, big pop-up lands on the 2 members there. Melon has the Hearts Guard, comes in, trying to lay down the damage. That might be 2 members. Immortality has been activated. Melon in a little bit of trouble. Look at how much damage he's doing. On top of that, Mobazane finds the Lord Retribution, and DA trying to make him pay for it. Kush finds a kill onto Cold-World. Nicolette finds a kill onto Melon. We are down to 1 down for Devious activity. What? Yellow with the kill onto the base with the split push. I didn't even see it. I was so focused on the fight. What a great play by the GOAT.
The GOAT come out to play a great team fight coming out from BTK. You did see at moments that, you know, they were definitely going to lose. Zane did get the retribution on the Lord, but that was just part of the plan. Milo was on the opposite end, split pushing, and I kind of talked about the ability that Milo has on the Benedetta, right? It's not looking for the team fight. It's not looking for picks. It's looking to split the members apart from the side of DA. And unfortunately, DA, they were kind of, you know, desperate in that situation. They had the Grok, they had the Hanabi, kind of both low in position. They had a great team fight, and they were definitely going to sweep BTK off the floor there. But Milo on the backside, the saving grace, the hero of the Kings, getting that backdoor play. And quite honestly, I think Milo probably had to build all damage items to be able to chunk down the towers like that.
Yeah, and this, I mean, this is what I was talking about before when we were kind of coming into that stalemate in the second to last Lord. And it's probably going to come down to a split pushing ability when it comes to these. If both teams are going to kind of sit on the Lord like this, continually baiting it out, and Yellow so quickly that it was hard for me to even notice there, got into that bottom lane and able to take down the core for Devious activity.
Look at that build. DHS, Malefic, Heptases, BOD, Endless. You know, the reason why Milo was able to get that back door was because he decided to opt to go for that full damage, right? I think one, it could have been a response to deal with the damage that Melon comes out. If he gets the burst onto Melon, especially when he's not in a great position or when he's stunned, he should be able to burst out the Hanabi pretty much no problem. But the backdoor play coming out, that was so smart and so well crafted. And especially since BTK members, they did not fall completely in that Lord fight. They had like 2 to 3 members just walking around trying to get the defense on and trying to give Milo just more time. And they just executed that strategy to perfection there.
Yeah, I mean, a great, as much as this was a BTK win, I want to say this was a great and very interesting strategy from Devious activity. The only problem is, as you came into that late game, especially as you were talking about, even without Yellow there to get that that sneaky play in there, BTK was and did win that last fight at the Lord. They got the they were able to get the retreat onto the Lord, and we're starting to take down DA members. Just that Yellow was too fast for that, able to get the Lord there. As we can see here, look at the damage out there. 100, basically 160,000 by Melon.
I do want to talk about the team fight participation from both of the teams, though. It seems like DA a little bit more focused on, I guess, picking and splitting up, right? It could be due to the fact that Milo gives so much pressure that they have to send 1, 2 to 3 units on the opposite lane to be able to sustain the split pushing pressure coming out from Milo. But on the other hand, BTK, especially the 4 core members, they're grouping up in a death ball. 80, 90, 80% team fight participation. It's pretty much that banana split that Onyx has been so known for overseas here, and they executed it perfectly there.
Yeah, I mean, a great game played by both of them. I mean, this is what we were talking about. DA was going to be probably one of the toughest battles for BTK, just like any other of these teams here facing Devious activity. They showed it there. Unfortunately, I mean, a great call, whoever made that call on BTK there to go ahead and get the split push, especially with how much was invested as everybody was kind of sitting here watching because they knew the stalemate was coming, the big fight happened, and Yellow on the side. That's just amazing. I'm just so shocked by it.
I mean, quite honestly, if the Benedetta did come into the team fight, it could have turned. right? It potentially could have turned, but once again, Melon's damage, the output with the corrosion, with the golden staff, the demon hunter, the sustain along with the shield and the heart guard, it just pairs so perfectly in that team fight. He was shredding all the members. And you know, when we talk about the Lord fights, right, you know, BTK on that second to last Lord, they were low-key kind of losing that fight. They did pick off Kush quite early on, but you know, the side of DA, they still had a lot of damage and they were chasing BTK kind of out of the river. Now, the last team fight, DA definitely showed that they had the ability to win those team fights. But again, the pressure, the split pushing from Milo and the decision making, everything just worked out for him. He was able to get that last hit on the tower. But if he didn't, Private, if he didn't, that siege that was coming with the Hanabi would have been detrimental there.
Now you can see here, like, so much focus here as Mielo up at the top lane, pushing in. Nobody noticed it. Nobody was even trying to go back to base as they were trying to focus on this kill. Kush getting the kill onto Cold World, but man, that was the end of the road. Nobody could stop him. Mielo up at the top. Oh, we even get a nice little angle here from the side view too. You can see Mielo while that whole fiasco was happening at the Lord pitch. Mielo doing goat things as goats do, and taking the core down.
Yeah, a very, very great call from the members of BTK to really get that split push in place. Typically, when it comes down to a lot of these split pushes, it was a do or die situation for Milo there, right? The team was getting split apart. They were losing a lot of the team fights, and now, like, it's honestly unbelievable. But once again, DA played a wonderful game. They would have won a lot of the 5 versus 5 team fights, but dealing against the banana split is just way too tough, especially since Milo built full damage on the Benedetta. That's crazy.
Yeah, an exciting game there. I mean, I'm actually super excited to see what we go with next year. I'm not gonna lie, there was a little bit of a pause when I saw the Hanabi pickup. It's not something that's usually very successful in North America, and I was almost curious if maybe we had hit the end of Melon's hero pool, and we were just kind of going with whatever was left. But I mean, it was a plan, and it's something that played through, especially having the Hearts Guard on your team, the amount of damage you saw there. Was it 160,000 damage he was able to dish out there? I just feel like the only real problem is they let it go on too long. Devious Activity needed to kind of hold that advantage that they had and really kind of like clench that choke to really be able to kind of finish BTK early. Because once you get into that late game, it's an even game. You're basically waiting for somebody to make a mistake. You no longer have the advantage, and it's basically a 50-50, and that's not really an odd you want to go with. You always want to go with the advantage, and I want to say, once you get into that late game, it's basically you're waiting for a mistake, you're waiting for somebody to take the advantage, or you're waiting for a Yellow at the top lane to take your core during a Lord fight.
I mean, you kind of mentioned the hero pool of Melon. I think the strategy that they had in place was trying to find a hero that can use the Demon Hunter sword to deal with the front line that BTK has set up, right? The Akai, the Chigro, those are very tough units to deal with. You go with something like a Brody with a Heptases, that's not going to deal that much damage, especially with how dominant the physical draft that the side of DA has. Now, there is plenty of options that I do think could have had potential, right? The Natan that we've seen quite well, the Herod that could come out to play, maybe even pull out a Kimmy. I mean, I'm a big fan of Kimmy. I know a lot of the teams I know the chat's gonna go crazy. It's like, man, this dude has no idea what he's talking about. But, you know, bringing in a little bit of a magical element could have been something. But once again, the base strategy for the side of DA was to try and find Melon a DHS user, with the Rithel being taken out, with the carry being taken out. The options are just a little bit too slim. Could go with the Melissa. Not sure if that's something that he wants to go with. Go with the Brody with the DHS also, but might just be a little bit too prone to the frontline presence and also the ability to stun early on.
Well, even that kind of tells a little bit more about Devious Activity and their synergy, is that even with the fact that there were better picks. Hanabi played well into it, even though they had no real magic damage on their side either. So you still had BTK stacking up that physical defense, and and Devious activity was still able to have a mild success against them, which kind of says something about their ability as a team and their synergy and their rotations there. BTK, they're just gonna go ahead and they're like, we're done with that. We're gonna take the Angela and the Nolan right off the board.
You know, in terms of the late game team fights, it seems like they were able to figure out how to deal with the Nolan. But in terms of the early game, you can see Kush grabbing the first turtle. The second objective went to him also. He was able to get those really good team fights near the 8-minute mark, you know, bursting down basic, pretty much 100 to 0. So there's definitely power in that pick. Now, for the side of DA, they opted to ban for the Matilda and the Barats, two of the strongest heroes that BTK has in their lineup. I'm not going to be surprised if we see DA go for an early DHS marksman, right? Unfortunately, it seems like Melon kind of the hero pool got taken out quite early, and this time around I think DA is going to respond potentially with like a second pick carry. I think that could be potentially. They could also go with a Claude ban and, you know, just protect Melon's pick, and you know, he could decide what he wants to do with that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here. We do have the Barats getting taken off. I'm wondering if we're going to see a Fredrin ban from DA here to answer back, and then, or are we just going to give that up to BTK and then deal with the actual pick? I expect. I mean, we saw it last game. They banned out both Barats and Fredrin here, so I'm expecting kind of the same here from DA.
Yeah, and I mean the bans from BTK is quite standard. Two assassins that Zane refuses to play. I don't know about refuses, but he's just that utility guy in North America, right? He's known to be a menace on a lot of the frontline junglers, and, you know, quite honestly, I like that, right? Play that tank versus tank matchup. I've been here since season whatever, and I've been dominating the scenes with this utility, especially after M3. Come at me with your best pick, because I know exactly how this matchup goes, and I think that's great. Now, DA opted to ban out the CC. It was the first pick by them and by plenty of teams beforehand. So it seems like the CC has been quite popularized today in all our series.
Yeah, which leaves open some picks for the side of BTK
Fairness,
here. Do you pick
Nova.
up the Fredrin first, or pick up something else a little bit more valuable, but that kind of risks DA getting the Fredrin over you, and then you're gonna have to play this game of I want to say Mobazane on the Akai again, which, I mean, you were just talking about it. I mean, just because you've taken out Fredrin, just because you've taken out Barats, doesn't mean he doesn't have things that are just as useful to his team. He might not be the star of show, getting like all the kills for his team, but he's definitely out there making a difference for BTK. And we elect for the Ruby, who we talked about earlier. Has a few nerfs in the system, but still valid, or still valued for BTK here.
I think it's a very neutral pick. For the side of BTK, it's a flex onto the XP or the roam position, so, you know, it doesn't really give away too much. It's almost like BTK is inviting DA to pick up all the heroes that they want and find a response to counter, right? They pick up the Fredrin, the Akai is still available, the Martis that can deal with a lot of the CC is also there for Mobazane to take, and he could also go for the Alpha, right? And Melon picking up this carry, it's something that we definitely expected. A very high priority marksman line up for the side of DA, since Melon did get focus banned here. Now, is Basic going to pick up the Claude to protect his own pick, which is going to get banned out in the second phase? Are they going to give Nicolette the spotlight, pick up the Novaria or the Faramis? Or is Zane's hero pool going to get shrunk down even more? That's the decision that BTK has to make. And, you know, it's tough decisions, because DA right now, that is a very strong opening once again.
Yeah, very interesting here. You brought up, I mean, it's very interesting. You brought up a bunch of picks that could go, and then the bans that could follow there from Devious activity. But nope, they're going to go ahead. They do pick up the Faramis for Nicolette, and Mobazane going to scoop up that Akai before the second banning phase. So he's not going to have to go to something maybe he's a little less comfortable on. Mikasa here, I'm assuming we might be looking at the XP laner for the side of Devious activity, possibly the Roam.
Maybe an X-Borg to deal with the sustain that BTK, the frontline powerhouse that they have. It could also go for a Novaria to protect the pick, because quite honestly, these drafts that they're pushing out, there's still a lot available, but they're banning out a lot of high priorities. The Vexana gets taken in. I'm not sure on how the Vexana's matchup to go against the Fairmist, but it might be better than the Novaria pick.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was a little curious about the pick. On one hand, if you pick up the Valentina, you have yourself another realm to match BTK. But on the other side here, now you have a huge amount of damage. That Nether Realm comes out, you can still lay out a huge amount of damage and a huge AoE amount there as well. The Novaria does have some play as well. We've talked about it before, but I want to say Novaria, it takes a little bit of time for her to start coming online to really be doing a lot of that chunking damage, and you have to be great. You have to be able to hit those spheres as well. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it looks easy. A lot of the pro players make it look easy, but I mean, it can be pretty easy to avoid.
Okay, very interesting counter draft from the side of DA. They opted to ban out the late game marksmans, a kind of a bite to the bullet from the last game where, you know, BTK was able to single out Melon in the second phase ban. But it does give BTK an interesting setup, potentially a pack Harith, magical and physical, paired up with the utilities on the mid. Could be potential there. The Natan that has come out to show, or basic is going to go for some early game marksmen like the Brody and the Clint. Now the response from DA, potentially, right, the R-Lot, which does a lot of the CC, a lot of the AoE CC. Minotaur, Tigreal, both are available. They could also opt to go for the Grok, which T has pretty much did an exceptional job being the only front line in the last game to, you know, bush check and get the engagements on.
Yeah, it's very interesting here right now. Where the Freya's an interesting ban
That's
for
on
me.
Mikasa. Mikasa is Supreme Global, I don't know, whatever title that you're looking for. He has all of them with Freya.
Oh man, so it's gonna be down. We do see the R-Lot pickup, a good pickup, a very solid, a tanky XP lane, can get the setting potential there as well with the final slash. Now waiting to see what BTK answers with here. I wonder, and I mean, with who's left right now? I mean, we've got the Brody left out there. It can still spray a pretty decent amount of damage. He's got a huge amount of disengage he can throw out there as well. So you're not gonna be able to. He's not gonna be an easy target to gank.
Okay, I'm gonna predict it could go one of two ways. Either basic goes Harith or Brody, or some like early game, or Harith, right? If he goes Harith, Milo's gonna go for a pack. But on the other hand, they could also go for a Diggy strat to go against the R-Lot, right? Pick up the Diggy, go for a Ruby in the XP, and then pick up some heavy physical damage dealers. The pack gets picked up, most likely it's gonna be the Harith. No, it's gonna be the Exia, but T here, a very solid pick, a good synergy with the carry. The Kaja could be detrimental. Single out the Nether Realm, force that ultimate to be popped, and just completely deny the engagement coming off from BTK.
I just, when I've seen the Kajas, it has not been as successful here in North America. I've just, the counter engagement answers have been too much for a lot of these teams to kind of withstand. You pull them in and then you have to answer. The Nether Realm's going to be able to keep them topped up. Now you've got the entire enemy coming in for an engagement that you're going to need to be prepared for. You're going to need to create that distance from Yato to get even further back from the Divine Judgment. Kush is going to have to be in the front line, kind of creating with that energy eruption to get the taunt on all of them. Ooh, and T. A good and a solid pickup here too, because of the stationary effect of that ultimate from basic on the Ixia. The full, the ultimate from
Missile
Ixius, you got
barrage.
to stand still and try to spray and pray. You're still gonna have the flicker, but now you're gonna be dealing with the petrify and the Yuzong, who's gonna be able to come in his Black Dragon form and swoop through the entire team, and he's gonna be looking exactly for Ixia.
Not only for the Exia, it can also pop the Nether Realm just like that, right? He gets the Petrify onto the Black Dragon, comes through. That's an ultimate for ultimate trade. Not sure if it's going to be advantage for Devious, but definitely a very solid pick. A good flex on the R-Lot, right? And T, one of those players that do so well in the XP. This fits his style so well, Private.
The only thing I'm very curious about is how well the Yuzong does into a Paquito. I mean, there's a lot of burst damage right after level 4. But ladies and gentlemen, BTK is up 1 against Devious Activity, who is looking to take this to a game 3. Will they succeed? We are about to find out in our last series of the night.
Yeah, I mean, expect a very tough game, a very bloodbath game from both sides. It may not be bloodbath in terms of kills, but in terms of the mental strength, right? Both of these teams, you know, they do know each other. They're gonna have, you know, good rotations. Expect, you know, I think a lower 0-0 score throughout the mid and early game, but an audience prediction, 75% voted for the Kings of the Kings. Of course, you know, after that last game, I do think it's warranted, but Devious with a very, very strong draft once again.
Yeah, we're gonna see here once we take a look at these at the emblems here. 3 quantum charges out there for BloodThirstyKings, and I want to say a much more fluid opening for the emblems on the side of Devious Activity. Both teams, we have about a little bit of a gank here. That's what I was worried about for the bottom lane. And Mikasa on the Yuzong's gonna get crowded around and taken down yellow with the finishing blow on to Mikasa.
Yeah, good timing coming out from BTK. They get the first mid clear, rotates onto the bot side, and they're able to get the advantage on the XP quite early. In terms of that lane, right, Yuzong with Petrify doesn't really have that much mobility. So typically when he does go aggressive or he looks for a gank, he's going to get punished quite well. And, you know, BTK takes advantage of that, you know, quite honestly. And here with the turtle coming up, their setup is looking quite good.
Yeah, not only that, and I have to critique Mikasa using his Petrify as he got ganked. Save that for this engagement for the turtle so that you can kind of at least have it during the team fight. And right now, it's going to be, actually, DA in a good position here. Mobazane, half health. Oh, nice little pop-up there, terrified. And that might be in Cold World using the flicker, able to get away. Black Dragon is out. T finds a kill onto Cold World, and I can't see. Mobazane gets the first turtle of the game right now. Mikasa in the back lines, a deep amount of damage gets put onto him as Mielo goes down for the side of BloodThirstyKings. 2 and 2 apiece.
Yeah, I think it was a 2-2 trade even for both sides. BTK was able to come out on top with the objective. But I kind of just want to go back to the game from our last series. DA honestly proved that they had the ability to win all the team fights. Unfortunately, the split push was just too much to handle. So honestly, DA, they have the ability to win this game quite well. It's just a little bit tough, especially since the momentum is going to be in favor of the Kings.
Yeah, and I want to say we kind of Yato used that Eternal Guardian. He didn't use it on Mobazane. He used it on the fight on the side of the turtle. When we really want to create, especially against a person like Mobazane, you want to create as much CC and headache for him as possible. T in a little bad way. We have this we have the ultimate coming out from him in a bad way. He's still able to get out of there. Full barrage is out. Eternal Guardian shredding them down now. Kush finds himself a kill as the rest of BTK forced back into their tower. Mobazane comes in, heavy spin. Kush able to get onto the right side of it, so no worse for wear, and still raining damage on from the backside is Yato with that Vexana. Kush actually dove too deep into enemy lines, is going to be able to find himself an escape.
Yeah, huge fight coming out from the setup of T. He was pretty much caught off guard there, used the final slash and got away in that team fight. A well done for the side of DA. Now looking to collapse onto basic here. I think they're going to look to disengage though.
Ooh, a missed final slash there from T. That actually would have been the end there. Nicolette chasing down T, looking for a grab, does not find it as the rest of DA retreat to their tower. Next turtle is up.
Yeah, BTK a strong showing in a lot of these team fights, but you can see some reinforcements coming out from the side of DA, right? Kush got a 3-man bonk set up with a Vexana ultimate. Now the flicker gets popped on the backside, so Melon is not going to have that utility available, especially going up against the stationary mage. Basic should be able to win majority of the trades at this point.
Yeah, Black Dragon is out. They make short work of Mielo. Now putting on the damage onto this turtle. Are they going to be able to? Mobazane still able to get the retribution, and Heavy spins his way to freedom.
Yeah, it's a second turtle for the side of BTK, but Devious seems like they have the map and advantage of their favor. Milo not having the impact so far in this game, but at the same time, BTK, they're still able to hold up in terms of the gold, right? They got both of the objectives. They are down in kill, but it seems like the utility versus utility style, Mobazane has a slight edge there.
I want to say Mielo, I mean, we're saying he's not having the huge effect, but he was able to draw out that that Eternal Guardian from Yatta, which meant, again, we're not using it on Mobazane. We're not putting the CC on Mobazane to stop him from getting those retributions. Mikasa in trouble here, gets taken down by Mobazane.
They spent a lot of resources on the bot side. They had Zane over there, so it seems like, you know, the side of DA, they're looking to gauge on the top side. Look at the position of the carry. He's between both the towers, and he's just going in. He doesn't, you know, he knows that the members of BTK are going to be slow in response because Zane was on the bot side, and now it seems like they have that advantage in the top side. They have even the gold lead, being down 2 objectives so far.
Yeah, right now, Mielo does find himself a tower in his name. I mean, an even game right now. It doesn't, I mean, it might be a little bit more pressure being put on by BTK to Devious activity, but the game's still very much even, 17k a piece. Ooh, we're going to come in here now to try to put some damage on. Kush does find himself an energy eruption, but no kill yet again. And this is kind of shades of the first game. Very deadlocked.
Yeah, very disciplined, very good disengages coming in from both sides. You just rinse and repeat, try to hit some of your spells. If you get that burst, then yeah, you know, we'll 100-0 a person with like 2-3 ultimates. If not, we're going to rinse and repeat. The ultimate cooldowns come up in 30 or whatever seconds. Now with the next objective coming up, it's going to, you know, both teams are going to be able to have
basic. That. Facing a flicker from Melon, does get taken down now. Starting on the Lord is DA. They do kind of get it zoned out here. Oh, coming in onto Nicolette. They're going to go ahead and try this. Oh, there's 4 members of BTK. Black Dragon is out. Might be just a little early. Who is he looking for? Not going to be able to find a target. That means you're not going to have a Black Dragon for this turtle fight. Kush already at about half health. So trying to bait this out between 3 members. Comes in. Oh, this might not be the fight he wants. Down to about 10%. Heavy Spin is out looking for that Appraiser's Wrath. I'm not sure that he was able to find it there, but creates the distance he needs to get that next turtle.
So smart from Kush in that play. He, you know, he had low HP, but he already had the bars available for the ultimate. He got the heavy spin to come out. A little bit uncharacteristic from Zane. Typically, you know, when it comes down to the objective, you want to hold on to the heavy spin until right before you retreat. But the heavy spin came out a little bit early. BTK thought that they had the ability to get that shutdown onto the Fredrin. Unfortunately, the bonk came through, got the sustain, hits 3 of the members, and BTK having to disengage there.
Kush coming in, trying to put the damage on the Nicolette. The Eternal Guardian does miss the pop-up. Zane gets hit by a final slash. You see that the full barrage is out. Kush getting picked off into the back lines, trying to find himself an escape, and I don't think he's going to be able to. Mobazane finds the kill there, but here at the mid lane, T dives in, gets the kill, but he is going to have to answer Mielo on this Piki. Oh, look at the moves there, but it's not going to be enough. Mielo with the final touches.
Yeah, it's a little cha-cha, but 3-4-0 for the side of BTK. It seems like DA, they're getting some good team fights, they're getting some good pickoffs, but they're not really able to let this Yuzong, you know, kind of do the things that he's supposed to. He's supposed to be able to catch onto basic. He's supposed to use the Black Dragon form, but he's just getting caught off here.
Yeah, and that's kind of the unfortunate thing. We talked about it before when we see the Black Dragon in the last fight. It was just a little bit early and not a big part of the fight. DA were able to come away with a successful turtle, even though the Black Dragon came out early, but it's kind of telling you something about how they're baiting out a lot of these abilities.
Now, I do want to see if Mikasa is able to make an impact from the position that he's in right now, right? Is he able to get on to basic or, you know, disrupt Nicolette with the Black Dragon form? That, I think, that is going to have to impact a lot of these team fights. And the way that BTK is playing, it's quite smart. They just let the Black Dragon come through, disengage, and rinse and repeat. And, you know, that's pretty smart. But on the side of DA, they definitely have a lot of potential here.
Ooh, yeah, NetherRealm is out trying to save BTK right now, keep them topped out. Yato picks off basic, and this might be what Devious Activity was looking for to be able to take on this first Lord. However, you can see that Kush needed to get topped up, needed to get some health from a minion in the jungle here. He is very low. 4 members of BTK in good distance, keeping their eyes on. Oh, so you see that T gets caught rotating. Nicolette picks up the kill there. This starts an engagement. Yato finds a kill onto Mielo. Black Dragon is out, but not able to answer back just yet. 1-1 apiece right now. Good positioning on Devious Activity. Mobazane looking for an opportunity, sitting here on the golden dragon. Kai here waiting to find himself to go in with that heavy spin. You see the rest of BTK coming in here as Kush taken down very low. Lord is down to about 1/3, 33% health left on it. As now we continue to dance. BTK backs off now. Kush very low. Look at Mobazane. Heavy spin is out. Appraiser's Wrath is out as well. Here comes the full barrage from Basic in the back line. Mobazane picks up the turtle. Basic finds a kill onto Mikasa, and the rest of Devious Activity have to disengage.
That's a 2K goalie for the side of BTK. 11 minutes in, they got the Lord marching down on the bottom side. And it seems like they got the advantage in the objectives too, and even in the enemy jungle here. So BTK, with a small snowball, even just a 3K gold lead, they're pushing all DA back into their base. Now, DA, they still have the ability to, you know, have the late game shredding, right? Get the carry online, set the Vex Ana up for a good team fight. We have T and Kush both on heroes that they're so exceptionally well at. You know, try to get the carry online, I think, is going to be the most important thing that DA has to be able to turn this game around for them.
And right now they are forced to turtle into their base. We have the Lord coming down at bottom, and BloodThirstyKings make short work of the last mid tower before the high grounds. Now left to only high grounds. Minions coming from bottom and top. Conceal play is out, looking to put some damage out. Here comes the full barrage on the backside with the NetherRealm out as well. Diving deep is the side of Devious Activity, looking for an opportunity, but they're getting bursted down. Nicolette finds a kill onto Mikasa. The rest of Devious Activity forced back into their base.
Wow, what a team fight coming out from BTK. You even had Basic, their full barraging right in front of the tower. You had the Yuzong coming in, the Akai, and all the members of BTK, they were just all stuck together. Even when the side of Devious had members on the backside, the final slash coming out from T displacement, that was insane. But also the ability to kind of kite back, peel, and just zone from the side of BTK, that was, you know, exceptional in that team fight. This is why this match has been such a you know, great match for all the viewers out there. They're all so excited for this because these are two kings, two crowns fighting for that second and third place slot.
Yeah, and right now you can see here, I mean, the 2K gold lead by Mielo over the XP lane right now. And he's just having just a much better game right now than Mikasa is to find opportunities for that Black Dragon.
And are we starting to see a trend of damage in the XP lane? At least to my knowledge here, Milo has built just pure physical damage in the last 2 games. And, you know, of course, he's not going to have a lot of utility. He can't soak up and tank any ultimates, but he has the ability to have the kill pressure. And if it's a 1-versus-1 situation, I don't know who he's going to lose against, especially comparing all the members from the side of DA.
Yeah, and right now you can see DA looking for an opportunity right now. Mobazane kind of baiting them out. I think he knows that they're in there, just waddling his way around the map right now. looking for the rest of DA. And this is kind of what we saw from the first game. Both teams trying to be very patient. But you see Mielo on the opposite side of the map here, and kind of in contention from what we're seeing from Mikasa, who just is having himself some trouble. And this was my problem when I saw the Yuzong. As much as I love the Yuzong pickup, oh, DA actually going to go ahead. They're looking to contest this Lord. Can they come in there? 10% left on there. Big fight happening. You have the Eternal Guardian and the Nether Realm has been activated. Full barrage from Basic. Warding off Mobazane. Picks another Lord for his pocket. This is going to continue on with the fight here. We see that Mielo trying to get himself out of harm's way. The rest of Devious activity forced to disengage. Cold World misses himself and I'm offended, and Kush, just for good measure, has an Appraiser's Wrath out there.
And not only did BTK grab up that Lord, Milo was able to push out the bot side tower before rotating in. They got the inner inhibitor before the Lord even came down. Now, the Lord is marching down in quite a fast fashion, so I think DA is going to be able to get the defense on this. But again, another good play, especially when you compare the kits of a Yuzong versus the Paquito, right? The Yuzong doesn't really have the ability to kill a lot of the minions fast, has the Black Dragon for rotating, but side of BTK can just honestly look for disengage. So this is BTK's game. They have the draft and they definitely have the towers here.
Yeah, Black Dragon is out, flying through the air, looking for an opportunity, but just not able to get the target that we all thought he would. Cold World, suppressive fire coming out from Basic in the back line as they lay on the damage onto this tower, looking for an opportunity. Mobazane with a heavy spin. They're not able to get this high ground just yet. I want to say, I was going to say a successful defense as they're going to go ahead and push on. Cold World gets taken down by Devious activity.
Yeah, that's a huge pickup for the side of Devious. They get a breath of fresh air. They can kind of breathe a little bit and try to reset the map, right? Devious, they still have the ability to just, clear Mobazane. They have the carry for that late game. The Vexana has the burst on Basic, and T, with the mobility that he has, can get onto the backside. But the setup for these Devious fights, the impact that Milo has right now, even though he's just 3-3-3, he's just a lot more mobile compared to the Yuzong. Look at this. BTK, they're still running the banana split. They're grouping up as a 4-man strategy, leaving the pack on the opposite lane, the far lane of the Lord, and it's doing work. They've used this strategy almost every single time, especially in their last game. And this time around, they're doing the same exact thing. No one can face Milo on that XP by himself.
Well, and especially now that you've created the fear that Mielo's going to be able to split into that lane and be able to kind of save the game with a core push. So now there's something you have to answer for it. And you're really taking Yuzong out of what his entire goal was, which is to be able to get to that back line, get the basic, get that petrify, and potentially take him down, which he has yet to be able to do this entire game. I've yet to see a Black Dragon out there that has successfully gone in and gotten a petrify.
Yeah, but the one thing that DA still has, that it's the carry with the full build. 11k gold on him. He's pretty much fully stacked out. Other members of DA are missing just an item or two, but if they're able to push this game back, let's say like another 5 minutes, defend this Lord, they should be able to grab up their last item. But BTK also knows that themselves. They're willing to play out this long run because it feels like they have a little bit more advantage, especially in the team fights where the Yuzong present is just not there yet so far.
Oh, it actually might be a little bit of a play here right now as the Lord is down to about 1/3 health, looking for the rest of DA, and they drag it out and reset it. This has been the game here between BTK and Devious activity right now, still looking for an opportunity, and this is kind of the same way that's been happening. Kush takes an insurmountable amount of damage from the Lord until eventually he's at about half health, then BTK spring on him, are able to get the CC on him. Ooh, a little bit of a fight down here, and Yellow in trouble. It does activate that immortality. Mobazane sees it, Final Slash is out. Melon finds a kill on Miel. That is one down. Nether Realm is out just a few seconds too late. Now Mobazane in a bad way between 3 members of Devious activity. Nicolette coming in, trying to put some damage on. Is it going to be enough? Full barrage from Basic to push back the side of Devious activity. T procs his immortality. Mobazane had him pinned against the tower.
Yeah, no way DA was able to come back in that fight. You saw Melon's position. He was just hiding on the bot side tower. I thought he was going to be able to just cleave all the members of BTK, but Zayn there with a great heavy spin, pushing T back into the tower, able to get that. Now, I do want to talk about this though. Milo on the top side, you saw him getting chased by Yuzong the whole entire time they were Lord dancing. He got the minions to crash onto the inner tower, and now DA doesn't even have insurance on the top and bot side. It's just going to be slow pushing. I feel like Milo has done his job great. Now, you know, the side of BTK, they definitely just look to group up near the mid, have the top and the bot pushed by themselves, and they should be able to just grab a 4 versus 5 fight, you know, when the time comes here.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, this has been the push that we've continued to see from DA, and this is where BTK has been shining. We have the good positioning, both XP laners up at the top lane, about 33% health. We do have a concealed play. Coldwell coming around for the flank, does find an I'm offended. Down comes the Eternal Guardian. Basic finds a kill onto Melon with that full barrage. Looking for an XP. Kush finds the final retribution onto the Lord, but he is going to pay for it with his life.
The blind hook coming out from Cole, that's crazy. He's able to pick up Melon, and especially with the full barrage, but now bot side.
Yeah, Mikasa in trouble. Look at Mielo with the damage. T might not be long for this world. I'm offended, catches him, and Mielo puts the finishing touches onto him. Here comes Mobazane, and this is game. A clean sweep, and BTK continue their dominating ways.
Oh man, the blind setup come out from Cole, singling out Melon, and then into Milo, pretty much just split pushing and dominating in the XP. He doesn't have the best KDA, but he had the ability to split the members apart, deny the Yuzong early on. The Paquito pick was great, and you know, even to the point given, the side of DA picked the Yuzong at the last slot and end up losing the lane. That's not something we want to see in the drafts here.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. And I want to say, like, right from the draft, when I saw the Yuzong, the biggest thing that I see a lot of teams do is they put a lot of pressure onto that lane, a lot of early ganks where Yuzong isn't going to be able to escape. Then you kind of shut down his ability to get that Black Dragon, to get into the back lines and be a nuisance. And that is a very unfortunate for Devious activity and their game plan here. And just a different game from the first one between BTK and Devious activity, but very dominant for the side of BloodThirstyKings.
And it definitely feels like the side of BTK, their strategy is coming together quite well, right? Zayn just put him on a utility jungle, right? That's the main thing. And then they put this 4-man death ball paired up with Basic and just have Basic carry along with Nicolette. And then they almost always toss Milo on a split pushing hero. We've seen the Uranus come through. We've seen the Pack come through, the Benedetta. Those are the heroes that Milo has. It's a very kind of almost Blacklist centric or even Onyx, where they're just doing a lot of banana split push, pretty much tearing members apart, splitting them up. And if a team does not have any split push to deal with it, right? The Yuzong, it's not going to be able to split push against a Benedetta or a Uranus or even the Paquito. And look at it, it's paying dividends here. BTK securing the win with the 2-0.
You can see here, rich guy Melon, even though, I mean, able to still kind of keep his gold up through here, but damage dealt Nicolette from the mid lane, and then damage taken. We talked about it, Mobazane. I mean, even on the Akai, still a central force for BTK, creating these opportunities, and did not, I think he missed one single retry here, and that was the last one. Kush got it though, and they were able to put the kibosh onto Kush and create that game-winning push.
Yeah, the kibosh onto Kush. You know, there was plenty of moments where DA kind of showed greatness in a lot of the team fights. Kush got that 2-3-man bonk on the top side. You know, they were getting picks off left and right. And honestly, DA's early game, you know, especially Kush on the Nolan, getting the retributions on the Turtle, getting the small winning trades, getting those bursts. Like, DA showed greatness pretty much throughout the whole entire series. But again, BTK just kind of overwhelmed them with the split push, overwhelmed them with the patience that Zayn had there.
You're right there. Kush showed greatness, but BTK showed that they're better than great. And we know what that means. The GOAT Mielo, man, that play, I was screaming. I love to see a backdoor, and then the fact that he was able to carry that through was just so much fun to watch.
Yeah, and then it was, I want to say, the solidifying game plan for Mielo was to put him on these, as Yui pointed out, these heavy attack-orientated XP laners, especially ones that were able to close the distance and move around the map very quickly, so they were able to get that split pushing, and then if their team needed them at the Lord, they were able to close the distance very quickly there as well.
It's just a very good strategy. And it fits with the Zane style, where they're just willing to wait out a lot of these team fights to get a more convincing advantage. You go 4 versus 4, it's almost 50-50 most of the time. But you got Milo pushing on the top side, dominating. The minions are hitting the inner tower, and then Milo comes in first before the enemy XP. That's a 5 versus 4. That's a fight that, you know, the side of BTK is willing to take. And quite honestly, every single one of these teams can do that, and they have done it. It's just the execution that they had today was just great.
It was great. And guess who the MVP goes to? The GOAT, Mielo. Let's take us through the replays.
Yeah, you can see here, I mean, this was kind of the first game where Mielo, I mean, wasn't exactly having trouble, but I mean, it was very hard to kind of lock down onto Melon into that back line as well. Mielo able to find himself some pickoffs, but the true story of the game was him creating those problems from the side lanes, continuing the pushes onto the side lanes while they were having fights in the mid lane, or while they were competing for these lords. And then you see here on the Paquito, this was the first, and this spelled the doom for the Yuzong right from the opening seconds of the second game.
And, you know, this is kind of sparking this fire that BTK has long had. But, you know, they didn't have the best opening, especially in the regular season early on. But definitely now they're ramping it up. Again, I feel like it's the snowball of confidence that they had against GG, and now it seems like the team is even more synergized. They're all in the same place, and they've done so well in today's series.
For sure, and with the GOAT Mielo as well as the CW Airlines, I'm sure that's going to be enough to fly a BTK all the way to Vegas. But before that, we have an interview with, everybody knows, the GOAT Mielo himself, Milo. Mielo, I've been seeing you a lot recently. How does it feel to be back at the center stage again? Why don't you just wear your jersey this time, Mielo?
It smells like shark. It smells like shark. I haven't washed it yet. Shark jersey, guys.
What is it? What is it? Oh.
It's the rare M3 BTK
Wait, so do
jersey.
you not have your own jersey?
Not yet.
What is going on?
I have a bunch of TOB ones.
Yeah, I'm sure we're gonna get swap that out with the GOAT on the front with the crown. GOAT Mielo himself. Now, let's break down let's break down the match just now. So first game, there was a little bit of trouble in the early game with the Hanabi. Did you guys find Hanabi a good pick?
Yo, that Hanabi draft was insane. It only works with that Angela, because if you guys didn't know, Hanabi's passive is when she has a shield, she doesn't get stunned, right? So when she has that Angela shield with that flask, with her AGs, she's just like a walking well, hitting us, and like impossible to kill pretty much. Like no one can touch her. So we concluded pretty early on. Yeah. The best way to just win is just split out macro. It was unwinnable.
So who called that split push? Who called that split push? We know Basic likes doing that banana split before. Was he the one who told you guys to do that split push?
Oh nah. I told Basic, let me cook. This is how you backdoor. This is how you do it. Okay. No, I'm playing. Basic was actually calling it. No, all kidding aside, Basic was calling split push actually, because I was confused, bro. That Hanabi was unkillable. Yeah, we definitely need to watch that.
When he called that split push, were you prepared for it? Like, did you doubt him for any second in doing that?
It's not like when you split push, you're not trying to end the game. You're just trying to get lane prio, make sure you're at Lord side before the enemy team, maybe poke a couple people. You never really know when they're gonna be not really focused on the minion wave, and then I just end the game. So
when you ended that game there, what was going on in the voice chat? Like, what were you feeling as well?
Oh, nothing. They thought they lost. They lost Lord, bro. They thought we lost. I I already knew it was over. I don't need to tell him. Just let me end the game.
Yeah, because I noticed from the face cams, Basic when you actually ended the game, Basic was like, yo, let's go.
Yeah, he was a proud father. He taught me how to split push. That's my Benny cutie man right there.
You've definitely made all the fans proud. You made Basic proud, and you made all of us proud. Now, noticing from your build now, you actually build more physical damage as an XP lane. Is that a norm for XP now?
With split push heroes, yes. Paquito, Bennett, only those guys pretty much. The other ones just build hybrid or full tank still.
Melo teaching us some lessons here, so everybody take notes. Now, would you rate your team's performance today against DA? How would you rate it?
I'd say it's like a 6 out of 10. We said we would play more, but honestly, last week we only played one scrim. We couldn't find the time to do it. A lot of people are busy, unfortunately. We'll wait for playoffs to start grinding scrims, I guess.
Very modest answer here. I like it. I mean, every team that we've interviewed today said that they're not scrimming. So I guess nobody is scrimming with you guys. Maybe they're
not
afraid
us.
of how strong you guys are.
Yeah, they don't want to scrim us. They're scared.
Yeah,
as
they're
T-Rex,
just too strong.
As T-Rex would say, it's fear. It's fear. My man T-Rex.
I mean, it is a competition out there, so everybody is trying to get that coveted spot to get to Vegas, but it looks like CW Airlines is getting you guys there. So definitely, you today have escalated there on that rank, and so much that we're gonna see in the upcoming weeks. Once again, congratulations, Milo. This week, you've definitely proved that you are the star player in BTK. I mean, from last week when we interviewed, you were like, oh, I'm so sorry to my team. But this week, you are why they won first game, Melo.
Nice.
Anything you want to say out there to everyone who supports you, support the GOAT, support BTK?
Well, thank you guys for supporting us. There's a lot of them. It's like 90% BTK in the chat. For BTK fans out there, start spamming it in chat. BTK, BTK.
BTK, BTK.
BTK.
I like it, Milo. Love that jersey. Love to see you back here. Continue that awesome performance, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Man, bye-bye.
I like it. Continue.
I was about to say, it's interesting that you brought up that in one of the interviews there, he was apologizing to the fans about his performance and swearing that he was going to do better, and definitely came back very strong. Showed that in this game. It was a kind of a yellow highlight reel there. And even though I want to say, like, of course, the entire team played a good and pivotal role there, but when it came to, I want to say, like, a lot of the game-winning pushes and being able to create that pressure away from the Lord and in those lanes, Yellow definitely the highlight there.
Yeah, no, I mean, he definitely did super well in that series, giving BTK pretty much 3 points in their standings, and that pretty much pushes up their regular season standings quite high. I think it's just going to be right after Gaming Gladiators and the same amount of points with Fiends.
Oh, are they still the same points, BTK and Fiends? Not very good at math here, obviously.
I think both get 11.
Yeah, but definitely this series was so much fun to watch. I always love unconventional play that leads to a victory, and that was, nobody even thought that was going to happen. Like, none of the cameras caught that moment at the first time when he actually did it, but then afterwards we saw the replay. Melo was just going in. I mean, crazy.
Yeah, it's amazing too, and then to hear about the calls there, and that's kind of the difference between, especially up here, it's those tiny little calls that make the difference, where they realize, bro, there is no way for us to bring this Hanabi down. What are we gonna do? And then the call is made to just, all right, we just need to start split pushing. We need to start getting those side lanes, create pressure somewhere else, and just that's the kind of the difference here, especially at the tippy top of North America. It's those little decisions that make all the difference here.
Yeah, and those decisions definitely come with a lot of experience and a lot of wrong shot calls. And this time around, BTK definitely with a clean shot call. Yes, game 1 was a little bit tough from both sides. DA pretty much had a good standing in the team fights, but those calls made the difference. And whoever made those calls on BTK was 100% the right ones today.
Absolutely, and I definitely feel like this season of BTK is coming back to its prime. We see Mobazane getting a lot more of this retry game in. He feels confident, he has the support that he needs, and that's so important because as a jungler, especially with Zane's playstyle, he needs someone who he believes is going to peel for him at all times, and Cold World is that guy. So we're just so excited to see how they do in the future. Now let's take a look at today's game. First half, we had a pretty standard day. We had Dark Horse Fiends continue to cement their dominance with a sweep against Area 77, and BloodHound and LEGACi got an A for effort, but they did make progress in the end games. However, they weren't able to transform them into victory points. Now, the last series of night, BTK 4.0 proved that they are the kings, and they are the kings with the GOAT and the kings who is just GOATed. Mielo got that last play and is going to go into the books. Definitely.
Yeah, I want to say
amazing.
Today, basically the story today is a lot of teams cementing their status right now. They are able to get ahead, but now continuing their winning ways. I'm not even disappointed that the last series didn't go to a full three game series, just because of the action in both of those games and how close they were, and then the outside the box drafting when it came to a Hanabi paired with an Angela that I don't think anybody would have any one of us would have thought of when it came to that type of draft, and to the point where I was just I know the entire chat was just like, Hanabi. I was the same way, looking at it, I was like, this doesn't always play well, but synergized well and led to some very exciting games.
Yeah, and I mean, if we talk about some of the previous matches, the sweep against A77 from Fiends is quite huge there. It was a little bit unfortunate. BloodHounds and LEGACi did not go for their uprising, but soon I think those two are going to be playing against each other, so somebody's going to get a win at some point of time. And you know, with the rest of the matches, it's every single match has been quite good today. You know, not the upsets that maybe some people wanted, especially in terms of the voting side, but definitely good matches throughout the day.
Yeah, and every match this whole season has been pretty good. We've had good matches all the way through, and let's take a look at the standings and if anything has changed today. So Private, run us through it.
Well, I don't really think much has changed here. A couple of points maybe have changed, but the leaders kind of still cementing their way in. Gaimin Gladiators at the top with 13 points. Fiends and BloodThirstyKings tied in second place with 11 points. The Night Horde cementing their way. I want to say this is third place. Well, actually, yeah, fourth place for the Night Horde, followed by Devious Activity with 8 points and Area 77 with 7 points. Unfortunate, LEGACi and BloodHounds have yet to get a victory this season.
So honestly, in terms of the standings, it's still quite close for many of these teams, especially if they're getting these 2-0 sweeps. They can get 3 points and pretty much shoot them right back up to where they feel like they belong. But you know, the more of the story is, this is still just regular season. It's just points. This is just standings for the seeds for the double elimination, right? When it comes down to the playoffs, just like Milo brought up, that's when the real deal begins. And that's when these teams, from the whole entire regular season, they build up their homework, they build up their strategies, and then they put them to work. And I think it just sets up a great playoffs for us.
Definitely. And the playoffs is coming pretty soon. I mean, we are already at week 3 of the regular season, and there's not many days left for the regular season. So when the playoffs comes, definitely, like you guys said, is going to be when it actually matters. A loss is going to bring you a little bit farther away from that flight to Vegas. So definitely a lot to look out for as we move forward into the season. So Private and Yue, what's your final thoughts of the day that we just had?
I mean, it's every single week has brought a surprise and some very action-packed games. I'm super excited to be casting these, but I know there's more to come tomorrow, and it's been so exciting. It's been a long time since me have gotten to cast together, and it's been fun as always.
Yeah, no, it's been a whole year, Private. At least to my knowledge, it's been a long time, but definitely a pleasure casting with you. And of course, Liz, as the host, I do want to thank all the fans out there for watching and supporting the North America streams. You know, it means a lot to us, you guys cheering for the teams that you guys want to. And of course, you know, there's plenty of great teams for you to kind of stand up. And you guys know me, Fiends all the way here. They're third place now. And, you know, it's just a lot more exciting things to come for every single week.
Absolutely, and Fiends brought on an exhilarating performance, still cementing themselves as the dark horse of the season, and we witnessed one of the best series again from the Kings, the BTK Kings, led by the GOAT Milo. So much excitement are ahead of us. We are halfway through the regular season, but we're just getting started. The fun has just started, so watch out for more fun coming your way. Tomorrow holds more promises for exciting matchups, so don't go anywhere. Find us back tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow.